chỉ muốn nói là mọi người cố lên. Đây là mình nghĩ XD cũng có phần nói đúng, và đối với mình khi mà mình bước qua đội mới thì mình đã sẵn sàng cho việc mình có thể thất bại hoặc thành công. Nhưng ở trong suy nghĩ của mình, dù có thất bại đi bao nhiêu chăng nữa thì mình sẽ cố gắng thành công ở một thời điểm nào đó. Mình nghĩ mình nhớ lúc đó là kết quả không được tốt trong screen, nên là chắc là tất cả mọi thành viên đều khiến mình muốn đập phím, bởi vì mình luôn muốn kết quả nó thật tốt trong cả luyện tập.
It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins.
Stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know
It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood.
I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name, I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train, I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed.
And welcome back to the LCP. We find ourselves at the halfway mark. It is week 4, Carrickson. Let me know if you've got any thoughts so far from what we've seen.
Well, I think we've seen so much, and I think the really exciting thing is we haven't seen it all. We've still got so many teams fighting to really prove themselves, and it's still, outside of maybe 1 or 2 results, really hard to predict where these teams are going to end up.
You are so right. And let's take a quick look at the standings as we talk about this. Team Secret Wales, I think, is almost one of the least surprising results here, staying at the tippity top of the LCP standings at the end of week 3. But a surprise to me, Carricks, is SHG have actually maintained their playoffs run form.
Yeah, exactly. This was something we talked about a lot, is that the SoftBank Hawks did not slow down after not quite making that final hurdle in Split 1. They still look incredible, and it's only Team Secret Wales that have stopped them so far.
Yeah, and if we take a look at these player of the match standings, you can see there's such an excellent distribution here too. 8 different player of the matches, no repeating player here. So this speaks to the breadth of class that we have on these teams. And Ijung there in the top laner. But we can talk about this all day. We have today's matchups coming up here, Carricks. Tell me which one you are most excited for, my friend.
Oh, I think it's hard to choose, but I will go with the first one. I think DFM still fighting to get that first win on the board. They've come close a few times, and with GAM looking a little bit shaky in a few roles, tonight could be the night they do it.
For sure, and DFM has definitely shaken things up by adding Fisher and Woody in the middle of the split. But Team Secret Wales and GZ will also be a great second match. Team Secret Wales undefeated, ground 0, still looking for that next win to sort of prove themselves here. But Detonation Focus Me tonight, they will be fielding Momo, Citrus, Fisher, Karkun, and Woody. So this is the roster that we are sort of coming to grips with. Fisher and Woody have shown really good signs of life, and I definitely think could be strong win cons for them. And their coaching team here, Paz, Gizmo, and Tana. I think this is definitely a squad that has the potential to take a match series here tonight if, as you say, GAM aren't at their best. You can't underestimate this squad, Carricks.
No, you really can't, and it's very easy to write DFM off, but you must avoid the urge to do that just because they are a winless team. This is a team that is coming so close, And I think in the matchup with GAM, one of their weaknesses, which has been the top lane, is actually kind of a good matchup against GAM because it's been the same weakness there. So there's a lot to look at. There's a lot of positives for DFM. And of course, there is GAM coming up on your screen.
We do love GAM, the captain Kiaya in the top lane. Drakthar looking in better form so far this split than split one. Ares, Artemis, and Taki. This is your 5-man VCS squad for GAM Esports. And they also have Hype, the analyst, and Null, the head coach here. You know, sort of the strategic mind behind the team, if you will, Carrick's during those all critical drafts. And like I said, I like what we're seeing out of Drakthar so far this split. He's seeming more consistent. He's not diving so far all on his own. But enough about the teams. Let's take a quick look at the head-to-heads here, Carricks, and the numbers, they don't lie here.
No, they don't. Taki has been a really long time, extremely strong support out of the VCS. And as I say, his stats, it does sort of lean that way, but Woody is a player with a lot of caliber behind him. He's still ramping up into this split. This is going to be the matchup to watch for me, particularly if Taki keeps pulling out some of these off-the-wall champions. He played the Pike last week. It didn't really work.
You're so right here as well. These numbers don't tell the full story because Woody hasn't sort of been here as long as Taki has, but he's already clearly contributing significantly to the sort of kill participation there. A nearly 85% KP just shows how involved Woody is as a support. Definitely playing for the team. And trying to get them across the line there. So it will be interesting to see how they play this one out. Like we were saying earlier, Fisher and Woody, they're the new ingredients to this meal, if you will. They're the ones who can spice things up. And if Detonation Focus Me can put it together, cook just long enough with these ingredients, they could come up with a Michelin star meal, my friend. And GAM, they might be on the receiving end of it, but they're no slouches either.
No, they're certainly not. GAM still sort of fighting for really important placement in the playoffs. I think we know who our top two teams are at the moment. I think no one's really arguing against Team Secret Wales and SHG as the 1 and the 2. But who the 3, the 4, and the 5 are is still really up in the air. And GAM are definitely trying to make their case. So far this split, they've only really lost to Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, for sure. Team Secret Wales obviously being that #1 seed, and that's only who GAM has lost against. So it's obviously that sort of strength of schedule. And Carricks, we've both predicted the same outcome here. We both do think that GAM has enough sauce to 2-0 DFM. But I still think, like, when you see these scores, these results, I don't think it tells the full story, right? I still think DFM can make them close.
Yeah, look, DFM has had quite a few close losses. They've had series where they've looked pretty good and just not quite gotten over the line. It's a few issues. It's just crucial mistakes in like the mid game of these games. But that's all something that could have been fixed this week. The scrims could have come together, they could have clicked, and they could get over the line. That said, we did both predict the GAM 2-0, and that I do think that is the pretty likely outcome tonight.
Yeah, for sure. With Detonation Focus Me having only won one game so far, and that was against CFO, who, as we saw in those table standings earlier, CFO themselves, they're scrapping for that equal 5th place with GZ and Relove DCG. I think going into the caliber of GAM will be a tough challenge for DFM here. Their strength of schedule has been into Ground Zero, into CFO, and into MVK Esports. So that's sort of, you know, at the time, lower echelon, and they're starting to come into opponents who are up the higher end and who've had that time to sort of synergize and practice and come together again for this split. And frankly, if they can win here against GAM tonight, it would mix things up and it would show that they could compete with that sort of mid to top end. But we'll have to wait and see for the game before we find that one out there, Carricks.
Yeah, got a long way to go before we can start postulating about the rest of the split, because for DFM, they just have to take every game as it comes. You don't have to have
and
your sights set on any sort of post-split heroics that a lot of these other teams might already be starting to think about. It's just every time you load onto Summoner's Rift, you need to play the best possible game you can. And I do have a lot of faith in the coaching staff and the organization around DFM. It's a long time organization. It's a very successful organization that's how they will be approaching every game.
Yeah, you can't let the past sort of get in your mind. These guys, they've typically, some of them, these orgs have like, mental coaches as well who particularly help you with the mental strains and stresses of these games and losing even. And they teach you, they coach you on how to sort of adapt and overcome that sort of pressure and that strain. And these are our tier 1 professional League of Legends esports players. They've been here before. They will be here again. No matter how many times you win, you can and will always have a loss in your future, and they won't let it get them down here. So and that's the thing, right? When we go to these player cams and we're looking at all these players, they're all always laughing, they're all always having a good time. I don't think we've ever cut to anyone who's been like, no, I'm not here, I'm not having a good time. But Carrick's, final thoughts on tonight's match before we do go to that Riot Fist?
I think there's a lot of thoughts and stuff, but we've got at least two games to get through all of those. I'm looking to GAM to show that they can be in that 3rd, 4th, 5th slot up against DFM.
It's for sure their opportunity to prove that they've brought everything together. I feel like it's up to GAM to prove that they're worthy of being at the top echelon of our ladder, to say, yep, Draktar's aggression has been tempered. It's now a controlled weapon rather than an unleashed chaotic hazard to everyone and anyone. I think that's the sort of big focus that's going to be there for me, Carricks. But we have spoken at length about tonight's matchups. I cannot wait to get into them. But before we do, we're going to go straight to that Riot Fist Bump.
You feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
Halfway through the LCP Split 2 here as we go to week 4, day 1. And my goodness, Carricks, it has been a fantastic split so far. We've got some standings here that I'll just run us through real quick as well. The VCS team, Secret Whales, at the tippity top of that ladder, which is where they ended Split 1, and they've maintained that for themselves here in Split 2. But again, SHG, they're nipping close behind, Carricks.
Yeah, look, as I said, this is a league where anything can happen, and we still have such a long way to go. We're at that midpoint, and we don't know how the ladder will look when we get to the finish line.
Exactly. And speaking of midpoint, GAM solidly in that midpoint, as we do see Detonation Focus Me walking out onto that stage. And this is one of my favorite things, right? Getting fist bumps with the players, even with the coaches. That, like, I don't know where else you can actually fist bump the players and coaches. I think maybe the LCK, if I've watched it 1 or 2 times, but it's just such a fantastic and engaging tool. It humanizes these players because you go go here to the LCP Arena. Like, you can just buy tickets any day and just go and watch your favorite esports players play Tier 1 League of Legends, which is just so crazy to me, Carrots. It's so accessible.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're in the area, definitely head down there. They put on an amazing show. Could not recommend it more. I can't wait to get there ourselves, Logan, and we definitely will one day. But look at the players locked in, focused, making sure everyone gets a fist bump as they head onto stage. And this is a really important game. As we were setting up before, GAM, a loss here for GAM is pretty brutal. DFM, of course, they are the winless team. You would not many other teams are going to lose to them. And if you're wanting to come in that top 4, which I know GAM is aiming for, you can't let tonight slip.
For sure. If GAM win tonight, that will solidify their position in sort of the middle of the pack at the very least. They won't fall toward the bottom there. They will temporarily actually earn themselves a spot, I believe, in second before tomorrow's matches as well. But we see Fisher and Woody, the mid and support, those new names, the fresh comers to this roster, though veterans themselves, have been selected for tonight's 2v2 matchup, which is where people will, if you win, you get the right of first selection. As we see, a classic matchup here, Carrix. Artemis and Taki, the bot and stuff. I think GAM came to win this 2v2 matchup tonight.
I feel like they send out this bot lane fairly often to this 2v2. I think they really like letting Artemis warm up his hands, get into the right mindset. And Taki in the 2v2 is a real ace up your sleeve because he plays every champion in the game. Again, I've seen him play Silas support. I've seen him play Camille support. He can play whatever the team thinks is a good enough combo for the Howling Abyss.
Yeah, and we do start to see these bans coming through, but before we even get to those bans, those series bans, they are all split long. Once you've played them, they are permanently banned. It's like a super deep run at that fearless ban, if you will, but for the 2v2 side select. Now, the winners of this 2v2 side select, right, they get what's called first selection. So they can either choose first from sides or either choose first from the sort of first or second pick, right? And then whichever one you pick, your opponents then get first selection of. So there's a little bit on the line here, riding on whether you win or lose. And to win, you're the first to 2 kills, you're the first to crack open that turret, or if it goes to sudden death, you're the first team to secure a kill, Carrix. But something we often see banned here is that sort of Varus-Darius combo as well. Darius already gone for GAM and Varus already gone for DFM.
Yeah, can it be keen to see what they pull out? I'm noticing GAM still has access to Poppy and Nivea, something that has been popping up. Taki has, of course, taken the Nivea for a spin in the real games. Didn't go so well, but maybe can get some practice on it here, because that's always a very fun combo. We also often see the Cassiopeia Singed. Both teams still have access to both of those. So it looks like it's going to be Ashe, the first pick for DFM.
Could you imagine if they, I was going to say, did it before I could say it. I was going to say, can you imagine if they just went Ashe Seraphine? Like, they literally lock in the duo combo to hard win. But here's the Singe that you were talking about. And Cassiopeia. Oh my God, Carrix. It's like they read our minds or we read theirs. We are so in sync right now. It's like we watched the LCP.
Yeah, it's almost like we love this region. And how could you not? This region is just unmatched by any other in the world with inventiveness and with the panache of our players. I'm so keen to get our first taste. It's been a whole week. That's too long without any LCP, Logan.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to lie. Panache is definitely one of my favorite words as well. Like, I love when there's an opportunity to say
$10 word.
Or like pizzazz, you know, like you put a sprinkle of panache on it or do something with pizzazz. It just spices things up. But these two teams, they are now on the 2v2 matchup, the Howling Abyss here, where they go for first selection. And Artem's moving in, but is rooted up nicely by that Seraphine E there, Carrix, and pops that GAM emote just to be like, you know what? That's fine. And we take a quick look at the summoners. Artemis did pop that ghost, as did Fisher, but it's fairly standard otherwise. No flashes on GAM, actually. It's all Ignite, Barrier, and Ghost.
Yeah, and I think not having flash is going to be interesting. Hard to get that E down. as running through the Seraphine Ash on Singed is no fun there for Artemis. Taki getting a little bit aggressive, chunked down, but gets Fisher even lower. This one might kind of stall out for a little bit. Level 6 for all 4 of these champions is absolutely massive.
Yeah, 100% there. Taki just getting a little bit of poke. But, you know, Fisher obviously having to play it carefully, as you say, got chunked out. Just getting that CS here is getting a little bit of harass from Artemis. GAM, they're very forward up, but Woody making moves.
Yeah, going on in. There's the kill. One aside. It's Woody and Artemis left, but you don't want to fight a Singed as a Seraphine, not when he's on top of you at least. I'm going to back off. There's the heal shrine being used. Artemis not actually getting hit by it. The barrier to mitigate some poison. Woody wants to end it now.
That's the flash diff. Had no ghost, had no ignite, flashes forward, pops that barrier to be able to chase that Singed without taking damage. See, there it is. Look at them. They're loving it. They're absolutely loving it. Even the coaches are looking at the PCs like, yeah, check it out. As DFM, they go for that second selection and GAM go for that blue side. But this is the kind of fun and shenanigans that you can get up to in these 2v2s. As I was saying, we did see that Seraphine pop that barrier, run over that sort of Singed stuff on the ground, and avoid taking that damage, flash forward Q, and had it stacked, the passive stack to 3, so it was a double Q, and just took that Singed out. You really, really do love to see these sort of... And like, one of the other things, right, is that it can showcase the micro skills of each individual player that much better than on 5v5s when it's just absolute chaos. There's like 10 players on the Rift, everyone's doing their absolute best work, whereas here it's 2v2, there's 4. You can kind of see what they're doing a little bit more. You can see their technical skills, Carrix.
And I think what's actually quite interesting is that so far Ash Seraphine has not been super successful in the LCP. It hasn't been picked a huge amount of times, but it is not a winning matchup at the moment. But clearly DFM can play it from a mechanical point of view. I'd love to see if they maybe were just giving us a bit of a preview, given they did take the red side. Ash Seraphine is often used with that R1, R2.
Yeah, second pick red side. So that will be interesting to see if that's what they opt for. Obviously, though, part of this 2v2, it's so interesting to me because you play the 2v2, it immediately puts those champs in the enemy team head, right? They're thinking about it, and suddenly the first things that will come to their mind in those sorts of roles when they're going through those picks and bans, so going through that draft, is what you've just played in the 2v2. Now, that could be good, that could be bad, but it has reminded them that Ash Seraphine, if they didn't already know, which I'm 110% sure they did, is a powerful bot lane duo that needs to be respected. Right. You either need to play around it or soft ban one of them.
I've written down Cassiopeia Singed. That's what we're saying, right? You were talking about the sensible bot lane. Oh, okay. That's no fun.
Yeah, that's the sensible. Yes, absolutely. Because, like, can you imagine if they ripped a Cassiopeia Singed bot lane Carrix? My goodness, the world would hear about that.
If any team would do it, it is GAM. I don't think they're going to, but if any team was going to, it is the fellas on the left of the draft here. But the bans coming in thick and fast. Varus, Orianna, Nautilus, Ryze, and Ezreal already removed. It's tier list bans so far.
I reckon Karma or Bard. Surely it has to be Karma or Bard for this 6th and last. Oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, all right, they didn't. I was going to say, actually, I'm wrong because Ezreal has been banned, which soft bans the Karma-Ezreal duo. So they're not going to waste that ban on Karma. But that does leave Bard up, a very, very powerful support. It also leaves... No, Ryze is banned. Akali is up, so they could put some priority on these mid lanes. I think if we get a strong mid laner here for Fisher, he could definitely do some work. Last week, he was stomping the mid lane with that Akali, and he has the opportunity to do it here again. But enough about bans. We have seen Rumble locked in for GAM, that classic AP sort of top laner. He's going to go over to the team captain of GAM, Kiaya. Now, how does DFM want to answer this? Are they going to try and lock in that classic response of Cassante, or are they going to use their 2 sort of pick priority here and lock in other higher priority lanes for them? and we see Nocturne
I
locked
think
in.
this makes a lot of sense. Part of the resurgence of GAM, while they're looking so much better this split, is that Drakthar has come into his own. The first split, Drakthar was coming off like about a year or so of being out of tier 1 professional League of Legends after the sort of end of the tier 1 VCS. And he didn't have a great first split. He has really picked up this split. Denying him the Nocturne, which is a champion he's eminently comfortable on, makes a lot of sense. But it does, of course, just give him Jarvan and Aris. His Aurora, the lane has been a little bit iffy. Did kind of get cleaned up last week in lane. But in team fights, he has shown a mastery of this champion.
Yeah, and I really do like that the team fighting is coming to the fore, right? It's not enough to win lane, you need to win the game. And the way you win the game generally is through team fighting, unless obviously you have a split push comp there. You know, hashtag, there's an exception asterisk there. But DFM, Detonation Focus Me, I'm loving their draft so far. That Nocturne in the jungle, just an absolute monster, an absolute menace. Though GAM being from the VCS are very well equipped to be able to respond to that sort of thing. They're very well practiced. They know it extremely well. Bard and Corky locked in for Karkun and Woody there, Carricks.
I think what I'm looking for is who's diving with the Nocturne. Where we see Nocturne sometimes fail is when he's just going in alone. Just doesn't quite get the job done by himself if there's good peel from the other side. Banding out the Cassante makes sense. Deny that sort of easy matchup for Momo. Momo might be pushed onto something like the Ambessa. That can sometimes scuffle with Rumble. It's not super easy. I wouldn't be surprised to see that banned out. But you mentioned it before, as Annie's actually going to be the ban. Something like the Akali could actually go a long way to backing up Citrus in these fights.
Yeah, and Akali diving you. Obviously, Corky can Valkyrie over the top, but he just definitely doesn't have that range, that accessibility that a Nocturne does have. But we've also not addressed the Jarvan in the room, being able to also jump in the back lines. Cataclysm, that Aurora with Between Worlds as well. Just phenomenal ultimates can lock down the entire team. And there's that Ambessa that you were talking about, Carricks. But as we also referenced before we even got into that draft, Ashe banned away, soft removing that Ashe Seraphine combo, and that's why they're now looking at Sivir on the side of GAM. I don't actually, you know what? I don't think GAM having Sivir is a good thing. We all know what Artemis can do with that Sivir with the right comp, and I mean, so far, yeah.
It's not a good thing if you're a DFM fan. If you're a GAM fan, as I have been for so many years, I'm very happy about him picking up the Sivir, particularly into this composition that is going to try and run at them. And there's the Karma picked up as well. Sivir Karma, that is such a lovely lane. Karma will give you enormous amounts of lane control, even into the Bard, which of course, you know, Bard's no slouch in lane, but he's not Karma. And then when Karma wants to start roaming and making plays around the rest of the map, you just leave Artemis there. He's happy. Sivir comfort zone is 400 CS.
Yeah, exactly. 400 CS at 21 minutes, 200 CS be damned, as we do see Azir locked in for Detonation Focus Me. And that's the thing that I like about Fisher, right? He's definitely going for these strong mid laners. Azir obviously getting that buff before going into first stand, 26.7 I think that patch was, so is in a pretty healthy spot right now and matches up, in my opinion, nicely into this Aurora. Has like a lot of mobility to sort of match what Aurora can bring to the table here. But both of these drafts, they're looking pretty good, Carricks. I'd have to say I quite love the energy of DFMs.
Look, I think both drafts have a lot of positives to take away from them. I just feel like we got a little bit too much comfort if we're GAM. Rumble has been the one champion that's been really working for Kiaya. Kiaya not having the greatest split of all time, has actually just been losing individually in quite a few matchups. The Rumble, it's a lot harder to lose an individual matchup on that champion. The champion is a little bit broken. Artemis on his Sivir, he has done horrendous things on that champion. Overall, I've got to favor GAM.
I agree. I definitely favor GAM's draft, but I definitely like what Detonation Focus Me have brought to the table. I feel like it almost speaks to them and their style. They've got some explosive energy there. They've got some lane champions that can win early if they pilot them well. And I think with Fisher and I think with Woody, they can do it. But enough about that. We are on Summoner's Rift for match one, game one here tonight between GAM and an early invade Carrix, forcing Taki back.
Yeah, just a bit of vision going down. They want to make sure they know which side of the map Drakthar is starting on. They'll have full information. Interestingly, of course, these changes this season have really made it so real invades are super uncommon because you have to win the game off the invade or you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, for sure. It can be really, really punishing with that new timer on the minions. They come out so much earlier as Woody has that T1 Bard Elite skin that is so common on Bards in pro play. That shout out to carry a good stun coming through from Woody. But I do like those red wards we see, DFM's wards down in the GAM jungle. They have eyes on Drakthar. They know that Drakthar can be the make or break playmaker here for GAM, and they want to keep eyes on him at all times. There's a bit of trading here in the bot side, shouldn't amount to much, just a health potion popped there, and you can see the junglers both started in their respective bot sides too, Carrick, so following a similar path. And right now the poke is just going to go both ways. But Carrick, let's talk about what we hope to see from these teams, right? You made a really good point earlier. Detonation focused me, locking in that Nocturne. Who's going to go in with them? Ambessa. That public execution is perfect to dive. Azir with the shuffle and divide. Please tell me that can dive as well. So I like the comp identity from Detonation Focus Me. They just need to be able to execute.
Yeah, I think that's where it's going to be. One we have to watch as an early recall there for my Artemis. Well done. They early prio, we expected it. Karma, she gets prio in every lane. Like it's barely even something to remark on that a Karma has prio. But I think the one problem is the dive buddy is Momo, but Momo, he's been looking a little bit rough. He's been struggling in these lanes. If he falls behind to Kiaya, the public execution just isn't as big of a threat, and it's also something that's very easy for Artemis to spell shield. If the team is able to peel off the Nocturne, the public execution is very telegraphed. You can press that spell shield, Momo doesn't go anywhere, and then the Nocturne's by himself.
And that's one thing that Riot's actually addressing in patch 26.9, the next patch. Players have indicated pro and otherwise solo queue as we do see a bit of a scuffle here breaking out on the bot side, Carrix.
Yep, it's just a bit of a scuffle. They should be all right. Just sending Citrus packing. They're trying to make sure that Drakthar can secure a double scuttle here. It's actually a really, really big win here. Drakthar is going to be very far ahead in XP now.
Yeah, that was great. Taki came over and started bullying with that Karma. But as I was saying about Ambessa, 26.9, her public execution is actually, it's been a lot of feedback has been received from solo queue and pro play that her ultimate is actually a little too easy to dodge. So they're going to be sort of tightening up how that one works. I think they're reducing the time it's telegraphed by a very small percentage just to make it that little bit harder to dodge, a little bit easier to connect with if you're the Ambessa. As these mid laners, they're trading, aggressively. It's health potions all of the time. But as you say, Drakthar getting that double scuttle, so critical. And already 10 CS over Citrus. Kiaya, 10 over Momo. Right now, GAM has nearly 1,000 gold lead just from CS alone.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the problem with this draft. We didn't really get a chance to touch on it. We were talking about other aspects of the draft. It's a little bit of 3 losing lanes. It's fine to lose a lane or two. Like, it's not actually always a reflection of player skills. It is just champion matchup. You are never winning this bot lane. Drakthar are actually going to go a bit of aggro here onto Citrus. Jarvan wins this pretty hard. Woody joining the play with that magical journey, but Taki's here as well. Citrus could be in trouble, has to burn the flash at a really horrible time. He's level 5. When he hits level 6 and gets that paranoia, he's still not going to have his flash. It's going to delay any Nocturne play for at least that 5 minutes.
And if it doesn't delay the plays, it at least ensures it's going to be a one-way trip as Citrus trying...
Oh no. Drakthar. shorts the EQ a little bit. Not what we want to see, as well, the flash situation has been equalized.
Yeah, both junglers now without their flashes, so they can hit level 6 all they want. Neither of them have their flashes, as Ares is getting the better of Fisher in this mid lane matchup here. The CS, very, very even, but the health, not so much. I dare say Ares could almost all in Fisher if he dares to step forward. Momo here. Ooh,
Yeah,
Momo.
I mean, it's Rumble. He overheated and he beats you. Like that's the champion. Once he starts turning red and the sirens go off, the sirens aren't for him to tell him that he's overheated. It's to tell you that you need to run away. As DFM have a little bit of a sticky beak into this dragon, they don't end up going for it. It was good moves by GAM just to show that absolutely not. You're not going for that one, even with Drakthar on the top side. CS begins to even out in both the mid and bot lane, but with Drakthar moving up to the top lane, a dive is brewing. Momo has public execution, can outplay this, but it's hard to outplay the Cataclysm as in they go. Drakthar first blood.
Yeah, well done, Drakthar. Getting that first blood bounty as well. They juggled that aggro beautifully. They were in and out really before they had to juggle it, but Drakthar took one on the way out and then it just went straight back to the minions. Happy days. That is a clean gank, and it's only going to put Momo even further behind. Already nearly 20 CS down, and now giving a kill over to the aggressive mid laner of GAM. That's not what we want to see, but I love the timing as well, right? Drakthar gets his ultimate and uses it immediately. What good is an ultimate unless it's on cooldown, Carrix? You've got to be using these things, and Drakthar is putting it to fantastic use. But yeah, right. You've got the ultimate. Use it.
If you don't use it, you can't charge the next one.
Yeah, right. You gotta get that uptime. But Citrus has actually hit level 6 and now has his ultimate too. So GAM, they do have to be respectful of this paranoia. And one thing that I'm looking for from GAM here as well is vision control. It is so critical to have wards down to be able to spot that Nocturne that's deep in your jungle that wants to come from behind the enemy lines. And Detonation Focus Me, it's important for them to get those deep wards down to give Citrus that vision and that access onto GAM and those flanking angles, because that Nocturne can come from anywhere if you've got the right vision.
I think the tricky thing here for Citrus is where does he go? You don't want to go into top lane. Kiaya has gotten a pretty significant lead now, has that equalizer. You never want to fight the Rumble unless he's massively overextended with no cover from Drakthar. Going into the bot lane, that means you have to deal with a Karma. I'm not doing that. And Aurora is uniquely quite good at getting away from a potential shuffle on top of Paranoia, because you pop the between worlds, touch the far side of the ult, ping back, and then get to your tower. It's really hard for Citrus to find a lane to play around, and I think instead they should really be looking for setting up on the Dragon.
Yeah, and I mean, we didn't even talk about Citrus into Drakthar there. That's already a sort of a foregone conclusion. That J4 will win that sort of 1v1 matchup into that Nocturne, and he's already a little bit behind in CS, down 700 gold. And we see Drakthar, he loves to do his grubs. He'll start the grubs, and he's willing to like sort of walk away from them after he gets the 2. And we see it here now. He gets his second, and he goes back for the scuttle. He's juggling both here, but Citrus sees this, they've got that vision down, and goes for that first Drake of the game at 9 minutes in. So a little bit of a later Drake here, but you do love to see them getting those objectives when they have the opportunity. Oh no, Carrix.
We go once more, the Cataclysm, the equalizer, the sidestep on the execution. And the only execution today is Momo, as he has gone down once more. A lovely play there by Drakthar. Grubs straight into the gank. And then Bob's your uncle, head back to base.
That was extremely efficient from Drakthar there as well. As we said, he was doing those grubs, juggling that scuttle crab, getting all of them at the same time, gets his grubs and immediately roams top. Momo didn't have a ward down, wasn't able to spot it out, is TPing back to this top side, and Drakthar commits, gets the aggro, and then walks away, letting Kiaya get the kill here. Look at this, Drakthar is double buffed, opens with that Cataclysm, Kiaya gorgeous sidestep of that public execution, which would have got Momo out of that Cataclysm and maybe forced an extra turret shot. but it was just clean as you please. And I'm kind of concerned that we're going to get the same story that we get for most DFM matchups, is that they're going to bully Momo into oblivion, and then it's never going to be a true 5v5. You're always kind of fighting 4v5 because Momo will be so far behind here, Carrix.
This is sort of what I said it in draft, is that the two traditional answers into the Rumble is the Cassante and the Ambessa. Ambessa can take it to Rumble, but it becomes much more a player matchup. And unfortunately, Momo just hasn't really looked up to that. I would have actually loved to see them pick up that Cassante in the first 3 picks. I think that would have given him much more of a chance. But unfortunately, for DFM, they are going to have to deal with a reinvigorated Kiaya.
Yeah, Kiaya definitely feeling himself, and the way that these two are working together. Like, so we saw signs of this in Split 1, right? We saw Drakthar being aggressive, roaming the rift and making plays, but far too often in Split 1, he was too deep, he was too alone. But not anymore. These scrims, this practice, it is all paid off. They are working together, they're communicating. Drakthar is not diving too deep, too alone. Kiaya's right there with him. Ares right there with him. As a Tempered Fate, it goes wide.
Yeah, but they're going to force the play with the Paranoia, sending good money after bad there. I like the idea. You throw the Bardol, if it hits, follow up with the Paranoia, you probably have a free kill. Oh no, Momo in trouble, does use the public execution well, flashing away, but GAM are just going to go straight back under the tower. Kiaya taking it up for now. There's the equalizer dropped. Momo burnt down. They juggled the aggro perfectly. It's another kill in the top side. And oh my word, it goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, that was rough to watch, because watching Momo, he avoided a bit of that initial engage, right? But then he went back to clear the minion wave, because he's like, if I can clear the minion wave, the Tara can start targeting Kiaya and Drakthar, but he just wasn't able to do it quick enough. Kiaya and Drakthar are already so strong. It's a 3,000 gold lead at 12 minutes. And Kiaya is 360 no-scoping in this top lane. He's just having so much fun with this right now. It's going to take a lot from DFM to sort of shore up what's happening in that top side. Drakthar 2-0, Kiaya 1-0. Once we link up into these 5v5 fights here, Carrix, it's going to be a tall order for Detonation Focus Me to even get through the front line that GAM will be throwing in their face, right? You can dive the back line all you want, but when the front line is so beefy, it's just not going to pan out. It's Karkun poking Taki. Taki getting very cheeky in this sort of 1v2 here. Knows he has the shields on that Karma, just trying to get that vision control. And this is what we were talking about earlier, right? You've got that Nocturne, you want that vision control. If you've got GAM and you're against the Nocturne, you want to be making sure you're clearing out all of these wards. You don't want them having that deep access, as Citrus has done well, actually, to catch up in the CS department against Drakthar. One could say, though, it's because Drakthar is being so proactive and getting a lot of ganks.
One certainly could say that. The other thing that someone could say is that Nocturne's actually meant to be ahead. He clears so much faster than Jarvan does. If it's just a straight up farm fest, Nocturne, he's just faster. But the early Scuttle steal, getting that quest completed earlier, everything has gone right for Drakthar. On top of being able to go top, pick up 3 kills as in that top lane as well. And to seize on the bot lane, where you were sort of talking about how Taki was playing sort of cheeky and aggressive, he can. Who kills him? Even if the Nocturne comes in, if Drakthar is within, 3 screens, he gets there in time. This Echoes of Hellier, the Karma is surprisingly tanky. The Paranoia will come in. Can they find something back? Flash over the wall by Kiaya, trying to find his way out. Momo can't join the play, so Kiaya just, he burns his flash, but he just gets away. Drakthar goes over the wall. Woody, actually great mechanics there, landing that Q, and the flash does get away. A little bit of breathing room for DFM.
Yeah, nice little sequence of plays there, and I really like that heads-up flash from Kiaya, actually, going over that wall, knowing Momo didn't have the flash and was unable to follow, so isolated Citrus in that 1v1 and was just able to walk it off from there. But Drakthar, using that bot side priority that he gained from forcing Woody out, able to secure that second Drake of the game. It is GAM's first Drake here, and extend that gold lead out to 3,500 gold here, Carrix. But Paz, he's dialed dialed in. He's using his second coach comm of the game here to talk to team Detonation Focus Me, offering some guidance, hopefully some solutions, able to sort of, remove the emotion and potential franticness of the players and give them that top-down view, if you will.
Ooh, Fisher has to run away. Woody giving him a nice way out. So far, that has been a bit of a bright spot on the map. Fisher is very even in this matchup. The Azir is able to get to that first item, should be scaling fairly easily as Kiaya thinks about the Rift Herald, but the team maybe says, no, we don't really have the position for it, as Drakthar's only just now crossing the mid lane. Something to note as well is I was trying to bring it up earlier, but I just didn't really get a chance because it's been constant action. Momo went that first item, More of Malmortius, and it's still going this poorly up against a Rumble.
Yeah, look, an item can only do so much as GAM convert their topside priority into this Rift Herald as well. Taki is just roaming like it's nobody's business, and that's something as well. We obviously highlighted that sort of 2v2 the head-to-head, earlier with Woody and Taki, and I have to say, Taki's roams have felt more impactful. He's been in the right places at the right time. I know they both have, 0-0-0, but sometimes that's all it takes is your presence. Now, we were talking about those items before being finished, that more for Momo not doing too much in the face of Kiaya, who also has that Leandri's completed. We do see that Ares has gone for the belt. That extra mobility can sometimes really pay dividends when you don't have that flash. You don't have, I believe it's the Between Worlds for Aurora when she goes invisible and can go in a different direction there. But Artemis has picked up his second item. So on top of that Essence Reaver, hitting that 2-item power spike, I think DFM, they need to start being concerned about what damage Artemis can bring to the table.
Yeah, look, that is going to become a huge problem, but speaking of problems, it's the fact that Kiaya is 1v2ing before RS even gets it, drops the Between Worlds, ping-pongs around, and they dive Momo once more. Double kill for RS, and oh no, Logan, it can't go any more badly. Even TPs to the top side to deny Fisher getting a second place. He has to TP out.
Fisher, yeah, forced a TP away there. I think they were expecting Drakthar to maybe, he's got his license. He went Tokyo drifting. He's hit the mid lane tier 1 and is going for the mid lane tier 2. So much value out of this Rift Herald here, Carrix. That's going in the highlight reel.
I've been wanting to bring this up, but I haven't had a chance because we haven't had a cool Rift Herald drive for a little bit. I think split 3, we've done the 2v2. It's really cool. We need to do Herald racing. That's how we decided in split 3. We do the course through the jungle. Whoever does it faster, they get first selection.
Can you imagine that over like the sick beats from like
That'd be
Fast and
sick.
Furious or something? Oh my god! Every
running in the
millennial would be
90s,
like, yeah,
the
nostalgia.
deja vu as you curl around the gromp.
Yeah, and then like it's really, really close and they go, with you win by an inch or a mile, winning's winning. And speaking of winning, Kiaya winning this 2v1 before the rest of GAM even showed up. But 4 members of GAM here, what started as a 2v1 ended in a 4v0, Carrix. And it's that kind of synergy, it's that kind of responsiveness that these top teams who really want to get to MSI need to be able to put together and showcase consistently here in the LCP, Carrix. And right now, DFM, they are pushing forward. They want that blue buff.
They do manage to secure the blue buff, but that is a low-stakes prize if ever I've seen one. There's the paranoia. They're going to try and go in onto Taki, but it's Citrus going in by himself. A nice Bard ult does buy a lot of time, a lot of space. Equalizer goes over the top, denies a lot of entrance to the fight from DFM. And oh no, GAM are collapsing. It's 1-for-1 at the moment, but the health bars are anemic. Artemis flashing forward, dealing that damage. And Kiaya comes in with the flamethrower, melts them down. It's a 2-for-1 in the end.
Yeah, well done by DFM to get Drakthar, but GAM responded swiftly, turn around, get Citrus, get Karkun, and with no jungler, GAM have decided to go for this Drake. It cannot really be contested by Detonation Focus Me right now. So I do expect this one to go over. We do see Noel, the coach for GAM, coming through there, just saying, hey, you know, I don't presume to know what he's saying, but good job, guys. Well played. Yeah, exactly. Like, what's up? I'm here. Hope you're having a great time. We see the TP committed deep on the bot side there from Momo immediately here. Citrus, he went so deep, and DFM weren't around, so he really was caught out on the, like, deep in GAM. So Woody's Tempered Fate did buy the time, but it buys the time for both teams. GAM able to set up beautifully. Kiaya has the hands, able to dodge half of what Momo was even trying to do to him there too. So really, it's not only the macro play that GAM is sort of winning on, but they're also winning in these micro, these technical plays, the fights. They just seem to have that sort of, to colloquialize, they have hands diff right now. They're really in a good position here, Carrickson, and you love to see the confidence coming through for GAM.
Yeah, it's a bit of an everything diff at the moment, unfortunately. It's hands, it's gold, it's draft, it's macro, it's micro. It's not what we want to see, is that Void Scuttle. Ooh, a miss on the Bardol. Drakthar going very deep, but it's a good Cataclysm. He gets publicly executed for it. Can this be something for DFM? 1-for-1 at the moment, but Kiaya is absolutely burninating the countryside. Momo in trouble on the backside. Artemis has killed his opposite numbered in Carcoon. And oh no, DFM, it's all gone a little bit wrong.
But Shyvana's not on the rift. There's no Trogdor. How can he burninate the countryside, Carricks?
I mean, look at the fight.
Yeah. That was a deep cut. I love the reference. I'm so glad I grew up on that sort of content here. But as you say, DFM, unfortunately, they did lose this one, and it was all over these important wards, this vision control. That Tempered Fate goes wide. Drakthar goes in, knowing GAM has his back. Now, he does go down here, but the rest of GAM are just able to clean up. Unfortunately, Momo not able to do much. Carcoon unable to win that 1v1 on that bot side against Artemis, and Momo left to fend for himself in an almost 3v1. It's not looking good for Detonation Focus Me right here, right now, Carricks. Taki is aggressing forward into the mid laner of DFM just to clear a ward. Is how sort of comfortable he is on that Karma right now. And we take a quick look. It's an 8,500 gold lead at 22 minutes to GAM. 10-2. They've got 2 Drakes and the Grubs. And that gold chart, it's only going to grow from here.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, DFM has been absolutely hit for 6. As Momo, once again, caught out of Paranoia, is used to try and get something back, but the first kill has already come in. Citrus will fall, and there is no way home as GAM get 4. They'll retreat. They can either go forward, get an inhib, they can go back, get the Baron. The world is their oyster, as they are 11,000 gold up.
Yeah, Detonation Focus Me got detonated there. GAM kill 4 and give over none. Give them an inch and they will take a mile, because they are going to take this Baron here as well, Carricks. A well-fought team fight nets them this significant advantage and this powerful game-ending tool, as it all starts here. Momo goes over Vision, and Kiaya is just, like, he could have soloed him here in this moment. Obviously, Drakthar goes in, finishes the job, but it's in the mid where the real fight happens. Fisher goes deep, caught on his own. The wall giving minimal value there, working against him, actually, sort of trapping him in the clutches of GAM, and it's just clean work from GAM here. They've definitely been practicing. They've definitely been working on their communication. And it almost feels like a marked improvement from them compared to their week 1 games here, Carricks, as they're going to try and press home this advantage. They have that Baron buff. They can do the Baron power play here with those empowered minions. Kiaya just ushering the wave in, not even fighting or poking Momo. He's just like, nope, this cannon minion can just chip away at that tower. Have at it.
Yeah, there's no need. They just need to move the wave up as soon as the rest of GAM is here. DFM just must run. They have to respect this. They are so far behind that it's almost... this is the only thing they can do, is just desperately try and get Fisher some gold. Fisher has only gone down once. He is on the Azir, can still scale. They'll sacrifice the inhib fairly happily here. You're not pushing GAM off. But, as you said, 12k gold down. It is a marked improvement from GAM. The person I'm mostly looking at is it's a marked improvement from Kiaya. Drakthar jumps in. Paranoia is used just in response. It's a big Bard ult, but the timing is not great as it makes the wall a little bit weird. Citrus bound up. There's the Between Worlds, and the Aurora is going absolutely nutty on them. GAM are destroying. Detonation have been focused out as they will go down. The turrets will fall. Game 1 will be claimed. GAM make short work of the first game of this week.
Clean game 1 of tonight's first match coming out of GAM. 15.1k gold lead, 17-2 on the kills here. And yeah, some of those tempered fates unfortunately left a bit to be desired. Sometimes that's the duality of such a fantastic and strong ult, is it can work against you as well as it can work for you here. But Detonation Focus Me, they're back in the team room. They're definitely going to be reviewing that, taking a look at where they could have improved, what they could have done a bit better, and how they can regather their focus and resolve their sort of mentals to be able to go into game 2 with a fighting chance here into what looks to be a very, very strong GAM. They had all the answers, and it didn't even feel like it was the Artemis or even the Ares show. It felt like it was the Drakthar Kiaya show in this one, Carrix.
I feel like, yeah, the Drakthar Kiaya show is the best way to say it. It was constant ganks up to the top side. Kiaya knew that with the Rumble in this matchup, he could constantly shove Momo under tower, and Drakthar was just timing it perfectly. Every time the Cataclysm was up, he was using it in the top lane. They were juggling aggro perfectly. They were sidestepping the public execution. There was nothing Momo can do. But the other real thing that fell apart was Citrus. This Nocturne did nothing this game. I highlighted it in draft. You need someone to dive with you. He had no one in this game, and every Paranoia, I mean, the only nightmare was his own.
Yeah, and the Tempered Fate obviously nullified a lot of what that Nocturne did as well. I think he actually got caught in at least 2 of those Tempered Fates, but just because you're caught in the Tempered Fate doesn't mean your cooldowns have stopped. That Paranoia keeps ticking, and he's not able to utilize it at that time, so definitely that sort of anti-synergy there coming through, the lack of the dive, the Tempered Fates, and just, yeah, the synergy from Kiaya and Drakthar stomping that sort of top lane. It felt rough there, Carrix. We do see some signs of life from DFM, mostly, I want to say, through Fisher. He definitely had some playmaking ability, and I feel like if DFM were able to sort of channel some gold into him, get him ahead a little bit earlier, a little bit sooner, we could have seen some different plays. But I feel like we need to answer the top lane question for Detonation Focus Me here. Momo, unfortunately, feels like almost a glaring weakness that every team in the LCP capitalizes on time and time again. And I haven't seen Detonation Focus Me come up with a solution for that, how they want to play and strengthen up that top side. Because, Carrix, if you commit more resources to that top side, then somewhere else is a little bit weaker for it.
100%, and I don't think you can send more resources up there. In my opinion, as someone who's not a coach, there's a big red man that makes a lot of sense to me. His name is Sion. You stick Momo on it and go, well, one game a series, you're on Sion. You're on Sion duty, maybe give him Cassante in the other game. Because, yeah, look, Momo is really struggling. It's a rough situation for DFM. That there's only so much you can do when it's just sort of a bit of a caliber diff. This game really highlighted it. Like, Kiaya has not been having a fantastic split, but this game, he looked like the best top laner in the league.
He was definitely having a strong go in that top lane, very nearly 1v2ing DFM time and time again. So it was that ability to nearly 1v2, that advantage that he had all on his own, that kind of really swung these fights, because even when DFM did have a 5v4 advantage, it was still a very even fight, and GAM, every single time they came out on top. No matter what DFM tried to do, it didn't look like they had the sort of same synergy, the same shot making, the call making, if you will, that GAM did here. These fights, they were so broken. Momo caught on his own on that top side. Fisher pulled apart, almost hemmed in by his own wall, unfortunately. The rest of DFM unable to convert that. And every single Cataclysm that came out of Drakthar got value. Whether they got a kill out of it or not, it zoned people, it trapped somebody inside, or it got the kill, and it was just the GAM show all game long. This was definitely one of the sort of quicker games here as well, Carrix. It was much, much shorter than our average time frame.
100% it was, and we have to see if DFM can fight back, as we do play best of threes here in the LCP. Don't write them off after just one.
Absolutely. We've seen game one, and we will check out game two right after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
ready. And we're back for this week 4, day 1, match 1, game 2 between DFM and GAM Carricks. What a great game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great game. If you're a GAM fan, it's a little bit rough for DFM. Unfortunately, kind of burnt down. And I think that is the only way to describe it after how dominant Kiaya's Rumble was. But of course, it is a fearless draft. We will not be seeing that hot pot combo in game 2.
Yeah, you're so right. That equalizer into that Cataclysm combo is just absolutely nasty. And if nothing else, GAM have definitely become exceedingly proficient at it, able to lock people down. And just Rumble was always in the area. And we were talking about it at the Drakthar Kiaya show, and they put it to such effective use that I really think that you need to ban one or the other, right? Because you ban the Rumble, and you pick a Kasante top side, so you have a really good top lane matchup. You ban the J4, so that Rumble J4 combo can't come through. J4 also can't be a ball delivery system for an Orianna. Like, it just feels like there's so much value in banning one or the other of those away here, Carricks. And I really do think Detonation Focus Me, unfortunately, probably relearnt that lesson here tonight the hard way, because, yeah, Drakthar, Kiaya, they put on a show. If nothing else, it almost feels like that was very, very clinical from them. They've practiced that. They've put that comp together before, and they knew exactly what to do. And like we said, that Ares and Artemis and, you know, Taki had a quiet one, but, you know, Taki was roaming constantly. Ares and Artemis heavily out-damaged their lane opponents. So it wasn't that any one player of GAM played poorly. It was that every player of GAM played well, but Kiaya and Drakthar just played even better.
Well, I think it's one of those situations where the way the composition was meant to work is you have that 4-man core sort of divided into 2 and 2 that wins you the early and the mid game, and then when it goes late, you pass the ball to Artemis and he runs it down the field. Just never got there. Like, Artemis had a quiet one, but he didn't have to do anything. Like, sometimes you're a passenger and that's fine if you still win.
Exactly. League of Legends is a team game. Let's remember that. Even in Tier 1 League of Legends, LCP, LPL, all of the regions, it is a team game. And sometimes one of your teammates may not be performing at their absolute best. And like you said, you become a passenger, and that can be enough. And this is one of those games where it has proven the point. But we do see Detonation Focus Me, they're deep in conversation. They've got the draft book open, the magic of, you know, these are the drafts, these are the champs we're good at, these are the ones we want to play here. It's Paz, the head coach, just having a bit of a chat, like, what do you want to play? How do you think you went last game? What do you think you'd play a bit better on this game? And it's that angle. Look at the angle on that monitor, Carricks. It gets me every time.
Yeah, look, sometimes weird setups, you have to just get used to them. Sometimes you look at a player and it's just like, you are insane, but whatever, you're better at the game than me. You know what you're doing a lot better than I do.
Yeah, it's like those CS pros as well who sit like an inch from the monitor. I'm like, bro, I could never do that,
okay,
but goddamn, you're a professional player and I'm not, so pop off.
Whatever. Clearly it works.
Exactly.
Essentially the thought.
Yeah. Not only does it work, but these guys have a good time while they're doing it as well. And, you know, they've optimized these setups, they've practiced, they've played, they understand what works for them. And, you know, these ROG monitors and those seats are what works best for our LCP gamers here in the LCP arena, Carricks, as it looks like they're just kind of going through some fine tuning. They're just talking to what I believe are like some of the judges, some of the LCP staff here, just going through potentially maybe some settings, but well, enough about that. Let's talk about game 2. Let's talk about how Detonation Focus Me could kind of take it to task to GAM, maybe get themselves a comp here. And you know what, Carricks? I think keep it simple is the best policy here. I think they just need to draft a very traditional sort of back to front comp. Like you said, put Momo on a Scion. He's going to play weak side, give him a great champ for that weak side, and then get him to frontline the 5v5s later in the game.
Yeah, I think the one thing that does help them is that Rumble's gone. Kiaya, I've said it a few times, he's been having a bit of a rough split. Rumble mitigates a lot of, a player's having a rough split. Yeah, but he's on Rumble. He'll be fine. He'll win the lane anyway, because the champion just does that. He can't do that again. Does have to play maybe a little bit more of a straight up thing. You could have Kiaya being put on a tank. Maybe the top lane isn't as explosive. I think the real question comes, what are we doing in the jungle? Because Citrus first picked the Nocturne. They got their highest priority jungler, and it looked almost completely useless. We need something better. Xin Zhao comes to mind, but Xin Zhao actually doesn't have a great win rate in the LCP so far. I'm not sure if that's the champion or who's been playing it, but that's probably where I'm looking. Just get that Xin Zhao. He's so reliable.
Reliable and durable. But earlier you asked, what are we doing in the jungle? We are rumbling in the jungle, Carricks, because that is where it happens. Those skirmishes break out, those fights break out around those objectives. And frankly, I think Xin Zhao is a good call. What's
Please
up?
never bring back Rumble Jungle. Please never bring back Rumble Jungle. I just had a whole shudder go through my body remembering that one MSI. Oh.
I mean, he's banned away. He definitely won't be back in this game too. And if anyone's going to cook something like that, I reckon it's going to be MVK, but they're not here tonight. We are safe from an MVK cook as we talk about this jungle matchup, right? And as you say, Citrus got his hands on that Nocturne, first pick, high priority, and it was essentially ineffective, unfortunately. So what jungle would we like to see on him? J4 is gone, Nocturne is gone, Xin Zhao is there. Speaking of someone durable and survivable is Malphite, but his priority has absolutely fallen off. He's not even picked, he's not even banned at the moment, so he could be a sort of surprise pick.
Malphite got sent back to Ixtal between the splits.
Yeah, definitely. What else could we could see Vi. Vi is currently being seen play as well. Very good fight initiator, guaranteed lockdown if the rest of the team is sort of in the area, but it also has a similar identity to that Nocturne with that sort of deep dive and engage, a bit of that sort of vault breaker CC as well. I feel like we need to see Citrus connect with whatever jungler he does pick.
100%. That is the bigger problem, is not just, the Nocturne itself didn't work out, it was the game plan didn't work. That Nocturne can work if he's got a little bit of help, he's, links up with the team, but that just wasn't what we saw, unfortunately. Coming into game 2, as you said, the coaches will have talked it over. They'll have more plans in the draft book, and I'm sure we are very close to seeing exactly what they've got cooked up to try and fight back in this all-important game. There's the draft. We come in. Jace, Orianna, immediately removed.
If I may say, very similar to like how we see in the LCK, you go, GAM, fighting, and then DFM, fighting. So both of these teams, they're going to be fighting into this game 2 of a match 1 here tonight. As we go through more bans, you rightfully called out Jason Orianna, that mid lane control menace. I'm not even going to call her a mate, she's a menace. And Varus Ashe banned away by DFM. They definitely don't want to give over those sort of powerful, strong AD carries to Artemis, and that Ashe, as we've said, soft bans away that Seraphine here as well. And Nautilus taken away by GAM. They don't want to let DFM have that engage tool, that sort of tanky engage support in the bot side. It will be interesting to see what they do ban away for the third, and it is Pantheon, the global pressure champ.
Pantheon is a good ban. We don't want to give that one away, but it does mean that Fisher will get access to the Rise. Blue Man hits the Rift, and that's a really good start here for DFM. Being able to use that Realm Warp to get around to have a really strong lane, a really, really powerful late game fallback carry option as well. All signs point to that being the perfect first pick.
Yeah, if Detonation Focus Me can last long enough to get Fisher on 3 items with that Rise, an absolute weapon that must be respected. The Rod of Ages, the Actualizer as well, just pumps out so much damage. However, Ares is securing that Cassiopeia in the mid lane for himself, and we do see Lucian picked up. So it makes me wonder if DFM will go towards that sort of support and try and snipe that Nami that so classically pairs with Lucian, or maybe even try and take away a different Enchantress support there, maybe like a Lulu.
I think the big one to look out for is actually the Milio. That's what I've been seeing a lot more is Milio has kind of supplanted Nami as the default combo, as Caitlyn is going to be... Caitlyn Nico is a brutal lane to play Lucian into. This, we talked in the last game how DFM had the problem of 3 losing lanes. Well, at least one of them is definitely not losing when you've got Caitlyn Nico.
Yeah,
Caitlyn Lux even worse.
The last minute switch. oh my goodness, the traps into the E with the Lux or vice versa. The Q slow from Lux as well. They are looking to win this lane and win this lane hard, Carrots. That is a solid pickup. And there it is, Nami locked in. So the Lucian Nami classic combo picked up for GAM. So they're going to have their work cut out for them here in this one, Carrots.
Yeah, look, it's a pretty brutal counter pick. Lucian wants to be really strong in lane. You can't play aggro into Caitlyn Lux. They just have more range than you. They just do more damage than you. If a Q ever lands from Lux, you're getting a trap put under you. You're taking a headshot. It's a really unfun experience. It's just going to come down to, can Artemis sort of lose the lane gracefully and maybe let Taki roam and make plays in other lanes on this Nami?
Yeah, it's definitely going to have to come down to that sort of stay strong solo and win in other lanes, I think. But also, it's Artemis, right? Artemis could just straight up hands diff someone, and we still can't count that out, right? We said the same with Xiaoxi one time. We said, it's a blitzcrank. They're not going to win the lane. And Xiaoxi turned it around 180 and won that lane hard just with those hooks. So we've seen it before. We could see it again here, but we are seeing those second round bans coming through. Lee Sin banned away by GAM, and Vayne actually banned away. That's an interesting read. They clearly thought that GAM were going to pick up a Vayne for maybe the top lane, or they're just trying to protect their own here, not to, put Momo too weak aside.
Me they want to pick Nah. Vayne has been this counter that keeps popping up. It did pop up in the LCP last week. When the Nah gets picked, you just slam the Vayne into it. He has a really bad time. The only other really big Nah specific counter is Yasuo, but you have to be a specialist. Don't think Kiaya will be ripping the Yasuo out as much as I would love him to. As the last, no, they banned the Nah. Vayne and Nah banned. Okay, DFM. What are we cooking in the top lane?
They've taken notes from MVK. We're going off script here. I don't know what's happening, Carrick, so hold me. Ooh, Maokai.
Okay, this is been starting to pop up in other regions. I like this. Point and click CC can really make Ryzer's life hard as well. It just goes on to him. When the Realm Warp comes in, you throw the ultimate over it. I like this a lot.
Yeah, great CC, the slows as well that can be brought down with the Maokai. Very tanky, could be in the jungle there, and it depends on what build he wants to go. He could go that sort of full support build, which we've seen a couple of times. Makes him nigh on unkillable, but hey, Carrix, you called it. Detonation focused me, picking up Xin Zhao for Citrus, that sort of durable, reliable jungler there, giving themselves something, I dare say, with a little more survivability than that Nocturne, and will definitely sort of force better 5v5s because he can't dive so deep that the rest of the team isn't around. And frontliner in Renekton, crikey Carrix, the crocodile is on the rift.
Yeah, we have to see what Kiaya wants to take into this one. As I'm assuming it's Maokai jungle. I'll admit, Maokai could flex. That could be a pretty crazy thing, as Jax would make a lot of sense. Kiaya, traditionally a very strong Jax player, something he's made his name on throughout his entire career. Back in the day, it used to be every game you had to ban Kiaya Jax. Doesn't quite have that same fearsome reputation, but looking to re-earn it here up against Momo.
Yeah, Jax with the Counter-Strike can be very difficult to actually punch through. Has a lot of survivability in that top lane matchup too. So I really like the Jax, able to shut down sort of any dives and plays that Detonation Focus Me are looking to make. However, Jax and Maokai, they're going to have a hard time getting onto the back line of that Caitlyn, of that Lux. They're going to be able to bring that CC. The Crescent Guard is it's not Twisted Fate. The Crescent Guard is going to be able to repel any advances of GAM here, Carrick. So I kind of like again, I like both compositions. They both have unique identities separate to one another. It's just who's going to be able to sort of find the initiative, get that advantage early, and sort of snowball that lead, if you will.
It's going to be a tricky one to see, and I think DFM need to get off to an early lead, even just from a mental point of view. You've picked aggressive. You have that Caitlyn Lux. You have a Renekton. Ryze, not so much. Ryze can scale. But the rest of these lanes need to, early on, start winning, start playing really hard, just to reset from game one and prove to yourself that you belong here.
Sometimes that's all it takes as well. Sometimes it only takes that first kill, and then that gives you the confidence to start roaming, to start fighting together as a team, and shows you can do this. As look at them all, DFM, they're having the best time. What are they? Woody's telling them all a joke or something, and they're all like, "Can we listen in? What's this joke, Woody? It seems quite funny because you're all having a bit of a giggle there." Whereas GAM, they look a little bit more locked in right now. They're ready and waiting to load in to Summoner's Rift. Taki is serious here too. And both of these teams here, Carrick's, obviously trying to do the best that they can within the regular split. We're halfway through it because at the end of the split, our top two teams, the ones with the most championship points, the winner and the second team with the most championship points, those two, they're the ones going to MSI. So every single game, every single win, it matters here, Carrick's.
It absolutely does. Where you finish on the ladder. Yeah, neither of these teams are going to ascend maybe to the heights of your Team Secret Wales, your SHG. But the difference between third and fourth, fifth and sixth is massive, as everyone has the chance to make it to MSI.
So true, so true. Right now, Team Secret Wales in first. They have 3 wins and 0 losses at +5 points there because it's just such a clean sheet for them. SHG nipping at their heels in second, MVK in third, GAM currently in fourth, on track to jump to second place here before SHG and MVK play tomorrow night. CFO tied fifth with Ground Zero and Relove DCG, and rounding us out in 8th place is currently Detonation Focus Me, who, as a reminder to the audience watching along at home, are looking to get their first match win here tonight. So that would mean they would need to win Game 2 and Game 3 of tonight's Match 1 to do that. But that is what they are aspiring to achieve, Carrick's. Now, I do like how, we see Karkun, he's kind of got, he's now focused, he's ready. But Momo, Citrus, and Fisher, they're all still having a chat. I reckon they're talking about game plan, right? Because I think such a critical piece of... Yeah. They're like, oh, what'd you have for dinner last night? No. We need to talk about how we're going to link up as jungler and mid laner here, you know?
Yeah. Look, I do think one rough loss is not enough to mentally break these players. They've all been through it. It's something that's just a reality of being a pro player. Sometimes you get beat and you have to bounce back and just keep going, as we are just waiting to load onto the Rift. Evidently there's been a little bit of a delay. Hopefully it's not too long. It shouldn't be. It should just be a few minutes. It gives us plenty of time to talk about it. I want to sort of talk about GAM and sort of their trajectory at this split, because I think it is kind of flying under the radar that they have only lost to Team Secret Wales. We talk about SHG and how amazing they look. They're at the same record.
Yeah, GAM only lost to Team Secret Wales in that week 1 game, as you point out. It was a 2-0 loss, but they have gone on to win their Game 2 and Game 3 matches, so they're currently on the up. Team Secret Wales is likely their hardest opponent here as well, so if GAM keep going the way that they have been, they could quite likely end up in that second place there, Carrick's, and that would be a spectacular performance for them, because unfortunately in Split 1, they did make it to playoffs, but they crashed out in our first round of the playoffs week, which it surprised everyone, I think, there, Carrick's.
I think the manner in which they did it certainly did surprise everyone. They just looked like they could not stand up in the playoffs. And I think this split, they are very, very eager to show that was just a blip on the radar. I did just have a look at the schedule, and they go up against the Hawks next week. That's actually a massive match because, again, GAM have been flying under the radar.
Yeah, if GAM are able to take it to SHG next week and win, that could really shake up a lot of people's perceptions. That could really make sure that people stand up and take watch and notice of GAM right here in LCP Split 2. And speaking of SHG, right, they are the only people to take a game from Team Secret Whales so far this Split 2 as well. So SHG, they're at the top of their game. If GAM can overcome SHG and then find a rematch with Team Secret Whales, that could be something to watch. That could be an excellent, excellent game in my opinion, Carrix. But with Detonation Focus Meet looking for their first match sort of series win here, and GAM trying to extend their roll out to 3 match series in a row, it all comes down to this game too. Detonation Focus Me, they have to win this game 2 to keep themselves in it. And GAM, they're on match point. If they take game 2 here, they take the match and happy days. But yeah, I can't wait to jump onto Summoner's Rift and see what these 2 comps have to offer, Carrix.
Me neither. Always keen for more Summoner's Rift action, and I do think, look, I think they've cooked up a good comp. I like what DFM's done. I like that they've gone really aggro this Caitlyn Lux. That's a lane that will keep Artemis down, as there we go, we're onto the Rift. Getting Fisher Rise as well. This is the strongest mid laner on the patch, at least if you ask me. Clears Orianna and the like. I think this champion is completely broken, and Fisher can bring that to bear and use that to warp the realms to get DFM their win.
Yeah, I like that there from Momo as well, just hiding in that bush. Fisher might be caught here. Citrus forced to respond. Can you guys not fight? We're busy looking at the skins here. Marauders in Zhao. Oh, there's a fight brewing.
There is a fight brewing as Citrus has perhaps gone a little bit too far, not respecting the level 1. Lovely play there over the wall. RS gets himself first blood. Drakthar's now low, needs to keep fighting, keep trying to heal off that passive, gets another one. Fisher's going low. They're desperately just trying to trade, but Cassiopeia has just got 2 kills at level 1, Logan.
A 2-0 Cassiopeia in 1 minute 20 is not a great start. Fisher did well to get something back onto Drakthar, but that is how you want to start the game here for GAM. That invade, that quick rotation, and Ares finds himself with 400 gold. As we go to the replay here, Drakthar just finds Fisher. Fisher trying to escape, Citrus right there too, and they just decide to extend this play. They're trying to do that dance, that back and forth. Citrus goes in, and Drakthar already just that little bit tankier than Citrus, able to absorb and soak a bit more damage before flashes committed there from Ares as well. Fisher desperate to get something back. Drakthar trying to survive, extend the fight to make sure Ares can get that second kill, and really great play there from GAM as we go back to live, and these mid laners have not stopped trading already. Bot side Carrix.
Bot side, Artemis is dead. Yep, you get hit by a Q, you don't survive. You got to dodge those Lux Qs. This lane is pretty brutal, as I was saying in draft.
Is this going to be one of those games where we just go from replay to replay to replay? Because like we just came out of the replay from that bot side jungle, invade, and then we go back to live, and there's on the bot, they're already dead, right? Like Artemis does go down.
Right.
Unfortunately, the kill goes over to Woody, not where you want that sort of gold to go into your support. However,
that's fine. It's a Lux. So have a look at
That's
this
exactly
replay.
where
It
I
was
was
a
about
move
to
forward,
go.
and it was a Q flash, and the trap. Yeah, easy, easy stuff there
Yes.
for the DFM bot lane.
Yeah, so that's exactly where I was going to go. It is a Lux, so as far as supports with gold go, she's definitely not the worst to put it onto. Being able to get her ahead, get that extra poke damage down is really, really nice. And as you said, it was that sort of that flash combo there on the bot side, caught Artemis out, and down he goes. Woody claiming that kill. And right now, it's already 4 kills, and we're only 3 minutes in here, Carrix. This could be an LCP classic if they keep up that pace, and I have to imagine they're going to want to slow things down already. A bloodbath this fast, this early,
no.
it tends to not be great for... Oh!
Yeah, I don't think they do want to slow it down as Artemis is having to flash away. The dash will get him to safety, the loving arms of Drakthar. And I think I'm just going to have to introduce you to an old VCS stat. You're obviously familiar with kills per minute, but I have to introduce you to the minutes per kills, which is where this game is very quickly going to end up.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It becomes such a bloodbath that it goes the other way around. But what I'm liking here is that DFM, as we see Drakthar, there's no vision to spot this out. He's waiting patiently.
He is not. Yeah, he doesn't have to go on this, though. I think he is just sort of waiting for the respawn. He's just playing to get ahead of his opposite number in Citrus.
And that ward spots Drakthar out as well. So Fisher now knows Drakthar is right there and will play accordingly. Yep, you can see sort of on the top side of his mid there. Just going to grab that camp and roam on through. We do see that Citrus was in GAM's jungle and is now retreating back to the DFM side. But what I was going to say, Carrix, is that I'm loving that we're seeing DFM's bot side be competitive, right? They're getting the combos they need to get. They're getting the damage down on to GAM's bot side, and they're showing that they have hands, right? They can compete with them. They just need the right champs. And right now it feels like they've got that. They have individual gold leads on that bot lane and a gold lead in the top side as well, which is keeping them.
Away.
Oh,
Cut the camera.
No.
Cut the camera.
Oh.
Doesn't really matter, but it doesn't look good.
Look, if you're going for a record-breaking jungle clear, that's not how you do it.
No, it certainly is not. But Drakthar will just, he doesn't know that the camera was on him. He's all good. As a massive lane pushes forward in the bot lane, Artemis once again was sent back to base. There's a little bit of a scrap on the top side. Dominus being burned. Ooh. Taki going low, flashing away. I told you. Oh, he's dead.
He got it. What?
Yep.
Karkun was surprised. Did you see his face? He was like, what?
Must have been a minion order.
We've got it must have been. Like, it must have followed him.
Like, there's no
the minion must have...
Because Karkun got the kill.
Let's have a look. So Taki's on his own. Gets caught. Good aqua bubble. The trap goes down. Karkun, headshot. Long range. Oh. What? Okay. Let's have a look. So we've got... Is that PTA? Is that press the attack there?
No, he's running lethal. He's running lethal tempo. It's not the route. It must just be minion auto attacks, and minion auto attacks don't always show up properly in spectator tool. If it's something else, I'm sure we'll be told, or someone will correct us in chat or the like. I think it's just minion autos.
Yeah, and I mean, these guys, they know these games inside and out. They know if there's bugs, etc., and they are more too willing to call for like a technical timeout or a pause if something like that happens, and that hasn't been the case here. So obviously it's absolutely legitimate and fine. So happy days, and we carry on. But it's nice to see that DFM is sort of getting that lead, getting that advantage in the bot side. Woody is just landing these roots and snares from Lux, and it feels like Artemis is struggling to avoid them because Woody's right in their face. They're just not getting the time. Look, that lands again. Good cleanse. Cleansed even.
Yeah, and I think that was almost just Artemis. Artemis probably didn't need to cleanse there, just given where he was. So it's going to be hard for Karkun to place the trap, but he just can't even risk it. And this is what I was saying in draft. This is one of the most dominant bot lanes in the lane that we've ever that exists in League of Legends. It can be hard to play outside the lane as, Fisher could be in trouble as Drakthar's caught him, but the priority on the bot side means that help is on the way.
Yeah, definitely dancing with fire here, being in a 1v2, but is able to navigate that. Kiaya here might be... ward hops.
He's in some trouble as does pop that Grandmaster's Might, trying to find a way out, but I don't think a way out exists. He will get cleaned up. Momo strikes back.
You love to see it, right? Oh, Drakthar goes in.
Yeah, just throws out the ult. Does get Woody's flash, so fairly low investment to burn a flash of a mobile support.
Yeah, you've definitely got to be happy with that. He's just going to go straight back to jungling. The Drake is up. It's that 8.5 minute mark. And having got that flash, forced that Caitlyn back. They get that priority in the bot side too. But Drakthar is roaming to the mid lane. I'll be interested to see if he shows face. Citrus, though, prioritizing the grubs this time around, sort of pulling a Drakthar, if you will, going for the grubs nice and early to get that extra pushing power secured for DFM, because these grubs, they're no longer as potent as they used to be, but they are still a nice little addition when you're trying to chip away at these turrets. And there it is. All 3 grubs secured for Citrus. Drakthar, a little too late, is going to go for that Scuttle Crab. And Paz just, coach comes in and goes, you know what? Well done, Citrus. Good job. You got all 3 grubs. Now let's win the rest of the game, because DFM, they just got they're being chased away from the buff. But they are at 1,500 gold lead. They're up 4-2 at 9 minutes. It's not too bad of a lead to have at this time, Carrick. DFM definitely got off to a much better start in this game 2 here.
That they are. They realized that they needed to bounce back. They needed to bounce back early, and they've done everything necessary to make that happen. The real question becomes, how do we play it into the mid lane? Into the mid game, I should say. How do we move the lead of this Caitlyn Lux into outside the lane? Yes, this Caitlyn is going to continue to get ahead in the individual matchup, but the individual matchup is not what decides the game. So what's the next step for this comp, Logan?
Yeah, no, great question. I almost think Woody just has to start roaming aggressively, right? Obviously, Woody right now is the one setting Karkun up very, very well. And now Karkun is an individual gold lead of 1,000 gold ahead of Artemis, has acquired his first item there too, that range extending attack damage. Beautiful net there, just getting that extra damage off on Artemis. And I think it's safe for Woody to roam. I think it's safe for Woody to get that vision control, get that priority on the Drake here, which Citrus is now taking advantage of, and go to that mid, right? And start getting this rise accelerated too. Get some extra items, because you look at Ares, he's got that completed Rod of Ages. Fisher doesn't have anything right now. Oh.
It's only a culling that stops a move forward there as Artemis takes that ace in the hole. They'll be forced back once again, and this GAM bot lane is getting punished.
Yeah, getting punished really, really hard. And that whole time, Citrus does take the first Drake of the game. It's a bit of a slower Drake at the 11-minute mark. Last game, it was at the 9-minute. So they got the grubs, they get that Drake, and all the while, the bot side of Karkun and Woody are working together nicely to just really drive home that advantage. Combined total of 2.3k gold lead in that bot side. And as we were saying, I personally think Woody needs to roam. Roam hard, roam aggressive, get that mid lane ahead, let Karkun sort of play weak side for a little bit, has the CS advantage, has that item advantage. If you could get that rise accelerated, this game could be yours in 25 minutes, Carrix.
It certainly could be. We don't want to go too long. The tricky thing, of course, is that Lucian, it doesn't get much better as the game goes on. He will eventually deal a huge amount of burst damage, of course, does outscale the Caitlyn in that sense, but what he'll never outscale is the range. That's why I don't really understand why they've gone the Nami instead of the Milio. It wouldn't necessarily have made this early lane any better. They're going to do similar things, but I think being able to operate around traps in the team fights, having the cozy campfire to give you extra range, goes a really long way. As Drakthar and Citrus do meet, Woody's here. The Maokai ultimate comes over the top. There's that final spark. Taki zoning them away. DFM have been pushed back, but it's with a health bar lead. And a dragon not in their sight. It's already been taken.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes before that next dragon. But if DFM are able to do the same thing again, a sort of, rally and repel GAM, they could find themselves securing that second Drake of the game. But Xinjiao, Citrus, settles for that Scuttle Crab, and, it's not too bad of a prize here. And Detonation Focus Me, they're looking to drive home this bot side advantage, just increase that gold lead. They're going to crack open this bot side tier 1 turret and take that extra gold for themselves. Oh, good dodge on that Aqua Prison there. That stun could have been disastrous, but that's just the power, as you've said, of this Caitlyn Lux combo. It's so hard for Lucian Nami to walk up to them, and when Woody is landing every single route, every single snare, it's hard to find an answer. Karkun literally has the single largest gold lead in the game, even ahead of Ares in that mid lane, and now they've rotated to that top side, and this is going to free up Momo to play on the bot. and they're going to press their advantage across the Rift now, Carrick. They'll have the priority for the Rift Herald, which is up in a minute and a half. And GAM, they need to get active. They need to send Drakthar in, I think. We haven't seen much action from him just yet. He does have the Leandries completed.
Yeah, getting that first item is going to be able to deal a fair bit of damage, but still doesn't want to tangle with the Caitlyn Lux yet, as Taki just defending his ward for a moment, won't be able to hold it for long. We're going to just make sure they're here so that no dive can come in onto RS. I don't think DFM should pull the trigger on this. A 3v3 dive here would be fairly silly, but no, they don't go for it. As a Realm Warp is available, but Fisher doesn't go for it. We look down to the bot side where Momo also does have that individual lead. Kiaya was caught out a little bit earlier. Oh no, Drakthar caught in the binding. The twisted advance doesn't do enough. Throws out the ultimate, but it is just the last gasp of a dying Forest. He's cleaned up, and now there's potential for the dive if another binding can land from Woody. No, they managed to evacuate just in time as, we go straight down the bottom lane. I don't get a chance to stop as Momo's going to go in onto Kiaya. Kiaya has to water. We won't talk about it, Momo. We won't talk about it.
Yeah, it was really interesting on the top side, the top side 3v3, where they were going to go under the tower, but they stuck around long enough that GAM were lulled into a false sense of security. Drakthar went in and still got 3v3'd, but the other members of GAM went around and Momo.
Well, they've returned to the bot side. Momo, after messing up that flash, unfortunately is punished. That is a kill to RS. That is now a 3-0 Cassiopeia. That is GAM's late game hopes still ignited.
Yeah, they're keeping themselves in this for sure. I mean, I was talking about that top side as that bot side broke out and Momo unfortunately punished for just existing, really. However, Momo is having a better game, in my opinion, Carrick. He's definitely nowhere near as behind as he was at the same point in game one. He even has a small gold lead over Kiaya. So it will be interesting to see how this plays out in the team fights. But that Rift Herald, which was acquired by Citrus, goes down here. They really want this mid lane tier 1, and we all know that once you crack that mid lane tier 1, you get so much priority on the map. And Caitlyn, with that range, is just sort of able to sort of safely poke and chip that one down. Momo, though, fighting Kiaya under the top tier 1. Carrick, this could be lethal.
What? It certainly could be, as Kiaya was just trying to get the tower, goes in afterwards, Dominus being popped. He now just needs to walk away, ward hop out. So something back for GAM, but they are, of course, still losing more. They lose mid, they're going to lose the dragon, but a wave being called in might be a little bit too much damage from the culling. Artemis tagged out by the Wind Comes Lightning. Here comes the teleport. Kiaya needs to reset first. He's going to be late to this one. Dragon going even lower. Drakthar's been good on the smites, doesn't get it this time. Secured by DFM. But the kills come in. RS gets another one. Kiaya moving on in. They do get over the wall. Is he going to go? He goes to the Krugs.
Woody.
The light binding will put paid to it. Fisher gets out as well. It's GAM finding a kill, but losing the dragon.
Woody absolutely stymied, stifled, prevented GAM from getting anything more on DFM. They were chasing over that pit. Momo able to find a way over the back of that wall, and Woody just landing those roots, those snares, prevented them from getting in. And then Kiaya trying to follow up on the Jax here. As we see this play again, GAM are coming from every single angle. DFM, they're in the Drake pit. Fisher deep in that pit. That Crescent Guard getting so much value there, though. The Nami wave getting...
There's actually a little interaction there. The Crescent Guard actually kind of screwed them because he didn't get hit by the Maokai ult, and then it hit Kakun.
Yeah, as we do see... yeah, as we do see Citrus, he does go back in for that Drake and is able to secure that one for himself. The Nami wave obviously went out, but unfortunately the members of DFM were able to get significantly far away and weren't caught by that wave, so GAM were unable to follow up in that instance there. So well played by DFM to get the Drake. They only give one over, and Woody helped make good on their retreat. And we take a quick look at that CS, right? So Karkun looks to be going for that Infinity Infinity Edge is there. It is, acquires the Infinity Edge right now. So those crits, that damage coming out of Kakun on the Caitlyn is going to be massive. Has 20 CS over Artemis, who has the Essence Reaver as well as that second item picked up. But notably, Rise with the Rod of Ages and half an item. Ares, however, does have 2 completed items now. So a little bit of a cheeky advantage there for Ares in that department, Carrix.
I think one of the big advantages for RS as well is just the extra 4 minutes on his Rod of Ages. He's going to be getting that stack completed, the extra level coming in much, much sooner for him. That can come in around that next dragon, which GAM really does need to fight over. We don't want to see an Infernal Soul. If this game can go long, if GAM can staunch the bleeding, they do come out on top. RS is incredibly fed. And eventually, Caitlyn kind of goes into a bit of a trough. She comes back online in the ultra late game. But we can see that this Caitlyn Lux, once it's out of lane, it's not as deadly as it is in lane. And we have to really keep our eyes on RS and also on Kiaya, who seems to be doing whatever he wants.
Yeah, Kiaya is just taking these towers. He's doing what a Jax does really well. A lot of split pushing here. And he's going to be forcing... Oh,
Culling comes out, a lot of damage dealt both ways, the Nami wave as well. No bubble will land as Kiaya is very deep behind the lines. They should have no real read that he's here as in comes the Maokai ult, lands onto 2. Kiaya moves forward, just zoning them away. This is just a play to get some tower plays, just to get some priority on the map.
yeah, and well executed as well. Kiaya obviously having that advantage on the bot side, able to go deep and then rotate up to join the team in that mid lane push, ultimately resulting in a bit of gold for GAM, but fortunately no kills given over. Fisher realm warping out of that top side, spotted Drakthar and Ares coming through on those wards, so that those wards, it's so important to have that vision control to be able to see where your opponents are coming. And you take a look at the wards on that minimap, and GAM have some in their top side and through that sort of mid-river section, whereas DFM also have one deep in the top side of GAM's jungle and then some in their own jungle as well. So right now, vision is a little bit light, I would say. We got to see more vision control there. But the Drake up in 45 seconds here. So the scuffle over mid lane priority begins. The scuffle over bot side priority begins. Because if you have priority in lanes, you can get to those objectives first. And when you... Oh my, that poke, Carrix. That was, what, 40% of Karkun's health there?
It's a big hit, and that is what Lucian will be looking to do as Drakthar finds his way in. He's on top of Kakun, throwing the ult. It's gone very deep as Woody's the target now. Ace in the hole goes in onto Artemis. Citrus desperately trying to make that happen. It's both junglers incredibly deep, and it's a first kill. Goes over to Fisher. Drakthar has not been able to make it happen. Bound up, Citrus will find him. Kiaya arrives, but I don't think he can get in range. He flashes forward. He certainly thinks he can, but it's a good trap there by Kakun. Desperately holding them back. Oh, he just can't find that last bit of damage. He doesn't know that he's hatching a ward. Yes, he does. He teleports out.
Woody actually got a terrific light
DFM.
binding there. That's it. Woody got a terrific light binding there, which bought Kakun the time to get that space, get that trap, and really lock Kiaya down. Drakthar went so deep, and unfortunately was unable to find nothing, and GAM got punished for it. Not only do they lose 2, but they also give the Drake over to DFM. As we see it here again, Drakthar flashing forward. He's deep behind enemy lines here in the face of 3, but Citrus was in the area as well. He's able to crescent guard, and he's actually 1v2ing GAM, forcing them away, and then they're able to turn on to Drakthar, who's back here. Woody, that light binding, he's already recalling here. Kiaya trying to follow up, and we see it again. Kakun is just able to, the flash forward, the light binding locks it down, the trap, so root into root. Kiaya forced to retreat there on that ward, TPs. Woody goes to that light bind again, just misses. If he'd managed to get that, it definitely would have delayed him fantastically, but we're back to life.
Hang on a second. Culling comes in and Kakun is the target. Caught between a rock and a hard place. Kiaya under the tower does get that final spark. Fisher bearing down on him will take him out of this one. Artemis has to be careful as the Realm Warp is stopped by an excellent Nami bubble. RS is here this time. That's the big thing that was missing in the last fight. Lanticue getting some poke down onto Momo. They can't fight without Kakun into RS. This should be GAM with control of the mid lane. What can DFM do to stimmy the stake? Oh, that's a good start. It's missing. Oh, misses that petrifying gaze as well. A little bit of panic there from RS. Momo clears the wave. They move forward, and DFM survive.
Yeah, DFM did really, really well there to survive that siege that was coming through from GAM. GAM break away. They go for this scuttle crab, get that vision control around the Baron, because that is an objective that is on Summoner's Rift now, because in 3.5 minutes, DFM could force GAM into one of two things. GAM either have to prevent DFM from getting that soul because they are on soul point now, or they have to prevent DFM from going for the Baron. But enough about that. As we cut back to this replay here, Drakthar gets a good engage. Artemis just takes Karkun out. Every single shot landing on that Caitlyn. Woody gets a great light binding though to enable Fisher to turn it back around. Fisher was knocked up, unable to execute on that realm warp into the backline, so they are forced to retreat. But we are back to live, and we're seeing DFM, they've reset, they're back out on the Rift. They're not willing to let this game go. They have to,
We just go again. Deja vu as Artemis once again goes for the culling, and Citrus having to jump in to desperately try and save his AD carry. But Karkun has gone down to Kiaya on the backside. RS bringing himself into the fight. Managed to survive. It's GAM as they run on forward. Twisted Advance goes in onto Fisher. That's a little bit too deep for Drakthar. He will go down, but it's still a one fight for GAM.
That literally looked like a carbon copy of the fight we just watched. It was the same twisting advance from Drakthar from the same angle. It was Artemis culling straight onto Karkun, just let it rip. Karkun was able to survive this time, gets back to the safety of the turret, or so he thought, because Kiaya found a flank angle, was able to come down around and below. As we see here again, if the Observer stayed on Karkun, gets behind this turret here, and here's Kiaya again, just leap strike straight on, and unfortunately Kiaya taken out. Citrus very, very deep in the back lines of GAM, was trying his best to sort of frontline, unable to live through all of it. Drakthar giving one back over as he's, as you say, caught out a bit too deep there. But I liked the team fight from GAM. They 4v5'd into sort of that front line while Kiaya pincered them from behind. And now it's all about that vision control around this Baron. DFM still have that 2k gold lead, so they're not all is lost. But GAM is definitely, they're showing up now. They're definitely going, hey, we mean to compete, we mean to contest. As DFM, they're going to clear out this vision around this Drake. They intend to make GAM decide. Do we stop the soul, or do we stop the Baron?
And traditionally, the answer is always fight around the soul. Let's see how DFM decides to navigate it if they just choose to give it up. As, oh no, Fisher's been caught out. There's a lot of damage here. The Realm Warp is used. He can't get into it. And that's Artemis picking himself up a shutdown. And that's one way to diffuse the Poison Chalice. As you just pick up a kill on the strong mid laner, you take that Void Scuttle, and DFM, ball's now in your court.
Yeah, right now, Visha will not be back up in time for that Drake as well, so I have to imagine GAM are going to go for this Drake. They've got all the vision that they could possibly need down there, as well as that sort of scuttle crab vision, and now they're posturing around that mid. They want to get this mid lane priority. They want to take this mid lane tier 1, and they're forcing DFM into them. However, Momo still on that top side. Oh, Kiaya, deep TP. Okay, it's just to get the... Yeah, Momo's still in that top side as well, so they're happy to give this Drake over by the looks of this, because Fisher is only just respawning, and if Momo can take this top side tier 2, it's still a good sort of cross-map play. Because GAM are forced into this Drake, they can still get something else on the Rift. So a smart play coming out of Detonation Focus Me here, Carrix.
Yeah, look, it's the correct play. This dragon doesn't actually do anything for GAM. It just stops DFM getting soul. One Infernal Drake is really nothing to write home about. Losing Fisher on the bot side, yeah, you made the best of it. You got an inner tower. You've got some decent control around Baron. This is spotted. So how is GAM going to approach this? They're kind of caught on a reset. Oh, Artemis is just going to go in onto Karkun, burns his flash. Caitlyn without flash is so vulnerable. This should put paid to any aggression from DFM. Maokai ult goes in, gets cleansed away with that Mikhail's. Momo has a flanker. Realm Warp's coming in. Taki's fairly low. Drakthar has been caught. This could be a disaster for GAM. Fisher gets the first kill. GAM is so split. They're fighting on 5 different fronts and not together. Drakthar's low. He is alive. Here's the back from RS. Has the teleport. Needs to come into this one. He is so much of the power, but no really good TV. Has to just go to the mid lane. Kiaya here as well. Can find an angle. Momo, he's deep. Woody goes low. Kiaya goes in. They find 3. It's a big play from RS, but it's bigger from Citrus, pushing them back for now, but GAM have regrouped. Kiaya swings his stick around. Even manages to get out, and Drakthar will get caught down. Taken out, but it's 3 members of DFM, 2 members, I should say, of DFM taken away. Momo is still alive, finds the recall in that front rush. Disaster averted.
2 for 2. Honestly, I think GAM are going to be happy with that. The gold lead has swung back in their favor now as well. Momo.
Oh no, Momo could be in trouble, but no, don't quite have the speed. They don't want to follow him into the brush.
Yeah, that Renekton could definitely turn it around here. But again, it's Kiaya finding that sort of deep flank angle into the back line. Perfectly timed Crescent Guard from Citrus repels before that stun sort of lands from Kiaya, though. That Counter-Strike coming through again. And Fisher, just the damage coming out of Fisher here, they have to respect him. They have to kind of keep him at arm's length. And with 2 members from both sides going down, both sides seem to walk it off. They go, yep, let's reset, refresh, spend our gold, and come back out onto the Rift, because Carrick's right now, the Baron is on the Rift, and the Drake is up in 2.5 minutes. It will be an Infernal Drake, so a little extra sort of damage if you can secure it, or it could be the soul for Detonation Focus Me, and they have to be conscientious. They have to be playing around this objective for the next couple of minutes.
Artemis once again goes over the wall, uses fancy footwork. It's only the ace in the hole that can really touch him. It's not doing a huge amount of damage at this point. It's a big Nami wave, lands onto Kakun. Can they get the follow-up? They can! Artemis executes his opposite number. This Lucian is doing so much damage. Going over the wall, finds his way onto Woody, burns that cleanse, but DFM are sent running for the hills. GAM have found the second gear and they've shifted up.
Yeah, it might only be 1 kill, but it definitely looked like they had that fight dead to rights. And it's the aggression of Artemis that's kind of pulling them back into it. Yes, RS is 6-0, but Artemis is the one who's finding those angles. Artemis is the one who's diving in and culling Karkun into oblivion, and he's unable to do anything about it. Now, GAM winning that fight, getting that kill, they just go straight up for that free Baron, and they're going to recall, reset, get those items, and head back out on the rip. There it is. Artemis slides over that wall in the face of 4 of DFM. He knows he's got GAM backing him up, the rest of his team, and Karkun is just, unfortunately, at the back tail end of everybody here. Momo left to fend for himself, 4v1. Woody, these light bindings coming out of Woody are beautiful. He's saving himself time and time again, but they've learnt the trick. They know what they need to do into the face of these light bindings now, and they're just not having the sort of same impact as they were in this early game. Now, GAM, they're at a 1,000 gold lead. They find themselves back in that gold lead, right? The next Drake is in 30-odd seconds. Every single member of DFM is, oh, good catch.
Yeah, fantastic catches. Drakthar has immediately gone down, but they turn it around. They immediately fire back onto Kakun. This could be Momo's time to shine, though, as he's moving through the team. Oh. This is GAM collapsing. This is a disaster. Kiai is the only one left. This is Soul. DFM are here. They find the angle. They clean out all but one of the Baron buffs. They'll 10 seconds from Dragon coming up, they'll pick up Soul as soon as it spawns, and now they'll have Infernal for the rest of the game. Logan, I don't know how to even predict this one.
Yeah, look, you do not want Fisher to have that Infernal Soul as he tanks up this turret. DFM driving home that pressure. 2 members taking down that turret as Citrus and Woody are on the Infernal Drake. This will be an Infernal Soul for Detonation Focus Me. And putting that extra damage into Caitlyn, putting that extra damage into Rise, that is not a recipe for success if you are the likes of GAM. An excellent pick found on that bot side play. They just weren't there. Beautiful. GAM had no vision. Woody over the wall, the ER combo, the classic coming out of Lux. Ares thinks he finds an angle, tries to move forward aggressively. That Crescent Guard fending off so much damage from Artemis as well. And Momo had a fantastic moment slicing and dicing through the back lines of GAM. It felt like they were aggressing forward with no vision, and that's one of the worst things you can possibly do. Top, jungle, mid, all out damaging the mid laner Ares of GAM in that one. They just had no answers in that fight.
They did not, as Kiaya, the one member still with that Baron buff, able to come in and get a little bit of gold back, but it is a hard road here for GAM. That Baron power play looking a little bit dodgy, minus 2,000. Artemis is still strong. Infernal Soul is terrifying, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if it's the... It's interesting that I don't know how much of a difference it makes, because I feel like if Fisher's comboing you, you're dead anyway.
Yeah, with that Actualizer, which is an activated ability, pumping out the damage, if you get hit by that Rise combo, it's nearly a one-shot. However, we did see just how durable Kiara is when we saw that bot side tier 2 push during that Infernal Soul play. That Wits End put in so much work mitigating a lot of that magic damage he had to put down. But Citrus just secured himself that Guardian Angel for his third completed item as well, and that's going to make him so much harder to kill as well, Carrix. You look at Momo, the Serix Gauge, the Jack shows, Fisher, 4 fully completed items online. Same as Karkun there, the Infinity Edge, the Mortal Strike, the Rapid Fire, all these items. We're nearly getting to full build right now, Carrix. If one side is able to take a fight convincingly at this late of a game, it could be the end completely, and it could be favorable for Detonation Focus Me here.
It really could, and this is the interesting thing about a Caitlyn, is Caitlyn obviously in the early lane is ridiculously powerful and just dominates with the range. She kind of goes into a little bit of a trough in the mid game because she's an ADC without a very good dash. The net doesn't really count as a dash compared to something like the Lucian or the Ezreal. And then if you do get to 6 items, it just becomes, I have more range than you all over again. So Kakun, having gone a little bit quiet after the dominant lane, could come back into this one and really just put his team over the line. And that's before we even mentioned that there's a Rise.
Yeah, especially if Woody's able to keep finding those beautiful, beautiful bindings, those excellent Qs, the excellent Es. Even the W with the shielding there, just able to increase the survivability of Detonation Focus Me. DFM here doing the dance with GAM just around this mid tier 2 turret, and GAM are responding. They're collapsing. They're bringing the members down as Kiaya secures that red buff for himself, gets the ward down, and will be looking to push this bot side wave in. Momo is there right now to respond. Pops the scries and goes, yep, I see you. Off your trot. And Kiaya deep in enemy territory, just clearing out some wards, just being a nuisance, generally trying to keep DFM on their toes. And you look at the vision control, right? GAM has vision control in the bot side DFM jungle. DFM has vision control in the top side GAM jungle. So it's like opposite sides of the map, controlled by different teams with their vision. So you feel safer where you have that vision, and obviously you feel less safe where you don't. And right now we're fighting around major objectives. The Baron is up in 5 seconds. The Elder is up in 2. Artemis trying to find something here, Carrix.
And this is the hard part for DFM, is they have to actually root Kiaya out, as he'll show himself now. But here comes that Maokai ult. Doesn't quite land onto anyone, but does force DFM very far back. Now GAM, full control of the river. DFM has to push back in, find their ways. Momo is going deep. Citrus incredibly low. Fisher chunked out as well. 2 of the better targets to take that culling. Fisher can reset if he wants to. Doesn't have that TP though. This is getting a little bit risky. Momo's TP's already been used. Kiaya still has his, so GAM can just go to a reset on the play and they come out ahead. But they're just going to force it. They
GAM
go to the Baron.
It makes sense to me. They forced the TP out of Momo. With Fisher and Citrus so low, they sent Citrus packing, and they know that it's going to take him a second to get back out on the roof. So this is a free Baron over to GAM here. However, DFM, they're going to push down the mid. They're going to try and get this mid lane tier 2. And with that Caitlyn, my goodness, I think that was about 2 or 3 autos, and down it went. That crystalline growth cracked wide open, securing a lot of juicy gold there into the AD carry of Detonation Focus Me, and now they have eyes on the very next objective. Look at that trap line being set as well. They do not want GAM to get this Elder, because if they get the Elder, they will win the team fight, and with that Baron, they can absolutely run straight down mid. Oh, Citrus, you cannot be there, Citrus, my guy. Getting poked.
It needs to be so
hard. GAM moving in. Yeah,
and this is a little bit of a split here. DFM are playing in 3 channels at the moment. GAM just going for that slow corral, just sort of kettling them, breaking the trap line. Drakthar able to soak that one up. Kiaya just playing like a bit of a rat that they can't get out. Elder on the map. Momo has been caught for just a moment, not stunned up though, able to slice and dice. Fisher on the side, spotted out by the sapling. Elder does take a little while to kill. Drakthar is here, will rip out the ultimate. Citrus is the first target as he goes in with that Crescent Gun. A Realm Warp doesn't get anything done as it's just Fisher onto the backside. Goes gold, dodges the Cassiopeia. Roll is on Kiaya as he dives on forward. Ooh. The first kill will be onto Kiaya. GAM are falling apart. This looks good for DFM so far. What can we do? It's a light binding onto Aris. The Elder is going to go down. It's DFM looking like a win.
DFM have to be happy with that. They get 2 kills onto GAM and the Elder Dragon. They are running down a bot lane here. They're going to try, I assume, to siege up. The wave is seconds away. And with the Elder buff, GAM have to be so careful. Any damage landing could spell the end for any one of them. As you look at that, Artemis just gets like an auto for sure and loses 10-15% of his health. DFM pushing in here, Carrix. They've got the inhibitor turret. They've got the inhibitor. And they're going to walk away from this one. They don't want to force their hand. They don't want to get too greedy and lose these buffs. Well played by DFM.
Yeah, this starts with just really fantastic zoning.
Yeah, DFM played this slow, and I like it. They dragged GAM into their clutches. Fisher obviously Realm Warps, and Realm Warps on his own stopwatches because he dragged so many members of GAM away. There was 4 members of GAM deep over on Fisher's side. They even committed the culling onto him, which did minimal, if I do say so myself. And Fisher was still able to walk out and live. It just gave all of the tempo, all of the pressure over to Detonation Focus Me, who were able to get those 2 kills, able to convert that into that advantage, which netted them the Elder. So now they have another minute with the Elder, and let's see what they can do with this one here, Carrix, because they've got themselves a 3.5k gold lead. They have the Infernal Soul, they have the Elder. They're in the best possible position they could be to win this one. And we do see Fisher on the bot side shepherding a wave in as well. This is a 4-1 split push here.
Yeah, they will just be able to crush these waves in. It's going to be inhibs falling. There's no way that GAM can fight into this Elder. The buff is just far too strong. As look at that, even just an ace in the hole on Kiaya still puts him uncomfortably close to that execution. The culling comes out. Fisher pushed back, but now gets that big shield from the Archangels. A good one to sort of burn. And still, it's just wave clear, wave clear, wave clear. That's the name of the game here for GAM.
Well done by GAM there. They knew the timer on that Elder. They knew they just had to weather the storm. DFM walked in with 45 seconds and they walked out with nothing. A deep TP from Kiaya, though. He's trying to catch him on the flank. It was spotted out. DFM, they're being corralled.
Yeah, Elder's gone. GAM could go for something, but in the end, there's no stragglers from DFM. They moved as a unit and Kiaya couldn't find a way in.
Yeah, no, spectacular use of the word unit there. I was going to say exactly the same thing. They literally did, though. You saw it, right? Kiaya got that deep flank TP, but he had to scoot over a ward of DFM. They saw it, and they collapsed together, and they moved together. So there was no angle for Kiaya to get in and kick off another fight that GAM could follow up on. So just really, really heads up, really smart play there from DFM. As this game is heading towards its 43rd minute, the next Baron up in 70 seconds. The next Elder in 2.5. I have to imagine we're not even going to get to that next Elder here. As DFM, they are deep inside of GAM's jungle. They've got to be looking to close this one out soon. They've got all the tools they need, I think, Carrick. They've got the front line. They've got the fully online Caitlyn now with a Guardian Angel for the back line, able to deliver so much damage here too. The gold lead, it's all theirs right now, Carricks.
You'd certainly think so. I mean, a 4K gold lead this deep in the game, obviously not meaning too much. We are basically at full build for everyone that matters. DFM just lurking. Drakthar just spotting them out, playing a little bit of the human ward. As I think the idea here is we're going to push in really, really hard, and then we're going to reset to Baron, and that's how we end the game. As just a little bit of poke from both sides. Back and forth. The tower now under siege. It goes down so fast in front of Kakun as Artemis in a little bit of trouble. The tower has fallen. The inhib will go next. That's 3 inhibs down. GAM just have their hands full clearing waves. This should just be a quick reset into Baron. Unless Artemis has something to say about it, he doesn't.
They'll just go straight to Baron. Surely they don't reset here. Yeah, the Realm Warp to get them onto it straight away. Fantastic heads-up read there from Fisher. They've got all the advantage. They've got the time. It's spotted out. Kiaya going to make a desperate play here. Pops over the wall.
They don't get the steal on the Baron, but they do get the immediate kill onto Woody. It's a double Aqua Prison as well. This could be GAM finding their way back in as the GA's been immediately popped. Fisher's been caught out, has to go golden immediately. Aris in the middle of the enemy team. It's not where he wants to be. It's Kakun will go down. He's desperately carting away. Can he get away from Momo? He cannot. The damage is gone. Drakthar throws the Q into Narnia, and GAM will be wiped out. We're going to a game number 3. DFM, they want to get their first series win on the board. They want to show that they're in the LCP. They're here to play, as with 45 minutes, a Baron, an Elder, an Infernal Soul, DFM get a win.
They had all the tools necessary. They closed it out with a 7.5K gold lead, and it was 13 minutes above the average game time here in the LCP. So it did take a little while, but they got it done. Detonation Focus Me take their second game win of the LCP, and they have put themselves in contention for their first match win here in the LCP, beating GAM here in this game 2. And this is what we were talking about, right, Carricks? If they can take this game 2, they give themselves that chance. They'll have an opportunity in this game 3 to go for this match, and they've shown that they have the skill. They've shown that they can draft. They've shown that they've got that micro, that technical ability and capacity to take it to GAM here. And GAM is currently sitting in 4th on our standings, so it's definitely not a bad team to show up against, Carricks. Check out those numbers.
Oh, those numbers are pretty worrying. Artemis with that enormous damage that was desperately trying to keep things going. But of course, it was DFM that made it happen. It was Fisher able to leverage a late game rise to be an absolute terror. It must be said, this was not a composition that I would expect GAM to play. Maokai on Drakthar, that just seems like a massive mismatch, and I think it played out that way. Did not look comfortable on the champion, was going far too deep. The Twisted Advantage was being dragged back with flashes with 90 caliber nets. Game number 3, GAM need to bounce back.
Yeah, I think GAM need to give Drakthar an aggressive jungler. Woody on this Lux was an absolute menace and set Kakun up for success so hard, so well in this early game too. which Woody was just capable of doing all game, right? Getting priority in the bot side, allowing jungle objectives to be taken, getting them to that soul point early, forcing GAM into fights when they might have wanted to compete over other objectives. It was really about the detonation focus me early game bot side dominance, even after that sort of scuffed start where, 2-for-1 kill in the 1 minute 20 carries. We can't forget that. But then it was the absence of Draktar's impact, right? We saw it in game 1 with Citrus. His Nocturne, it didn't do much at all. And it feels like Draktar had the same sort of game 2 here. He, as you say, went too deep. He was put on... I don't think Maokai is rewarded as well for the aggressive play style that we know Draktar loves. And he wasn't able to get great, I want to say, team fight engages with that ultimate coming out of that Maokai. So GAM weren't set up for success straight off the back of even those ults. They still had some great fights, though. There was still some excellent moments where GAM, 4v5, were able to sort of take it to DFM, and they even won a couple, but it just felt like there was a breakdown in synergy sort of midway through the game, I want to say. Artemis was finding his way back in. He was getting fantastic engages. He would literally cull Karkun, hit everything, and Karkun would die, which is exactly what you want. But then DFM found their way back in sort of in that late game. It kind of went too late. And like you said, Caitlyn just outscaled everything.
They really, really did. It was a fantastic thing. I'm still not sure what killed him there. Yeah. I'm still buying into it that it was invisible range minions auto attacks. That does happen sometimes, but it was honestly a really good performance from all members of DFM, even in these really big important team parts, which I'm sure we'll see as the highlights roll. Momo is actually really, really good on the Renekton. We didn't really call him out because there was so much to call. Like we can't call everything, but he was actually zoning super well. RS just wasn't super impactful. He had a lot of kills. He dealt a fair bit of damage, but didn't really put the carry pants on. It was mostly because Citrus and Momo were just in his face constantly, and the Cassiopeia just doesn't kill a Renekton in Dominus fast enough to actually be able to get back into the fight. We see even in this fight, RS is here, RS is strong, but he's too low to really move in.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you called out Momo, right? Because obviously we talk about it when Momo is unfortunately, down and out, very, very heavily under pressure. But that was a beautiful Crescent Guard. But Momo really did have a good game, a better game on this Renekton. He was finding his way into the back line of GAM, putting that pressure onto them, forcing them away and out of this fight. And Citrus had a better game on this Xin Zhao as well. His Crescent Guards were fantastic. He was fighting for the team, and just more often than not, the Crescent Guards got excellent value protecting the rest of DFM. Woody with the light binds and the Qs was exceptional, and Karkun was just able to follow up and close out on that CC. Even here, right, so GAM got an early lead. They shut down Woody, but unfortunately, the Guardian Angels came through, right? They got Karkun, but he's still able to come back, and they have to commit resources, and then DFM won the fight everywhere else. And then this bit here, right, Draktar goes in for Fisher. Fisher does so much. He took him from like 50% down to dead in the quickest burst you've probably ever seen, Carrix. But that is enough from us here on the desk for Game 2. We will be right back after this break for Game 3, Carrix, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Carrix, we find ourselves in a game 3, which neither of us predicted. I'm pretty happy with that, though.
Yeah, look, I'm always happy to be wrong about a 2-0. We always love to see our series go the distance, and especially when it's DFM. I love to see this team keep fighting. And after a game like the last one, who knows how our game 3 will go?
That's it. DFM fighting, GAM fighting. As GAM secure first pick and Detonation, Focus Me, go for the blue side. So GAM, they have something that they really, really want to take them to victory here as both teams find themselves on match point. And Carrix, do you think we're going to see Shyvana again?
Look, I mean, it is one of those things when all hope seems lost, GAM will pick Shyvana. So it's always possible. It worked last time. Why not this time? But frankly, I do just want to see Drakthar back on a champion that suits him. The Maokai was not it. The champion I'm actually really looking at is Nefiri. Was banned in the last game. I'd love to see GAM try and force an early pick onto the dog.
Yeah, Nefiri is an absolute menace, and we were talking about it last week as well, you know, bow wow wow, who brought the dog onto the Rift, and frankly, I think GAM are the ones who need to bring it to the Rift tonight for Drakthar. Again, I mean, if we've spoken about it once, we've spoken about it a million times. Drakthar is an aggressive jungler. He needs to be enabled on those champions that give him backline access, that give him sort of playmaking tools like that Nefiri. And that invincibility, the untargetable from Nefiri, is a fantastic tool for the aggressive jungler of Drakthar to be able to escape as well if he does go in too deep. So we'll see how it works out, but so far the first ban has come through, and GAM, that Akali ban is such a heads-up ban because we all saw what Fisher could do with it last week. So not only is it just a good, solid sort of meta mid lane ban, but it's also a fantastic ban into Fisher. And Detonation Focus Me, they followed up with that Pantheon. He has been banned every single game here in tonight's first match. No one wants to let that Pantheon roam Summoner's Rift because of that global pressure he can apply, just turning those team fights into unfavorable odds at the drop of an ultimate.
I think the thing that's interesting here is with GAM on the red side, Akali being banned out makes Orianna stocks go up. That sort of hard counter not available, but might mean GAM has to ban out both, which is a little bit gross unless they have something cooked up to take down Fisher's Orianna, and they're sort of doing a bit of a double bluff. Varus take it out as well. Artemis still has a lot of champions to fall back on, even with 4 being removed by the Fearless. Something like even an Aphelios is something he's been traditionally very good at, even though it's a little bit off meta at the moment. Vi as well, taking away another strong engaged champion from Citrus.
Yeah, and those strong engaged champions are a fantastic tool. I mean, Ahri is still very much on the board as well, so banning that Vi obviously reduces the impact or the effectiveness of picking that Ahri. Obviously, she's a capable and strong champion on her own, but pairing with Vi is just absolutely menacing. Pyke banned away. Interesting. They don't want to see Taki pick up that Pyke. He has been rising in priority, especially since Keria has been piloting him so effectively, very nearly carrying T1 to victory off the back of just his Pyke roams. But Orianna has been secured for GAM, for Ares in that mid lane, and notably Seraphine nor Ashe banned away, so DFM, they might look to secure this bot lane duo for themselves. Ashe locked in, not bad.
Yeah, and I think this was a pretty of course, I got baited a little bit. GAM is on the red side, but they are first pick. My brain still can't do it. So they did set up the Orianna, sort of what I was talking about. I outthought myself a little bit. They do get a really good Orianna here for RS. It does potentially give up the Ashe Seraphine, as you were saying. What I would love, I don't know if it's going to happen, lock in Mel support. Or just Mel APC. Mel bot lane, it's such a hard counter.
Yeah, look, chat, flame me all you want. I'm such a Mel fan. It's not even funny. I love her W rebuttal. And whenever I see my opponents lock in a Mel, and I know they can't do it here and now, but I slam Leona so fast. Because of the way the rebuttal works, my Zenith Blade, or Leona's Zenith Blade, actually pulls Mel toward you rather than you going toward her. Yeah, it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. But a Mel APC or support would be fantastic. Sorry, support. And that execute, but then introduces the problem of, stealing kills from your AD. So that could also be a problem. However, we do see Ezreal locked in, and there is that Nefiri as well. We were talking about pre-draft that you called out, Carrix, for Drakthar. So that will be fantastic to see him on. We'll see what he can do with that. And Galio for Fisher in the mid. Now, we have seen some really strong Galios here in the LCP. Hongshu piloted one terrifically back in Split 1 and then did it, they played a Yone the next game and did that super duper well. And I think what I'm speaking to here is the versatility of your mid laners, right? It's not enough to be a fantastic sort of solo laner. You also need to be a great team player. And I don't think there's a champion that better exemplifies that than a mid lane Galio. Just able to hero's entrance on the top of any fight, Carrix.
Yeah, I totally agree, but I'm a little bit worried here that GAM is getting everything they could ever want. Yes, you've given up the Ashe Seraphine. That is potentially pretty disastrous, but Orianna with the Akali already banned, Artemis getting his Ezreal, something he's been famous on for years. I distinctly remember, once again, it's Uncle Carrix telling stories from the before times. They did this tournament where you were only allowed to use champions that had Pulsefire skins, because it was when a Pulsefire skin drop happened. Shows how long ago this was. Artemis picked Ezreal, and you could have taken the other 4 champions off his team. It didn't really matter. He was just going absolutely crazy on them. I distinctly remember him 1v5ing a Baron and getting like a quadra kill. He's sick on this champ.
But that's the thing, right? Like... What are we watching here? That's the thing that Citrus is having a great time, is that a great Ezreal pilot can literally 1v5. Like, they can be so hard to lock down. They can use terrain to escape from almost any fight if Arcane Shift is up, and then they still have their flash. Their ultimate is such an effective wave clearing tool as well that it can minimize your, push for tempo, push for priority. It's going to be risky if they can't lock him down, and he's really hard to lock down. Talon locked in LCP split 2 for the first time, Carrix. That's a spicy pick.
Spicy to say the least. This is not a champion we've seen much of for quite some time, but it is a champion that sort of does sort of the $2 shop version of what a lot of Pantheon and that does. Pantheon can be anywhere because of that Grand Starfall. Talon kind of can as well. That Assassin's Path, please lock in Fiddlesticks. It's not going to happen, but Talon can kind of be everywhere as well. You never know quite where he is. He's very hard to track just because he moves around so quickly.
Yeah, like Talon is one of the most frustrating junglers to sort of have to compete with, at least in solo queue, because you just don't know where or when he will strike. He just has that mobility about him and that sort of burst damage. However, GAM, they have Ezreal, Rel in that bot side, have pulled that Gnar on the top because that Vayne has been banned away. So that sort of classic traditional counter already gone. So it'll be interesting to see what Detonation Focus Me pull into this Gnar, and Aurelia being switched. Bait and switch. It's Silas locked in. Oh, and my goodness,
that is a
Carrot.
huge pick.
That is wow.
Wow. Yeah, this is a hell of a team comp. DFM, is this something this has to be something they've just cooked in scrims. This Talon, Silas, everything else is fairly standard. The Ashe Seraphine, Galio, we know what those do. But Silas, Talon. Silas is really good into Gnar, because the great thing about Gnar is that, he can't ult while you're mini, but Silas isn't mini. He can just always take a Gnar ult and use it. He's not gated by time. And the thing about Gnar ult is it's actually ridiculously overpowered. It's fair because it's on Gnar, and he has to be mega. If you can just use it whenever you want, the button's actually not really okay, Logan. It's not actually very balanced.
Exactly. Like those off-tempo ults, you can just rip at any time, is going to be a very, very difficult matchup for now. Oh, GAM win. DFM finally win the match. I love it. The fan signs in the LCP arena give me so much life. They are some of the best in the world, Carrix. Oh, my goodness me.
They really are. I love the fan signs. That is a very, very fun part of esports culture. We always love to see them. If you have cool signs and that, if you're for some reason watching the English stream in the stadium, tag us on Twitter. We love to see them. Tag the LCP account as well, of course. But third and final game. This is a huge one. A big, big win here. It would be for DFM.
That's it. This could be Detonation Focus Me's first match win of the LCP split 2 if they're able to keep it together, pull it all together, and beat GAM here. Both teams obviously on match point. They are 1 apiece, but Fisher just rocking the no-skin Galio. I have to say, that is a ballsy move because, like, that's a 1% win rate loss right there. Woody as well with no... The confidence of Detonation Focus Me right now, Carrix, is out of this world. Have you seen the Aegis frame skin on that Galio? It has got to be one of the most beautiful skins I've ever seen in League of Legends.
I'm actually a big KFC Galio enjoyer. I'm always rocking the chicken. I love my joke skins. I didn't see what Drakthar was using, but I hope he's on the Glizzy. Should be a fun one for sure. Look, I say it should be a fun one. That's for us watching, not so much. Galio against Orianna can be a little bit frustrating. He will be fine, of course, but just constantly getting auto attacked is never the way you want to be.
Yeah, look at this bot side. They are burning through their health potions as well. Both ADs no longer have any health potions. Take a quick look at their summoners, and heal has been used by Taki, but not by Woody, so they have a slight summoner's advantage down there. Oh, Artemis getting poked heavily. Taki forced to go forward to try and repel them. But Carrix, this is some early aggression.
Yeah, we didn't really get a chance to talk about the rel too much. We were sort of distracted by certain other picks. I'm sure people can tell which one. But playing a melee support into Ashe Seraphine is no fun, so they've called in some help from the pack. Kakun's just going to move forward to desperately try and get a trade. They will actually pick up the first blood, but Drakthar answers back. Woody will be chased off as well. Citrus is here. They could try and get a little bit more if Artemis gets cheeky. He doesn't, though. Just backs off to the tower. They will be able to crash this wave, which is the really important part.
Yeah, ultimately a 1-for-1. Good response from Citrus to show up in the area to discourage Drakthar from doing any further damage there. But with Kakun securing first blood, he's able to pick up that pickaxe, which is a really nice early advantage to have. We go back to the replay here, and all this chip damage that DFM has done is really rewarded. Taki getting aggressive because he knows Drakthar is around, flashing forward, and Woody critically landing some damage there too. Unfortunately, Taki, being the support, does go down. But as I was saying, Kakun getting that first blood, picking up that pickaxe, because you get that bonus gold with that first blood. That came back to the LCP, to League of Legends at the start of 2026 after it was removed in 25 because of, Atacon and the blood petals and all that sort of jazz. But none of that funkiness anymore. We're back to good old League of Legends where first blood, first turret, it nets you a bonus gold. As we do see Citrus takes our Scuttle Crab, and here's the power of Talon. He can just take such unorthodox angles. Wards don't spot him.
Yep, Kiaya thought he was safe as he had that ward in the brush, but now has to run away. He's about to go mega and has Drakthar coming in. The W's already used, summoning up some dogs. Momo having to trade the flash. Can they find anything more? No, not quite. Just dance away, but Drakthar, right place, right time.
Drakthar been in the right place, right time from 2 times now, able to get a kill back, able to prevent a 2v1. So I'm really liking the movement we're seeing from Drakthar. He's even invading Citrus's jungle right now. So Citrus having to respect that, goes for this other camp. But the mid lane, it's fairly evenly matched. Fisher doing well to sort of keep a pace of the CS here with Ares. We all know that ranged have that sort of early advantage into melee, as Fisher is playing right on the edge of that line, using those Qs to secure those small kills for himself to keep in contention with Ares. Ares rushing forward, doubtlessly wanted to try and prevent Fisher from recalling, but unfortunately, he kind of does actually. He forces Fisher to stay around to catch the wave. Yeah,
can't recall and lose that entire wave. Unfortunately, Fisher will be forced to stay. But can sort of just muscle RS away. RS also use that teleport. They're both trying to get good resets. In the end, they both kind of get an average one. So they'll just both, whatever. They'll have to call it even, as there's the stolen Gnar. And I told you, it's not fair when you don't have to do a rage bar.
No, it's absolutely not. And you don't even have your own ult, but Silas has your ult as Carrix. Citrus looking for an angle.
Ooh, Artemis does have to essence shift out of there. Citrus takes a lot of damage from the tower, but the Assassin's Path gets him to safety. Karkun wants this one. Barrier's being traded. Drakthar is here. The flash away. Woody low. Drakthar is here. Drakthar has flash. He can find his way in. Has 2 to pick up. Jumps over the Seraphine. Karkun has been sacrificed to the pack.
Yeah, again, Drakthar, right place, right time. It's like they are tracking Citrus like it's nobody's business. And you take a look in those jungles, there is no wards anywhere. So this is all sort of, we spot you maybe crossing the river and we know when and where you will be, because their innate knowledge of when Citrus is striking is unreal. Drakthar rotates immediately as soon as this play begins. Unfortunately, Citrus takes so much damage from the tower there. He's forced to retreat early. Obviously, Woody getting the flash out there of Artemis is fantastic, but Karkun going down here, the E going through, Drakthar able to avoid that tidily, get both of those Qs onto the Ashe, and down he goes. So GAM find themselves up 500 gold, 2-1 at the nearly 7-minute mark. Ooh, Fisher goes in.
Does move in, doesn't that just landing poke? This is sort of just how the lane plays out, but ooh, Taki sneaks in behind, dismount into the Q. Fisher on the run, there's a shockwave, a lot of damage being dealt. Don't know if they'll be able to cut the rest of this Galio down, but they do put him on the back foot, they crash a wave.
And that's one of the great things about Galio, right? He's very, very durable. He can survive those sort of 2v1 fights in that mid lane. So it makes it really hard to force out any advantage. As Kirai goes into Meganar here, just push this wave in. And we take a quick look across the rift, right? The Drake is now up. It is a Chem Tech Drake. The grubs are up in 20 odd seconds. Ult goes out and doesn't find much there, Carrix. Momo's got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, it is always interesting. You can always just kind of throw the Gnar ult. The cooldown on it is a little bit fake. It's more just the cooldown on the Mega, but Momo does have to be happy, no question about it. Unfortunately, he's a little bit down in CS. That is the one problem with you pick Sylas into Gnar, and it makes a lot of sense with the ult, and then you remember, ooh, I'm playing Sylas into a ranged champion. Not as much fun.
Exactly. Like, oh, my trading is not going to go too well here. As I do think boats. Oh, Ashe is let rip with the arrow.
It's on the way.
Oh.
Dun, 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 dun. Ooh.
That was so close. Oh my gosh. Hall of Fame misses because it was so close. But GAM, oh, they still go in. Momo, flash forward.
There's the hijack. They're going to move in straight into me. He can't go into Mega. Kiaya doesn't read that there was a Talon there when the arrow whipped past. So it's a Kiaya death traded for the Dragon. I don't think that one was necessary.
Yeah, it was definitely some great aggression out of Momo and Citrus there, as we did see Drakthar taking that Drake and then hang around for a gank on this bot side. GAM trying to usher the next wave in because Draktar's still in the area, but he was spotted on the ward. Karkun sends out that hawk shot, spots Drakthar. They know he's there, so he's going to take a cheeky recall. Fisher, though, rotating down, will be spotted out by that vision that has been placed, so good heads up read there. We do see that Citrus is also taking a quick recall as we go back to this top side fight where Citrus in the area gets that slow, the flash forward, Gnar ult into the wall. Momo Gnar ulted Gnar better than Gnar ulted Sylas. That's a lot of Gnar ults.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of yelling. It's just, nah, constantly. It sounds like two people arguing at an Australian pub.
Yeah. Oh, no.
But look, I've played a lot of Sylas. I'm happy to see him on the Rift. He's been taking a little bit of a break for a while. I always love when this champion comes out as a little counter pick against specific ults. Looking at it as well, he has multiple good ones. It's Kiaya going in. He heard us talking about him. The wallop lands into the big rock. Momo Kingslayer able to get a lot of health back, just constantly trading. One more auto will do it. And Momo loses the fight. Kiaya says, you can steal my ult, I'll steal your life.
Yeah, Kiaya also says, send as many of those arrows my way as you possibly want. They will all miss, as he just keeps stepping down, and the Ash arrow from Karkun goes wide, unfortunately. Citrus, though, being very, very proactive, but counter to that, Taki on the roam. So just able to sort of answer, just able to alleviate this pressure as DFM, they're moving forward with some deep, deep wards here. GAM, they're rotating around. Fisher is answering carrots.
Yeah, they're going to make this into a real fight, but Drakthar able to do so much damage. He's charmed up there. The ult from Woody stops the dogs for just a moment, but Artemis doesn't want to get stopped. He ease over the wall, goes in immediately, picks up that first kill. Citrus has to run. Assassin's Path over the wall. RS bearing down on Fisher. Can't stop him after the flash. Will slow him with the dissonance. It's just more damage. The taunt lands. He's standing in the Winds of War, but no one else will fall. It's GAM just picking up the one.
Yeah, so GAM find themselves at 1k gold lead in 11 minutes, which isn't overly much. They are up 4-2, though. They have the 2 grubs and the 1 Drake, with the next Drake coming up in 2 minutes' time. As we go back to this topside solo bolo, Carrix. Kiaya goes mega, gets that fantastic initial stun, ults Momo even further back, forcing Momo to have to sort of walk through what Kiaya is doing, and just layers those autos and stuns beautifully. A full wave as well there as he goes into Mini Knight, and that boomerang, just that last hit. But those creeps, that minion wave would have been doing so much damage as well. As then we go, but in live, they're fighting. Oh my goodness, we're in a replay, but in live, I think that, Carrix, I don't know what to talk about.
Artemis flashed away. Artemis flashed away in live. So let's just cover this replay. It was Artemis finding his nerve as he goes over the wall, but it actually started with a fantastic magnet storm from Taki to diffuse the play. I don't think anyone went down in that picture-in-picture. I did see Artemis. No, sorry. I thought the 9 on him was his death timer. No,
yeah.
It's just his level. Got a little bit
Yeah.
baited. He did just E flash away.
Yeah, we are still at 4-2, and we do see Null, the coach for GAM, coming through in those coach comms. Now, as a reminder to the viewers at home, each team gets up to three coach comms per game. Each coach comms is 45 seconds per sort of rip, and yeah, that's it, as GAM has used one, the second one now, as we do see a fight breaking out on the bot side. That's the replay, actually. Oh, the predicted Ash arrow does land, the arcane shift over the wall, and the flash to get away as well. So a good use of getting the summoner out of Artemis just for the ult from Ash. You'll take that every single day. Notably, Artemis does have his Trinity Force completed, as does Karkun, with that Hextech Optics there, as the items are starting to come through. Drakthar, though, 2-0-1. He's looking pretty good on this Neferi at the moment, Carrix.
Yeah, he's looking fantastic. And this, sometimes we like to be proven right as casters. I said, get him on the Neferi. It suits him. And he's looking a lot better than he was on the Maokai. So I can, doff my cap a little bit to that one. Kiaya sieging this tower. He is very far ahead of Momo. Has that 30 CS lead. Will pick himself up at the tower. On the reset, I'm sure he'll complete his first item as well. He is actually technically down that, just that Proto Belt is fairly cheap. In the mid lane, Drakthar comes in. They're trying to go on to Fisher again, but again, this Galio is very tanky, so it's more about just securing priority.
Yeah, especially with that taunt. When it actually ends, it gives you a lot of defensive. It's MR and armor as well, so it's a really nice defensive tool, even if the taunt itself doesn't land on anyone. As a TP is coming through from Kiaya, he does have that Trinity Force now as well, so he will be that much stronger for it.
Taki finds his way in. They immediately layer everything on top of it. Woody with a good ultimate, actually able to secure his escape. And Momo comes in from the backside. Stolen Magnet Storm. Trying desperately to just take down Taki. Drakthar going low, but able to survive. Gets that reset. 1-for-1 at the moment. Oh, the Abduct will land. Maximum range. Takes out Drakthar. Actually a pretty huge kill because it stops the dragon.
Yeah, well played by Momo there, but I want to call out, Fisher was heroes entrancing in, and Ares stopped it. So I have to believe it was a command shockwave that ripped Fisher out of the channel for that hero's entrance there, because he was coming in over the top, and it probably would have saved Woody on the Seraphine there. We see it here again. Taki goes in, gets a good engage onto one here. Woody Yeah, the crystallized enchanted arrow onto Artemis, dodging those sort of cues, forces him away and out of that fight. Momo, though, Momo the Menace here on this Silas, goes forward for Taki, gets that one back, and is able to come back down for the second one. And as you said, that max range. And I thought he was nearly going to get Artemis here as well. But we go back to live and we see Citrus clearing the camp. It is on a ward. And we take a quick look at that ward control, that vision control. Obviously, a fight just broke out on that bot side. So GAM has a lot in their bot side jungle. DFM, though, they don't have too many wards down right now. There's one in the Dragon Pit. There's the Scuttle Crab, by the Baron Pit, but that will be the Herald right now. So GAM, interestingly, does have serious vision control right now, Carrick, and we all know vision control matters a lot in these games.
And this is the one thing to keep an eye on when we have an enchanter versus an engaged support. Rel can go and ward by herself. She can kind of just face check a brush. She's Rel. If there's someone in there, you dismount away, you're probably okay. Seraphine does not have that luxury. If you walk into a brush and Drakthar's in there as Woody and you're by yourself, you're dead. This can lead to a little bit of vision mismatch, and it means that warding for DFM is a whole team experience.
Yeah, as a support main, look, I feel that in my soul. If I'm running around as Nami and I face check a brush and there's even an engaged support in there, I'm dead. Like, that's all on me. But if you are the engaged support, oh my goodness, it is free roam. Even if you're like a bard, right? You've got the movement, you've got the ability to escape with that mystical journey. But we do see here, there is fight for this vision control. Citrus is running through with that Oracle lens, gets this Rift Herald started up, but definitely didn't want to, is backing away, and we see all of those wards down. So with the Rift Herald on the Rift, funnily enough, it starts to go down. It's less than 50%. Drakthar here to contest.
He is here to contest. It's going to come down to who's got the smite fingers, and it was Drakthar. I don't know if he'll be able to pick up the eye, but certainly denies it from DFM.
Yeah, and the eye is there. They have to defend it to prevent GAM from getting it. GAM are looking. They're
going to go for it.
This.
Oh,
there
I think if it had lasted a few more seconds, Taki would have just gone a little bit crazy for it. But no, it does fade away. So Drakthar with a good smite denies the objective, but GAM don't get it for themselves.
Yeah, look, if Taki had gone for it and died, I would have been screaming worth, absolutely worth, from the top of my lungs. Like, support mains got to support mains, you know? As Noel comes through for the third and final coach comms here for GAM. That's it. They are done. They are dusted. They've used every single coach comms they have for the rest of this game, Carrick. So, you know, they're a capable team. They may not necessarily need any more guidance, as multiple players on this Rift have all completed. Oh, look at that. Man, that Arcane Barrage just did so much damage.
Yeah, it is. Look, this game is very much in GAM's hands at the moment, I think, is where I'm trying to get to. They're 2 dragons up. They've got this 4K, and we see the benefit. And I know I sound like a broken record. We play the comps that actually suit us. Game 2, I like that GAM experimented. A series against DFM is the time to experiment, to be fair. I kind of like that they gave it a try, but Drakthar gave me a little bit of worry in game 2, back to form game 3, and the other person that's really back to form is Artemis. I bigged up his Ezreal, and I'm glad I did.
Yeah, look, not only Artemis, but Kiaya as well. You look at that CS diff, that's nearly 60 CS in that top lane. Momo, unfortunately, is very, very far behind. He's 2 levels down on Kiaya at the moment. Oh, he had to level up. Now he's only 1 level as a fight breaks out in mid.
Oh, Artemis is caught. Does manage to get away on a sliver of HP. That talent passive was single digits from killing him.
Yeah, it is Artemis burning the flash, burning the barrier, and the arcane shift, doing everything to get away. So, I mean, DFM, they got to be happy with that, right? Like, of course, nobody died, but 1 Ashe ult to get both summoners out of Artemis on that Ezreal, that's still pretty good. That's 1 less tool that Ezreal has to slip away But we do see Ares down on the spot side, just pushing the wave in, getting priority before this next Drake in 45 seconds. GAM, they do have 2 of these Drakes. If they're able to secure the 3rd and put themselves on Soul Point, it's 1 step closer. It's 5 minutes closer to that win con here. As DFM, they spot Drakthar out. They know he's here. They know he wants this Drake, and they've brought the members to bear. They want to contest this one. They want to prevent that Soul Point here, Carrick's. Vision going out, that Hawk Shot is such a powerful tool from Ashe, right? That Phantom Dancer, that Hextech Optics, but that Hawk Shot is so powerful at keeping track of the enemy jungler, which is a lot of that value. And we do this dance. We're fighting over Vision. GAM moving in, DFM have priority, TP coming through.
Something to watch here is Kiaya was able to get a reset. He's 2 items. Momo not quite there. Should be stronger in this fight. Woody's already been chunked low, but it is a Seraphine, not necessarily the target that you care about having full health. They try and go on Kiaya, but he just hops away, still trying to build up his Gnar bar to get into this one. Needs to actually be careful not to get spotted by Momo. There it is. The Gnar ult has been stolen. In goes Fisher on the front side. The Seraphine ult only lands onto 1, but it's the smite from Citrus is good. Karkun now in trouble. Drakthar has found his way in. It's trades back and forth, but it is DFM's their helper getting melted away. Fisher with some absolute heroics. Gets the double taunt, but not quite good enough. Only there to kill Drakthar. It's an ace for GAM.
Yeah, 5-2. GAM dominated that fight, and it started off slowly as well. Momo and Kiaya kind of going at it in the backside before the true fight broke out, as we see it here again. GAM are corralling DFM. DFM are here. Momo's a little separated, but he spots out Kiaya. He's going to move in to try and face up against him. Fisher frontlining, goes in. The Ashe arrow over the top. Seraphine ult does get the extension, but as you said, it only got 1. That's not what you want to be doing with that encore. As Kiaya gets a great ult onto 2 there, Fisher tries to slow the fight, tries to prevent GAM from getting on to the remaining members of DFM with a great taunt in the middle of 3. But it was just too little, too late, just not tanky enough to survive the damage coming from Kiaya, quite frankly, but also Ares and Artemis, nearly double the damage of Karkun there on that Ezreal.
Yeah, he is putting on an absolute clinic. Artemis showing that last game he didn't take too kindly to that lane phase where he was constantly being bullied by the Caitlyn. Decided to maybe show who the king of the Rift and who the king of the bot lane is. In this one, GAM have started up Baron. There is no vision from DFM. That Hawk Shot will spot it now, but Baron already going low. I don't know if you can get through the lines of GAM in time. Citrus can do a big jump with Assassin's Path, but not big enough. It is going to be Baron for GAM. They can even just keep playing aggressive with Kiaya in the Mega Gnar form, just threatening the Gnar. There it is with a shockwave for good measure. Momo will steal that ult, but can't get anything done with it. Dharma just dancing on forward. It's a decent Seraphine ult, but not decent enough. It's only going to be that 1 kill, and Ares is charging forward. Can't quite take down Momo. Fisher on the run. True Shot Barrage misses by the hair on his chin as they just chase DFM down. The kills might be 1 for 1, but the health bars tell me that towers will fall.
Yeah, kills 1 for 1, health bars 0 for none. Momo just dodging that Ezreal ult as you called out there. It was a great attempt from Artemis to close that one out as he just completes his 3rd item now. And like you said, right, the GAM, they were still so healthy, still so strong after this Baron. Kiaya here dancing in the front line, just waiting for GAM to follow up. Flash forward ult. Just annihilates the damage dealers of DFM. And what can DFM do here in the face of so much tankiness, right? Kiaya on that Mega Gnar, Taki on that Rel. It's a lot to have to get through. And they also bring fantastic utility, fantastic CC tools that I just don't think DFM can answer. Yes, the Galio taunt is good, but that's only for like a second into everybody. So GAM, they have 4 members, Baron empowered because Kiaya did go down in that fight. They have a minute 20 on the Baron power play. They're sieging this topside tier 2 Carracks, and they find themselves at nearly 8k gold lead here at 25 minutes in this game. It's looking pretty GAM favored right now.
GAM favored to say the least, I think. They have the Baron, they have an 8,500 gold lead, and they have a team working like a well-oiled machine. Do manage to clear out that empowered cannon. DFM will continue to fight, as they obviously should. Kiaya takes himself down a tower, someone else that has bounced back after that last game where he actually did put on some heroics on the Jax, but couldn't quite find it. Drakthar taunted up. A big magnet storm from Taki. It's a fantastic ult from Woody, though. Makes the dive not really work out. A big shockwave gets the health bars low, but GAM will have to go under the tower. Something they are not too scared to do, picking Fisher up. They finally do manage to chip away at that big Petrosite boy. And another tower falls, and Inhib follows. GAM are looking to wrap this one up.
Yeah, they're definitely pushing forward here. It was great to get Fisher on the back end of that fight, taking down basically the front line of DFM. They're very, very exposed. GAM, though, not overplaying their hand, not overstaying their welcome, leaving wards behind in retreat because they know the next Drake is up. With the Drake spawning right now, they do have a singular opportunity to pick this up pretty quick, pretty clean if DFM do not respond. And because of the lane pressure, the mid lane was crashing, the top lane and the bot lane all in the favor of GAM. They were just able to pick up that free Drake off the back end and take themselves to Soul Point. As Fisher diving forward does get a good taunt onto one, that Seraphine ult even better. It actually hits 3 members of GAM and really blunts what they're trying to do here though. Artemis, untouched in those back lines, is just raining damage down on Detonation Focus Me right now. He has to be happy. He's 5-0-4. Just got some armor penetration as well. Get some slow in there. He's going to be really hard to take out. RS 2-0-6 as well. Both of them have not died yet. 3,000 of the gold lead is on Artemis alone as he lets rip with the ult just to get some wave clear going as well. 9,000 gold lead here, Carrix. Soul Point for GAM. In the next 4 minutes, they could go to Soul, and I have to think GAM are going to close it out as soon as they do, if it even lasts this long.
Yeah, I mean, that is the question, is do we even see a Soul for GAM? They're 10,000 gold ahead. I don't think they need it. It's not a bad thing to force a fight. That's going to be the hardest part, is actually just making DFM come out of their base. That mid lane is the only one broken. Well, they'll get DFM out of their base as the teleports are coming in. Citrus on the side. Taki's Magnet Storm a little bit early there as GAM have been pincered. Woody caught. Hero's entrance comes in. This is a fight on so many fronts. The first kill comes in for Artemis. Woody will go down to Drakthar on the side. Momo does clean up Artemis. Can they get anything else done? This was a bold gambit from DFM. It hasn't worked, though. Drakthar now jumping over the wall, moving in. They want to try and get in onto Fisher. The stun from Taki will land. The Gnar does not. A good flash. Citrus lurking behind, threatening any squishy member that steps too far forward. Kiaya taunted up, and it's a huge shockwave. Lovely stuff from RS. Drakthar will fall. There it is. Citrus striking, but it's Momo left with a whole nation to conquer. Citrus is the last man standing. I think they've done enough. I don't think they've got the push here.
Yeah, there's no more Baron-empowered minions either, and DFM, they hold on. They weather the storm, the GAM siege ineffective. That gambit paid dividends for Detonation Focus Me. Yes, it wasn't favorable dividends, but it was enough to keep them in this game. As we see it here again, Citrus goes deep in the backline. Taki misses with that Magnet Storm. Momo TPs in the backlines as well. Woody goes down so early here, but Fisher able to find his way in and secure Artemis with the rest of the team of DFM. And as you said, it's such a broken fight. It's happening all the way in mid lane. It's happening all the way in top lane here. As they go back for Fisher, he flashes. I think what DFM did here was really, really smart, right? They didn't play to win the individual sort of 1v1s. They played to survive for long enough that Citrus is able to work his magic and secure some kills in those backlines, because they were able to take out Drakthar as well. Fisher was able to tank GAM for so long. They cleared the waves, and GAM's push peters out and withers away. But with that, GAM is back on the rift. DFM back. Carrix, they're fighting.
They are fighting once again, and it's Woody desperately using that ultimate just to stay alive. Kakun cannot be saved. Momo moves in, has that. Nah, he's desperately trying to take out Artemis. Once again, surviving on single-digit health. Oh, Momo, I could see him scratching his head, and I would be too if that Ezreal had gotten away. There's probably about 4 kills that Artemis has survived on a collective 50 HP. As GAM are bearing down, they're going to end this series. DFM, they came close, but oh, they are still so far. As Citrus goes into stealth, the Nexus Towers falls, the Nexus will follow. GAM continue their streak as they move to 3-1.
GAM take the match, and as you said, they go 3-1 here, extending their game-winning streak. They've only lost in week 1. They've now won in week 2, 3, and 4. Firmly planting themselves in 2nd place here in the LCP. Even if it is until tomorrow night, they are showing they are a top-end contender. Props to Detonation Focus Me for taking a game 2 and putting up a good fight here in game 3. But I really think it just highlights Drakthar. Drakthar on an aggressive jungler is a different beast here, Carrix. He's making plays, he's taking the initiative, he's aggressing forward. And you give him the right tools, he can help carry GAM to victory.
He really can, and that Nefiri was deadly. He was absolutely everywhere. I think player of the series is a hard one here. Who are you leaning towards, Logan? We don't think we quite know who it is yet. I'm between 2.
I think it's honestly, Ares and Artemis had good games. Tagi had a good game.
Those are my 2.
I actually think, I was going to say, I think Kiaya is actually deserving of it. He had a fantastic game 3.
I will certainly never complain about Kiaya winning a player of the match. I actually want to give the flowers to RS, though. That Orianna performance was really fantastic, but I think it says a lot that realistically, all 5 members of GAM, you could make an argument for them being player of the match. They played off each other super well. Game 2, look, that composition is maybe something they need to just run in scrims a few more times. That's okay. But game 1 and game 3, I think they looked fantastic. Hey, you know what? I'm kind of coming around on Kiaya. It turns out I don't need much convincing to say that Kiaya is great, because even in game 2, his Jax was pretty great.
Yeah, he was still the bright spot even in game 2 there, Carrix. Like, I think Kiaya played consistently well tonight in all 3 games. Obviously, he peaked in this game. He absolutely popped off on this Nah pick. And I definitely think he's deserving of it. Drakthar had a great game 1. He had a lackluster game 2. He had a good game 3.
Yeah, I don't think you can give it to him on the game 2, unfortunately. I think the Maokai was a little bit off.
Yeah!
There we go, Kiaya!
That's
good
it.
call,
That's it.
I'm happy.
Yeah, congratulations, Kiaya, taking player of the match for tonight's best of 3 series between GAM and DFM. Look at those stats he puts up. Nearly 1,000 damage per minute on that Rumble and over 1,000 damage per minute on that Nah as well. As we do go back and take a look at some of these highlights, some of these great moments from tonight's match. And as we do say this, obviously Detonation Focus Me, they put up a good fight. They're still looking for their first match win here in the LCP. And GAM, they're just asserting their dominance even more. They use those coach comms, I want to say, very effectively. They used all 3 sort of early to mid game. They really shored that up, and then they ran away with it towards that late game. Kiaya just had the better of Momo. Momo unable to really CS into what Kiaya on this Nah was able to do to him, Carrix.
Yeah, look, I think that game 1 in particular was one of the bigger top gaps we've seen in some time. That Ambessa really never came online. The Rumble was an absolute menace from Kiaya, and I'm really glad to see him firing back, picking up a player of the match worthy performance, because he has been sort of the consistent criticism of GAM, has been that Kiaya just isn't quite looking like it. Tonight, he looked like it, and if this is like, we have to like look, it's DFM. They're a winless team at the moment, but still, they win the series. And now we sort of, at some point, we have to acknowledge that they've only lost to Team Secret Wales.
We acknowledged it before the
GAM
match
are
even
a
started.
real
What are you
team,
talking about,
right?
Carrix?
No, but
Yeah,
but
they
we don't
absolutely
talk about
are.
GAM. We don't talk about GAM in the same way we talk about the SoftBank Hawks, even though their record is exactly the same.
Well, I mean, I think the expectations of being GAM come with it as well, right? So SHG obviously were sort of lower tier through 2025 LCP, and then they've suddenly found their spark and suddenly found their way into playoffs and, you know, third place, in LCP Split 1 2026, whereas GAM has been a consistently good team for a consistently long time. So it was a stunning loss for them in the LCP Split 1 playoffs. So it feels like almost a return to form. It doesn't feel like unexpected or unusual for these guys to be performing well. They had a sort of rough Split 1, but Split 2, they're back to their old ways. This is the GAM of old that we know and love, Carrix. So it's less surprising for them to be at this top end.
I suppose that is true, but still, at some it just makes this LCP so exciting that we have so many teams in that same bracket. It's so hard to predict.
Yes.
And next week, it's GAM versus SHG.
That will be a fantastic matchup, but we do see here that I think Woody was a little lackluster in this game 3 on the Seraphine. Obviously, Encore being such a powerful ult, it works if it lands, and too many times the ult came through and only hit 1, maybe 2 people. The best ult we actually did see was in that mid lane late game fight where it landed onto 3, and all it did was sort of slow GAM down. It dissuaded that fight ultimately, but it didn't get enough good value enough of the times, Carrix. Fisher was playing out of his mind. His hero's entrances, he got those excellent taunts off in the midst of GAM, but by that time GAM was already too strong. It was wallet diff, and they were just able to melt this 2-item Galio before he could really sort of influence or impact the fight and protect the rest of Detonation Focus Me. And Kiaya always on that front line. Taki peeling for Drakthar and Ares at every possible moment. And Taki, we haven't spoken much about Taki on that rel. Artemis and Ares were so safe, right? Just delivering that CC, those stuns, those magnet storms, pretty much exactly when and where they were needed, except that topside deep engage. And it just allowed Artemis to free fire and rain down so much damage. And look at that escape. That escape would not have been possible otherwise, I reckon, Carrix, without the likes of Rel and Nah. As we do take a look at our second match of the night, it is our number 1 team in the LCP, the VCS's Team Secret Wales, Carrix, with their assistant coach Seal and their head coach Warhorse. You gotta love them.
That we do, and this is a team that has just been putting on show after show. They are looking unbeatable as they make their way through the LCP. They had their biggest test so far up against the SoftBank Hawks last week, and it was down to the wire. They did lose that first game, and the game 2 was by no means a one-sided one. Game 3, they rallied, of course, and took that one home. It's a big challenge for their opponent. Ground Zero, as we're about to see, have a lot ahead of them.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ground Zero not looking the best at the moment. They did win their week 1 matchup against Detonation Focus Me, but they have lost to SHG and they have lost to GAM Esports. So it's going to be a rough one for Ground Zero Gaming. It will be interesting to see if Ijung is able to find an angle into Pun. We've got Husha, Jimmy and Shun and Orca here as well. And one thing that I'm loving that the LCP is doing at the moment, Carrix, is they're kind of getting all the players, all the teams involved in like content and taking videos and photos in the LCP arena as well. And here is Skywalk, the head coach of GZ. It will be interesting to see what they have cooked up, whether they try and adapt to Team Secret Wales' playstyle. But we go to the head-to-heads between Ground Zero Gaming and Team Secret Wales' top laners, Ijung and Pun. And Carrix, you have some thoughts around Ijung?
I really do. And this is a bit of a hot take, maybe. I think individually, Ejung has been the best top laner so far this split. The stats don't necessarily bear all of it out. Some of it does. His CS per minute, for example, kill participation. He just doesn't have the same team around him that Pun does. I think our top 3 top laners, saying top too many times, is definitely Evie, Pun, and Ejung. The order you put them in is a little bit up to you, but I think Ejung is making a really strong case for being that number 1. Pun has been shaky in a few matches. Last week, Evie handled him, and I think Ejung can do the same tonight. The big question is the other 4 members of the team, because that's where I think Team Secret Wales match up really well.
Yeah, I'm loving that we actually have some like really top tier top laners as well. But we will find out who is the better amongst them straight after this break, Carrix. We'll get into match number 2 for tonight, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Stirring of the mind, it feels like a sign. Can I make it to the finish line? But I know I feel unshakable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name. I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train. I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Like a phoenix from the flames, I have risen, I am dazed. I'm electric in the pouring rain. Now I know I feel untouchable. Look into my eyes, I'm free. I'm gonna fight the fire, you'll see. I'm reaching for that long lost dream that I used to have. Now it's time to bring it home. I will raise my game, I will break these chains, I will make my name. I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train. I will take these reins and not go against the grain. Raise my game, I will raise my chains, I will make my name. I feel it in my veins. I'm like a hurricane, I'm a one-way train. I will take these reins and not go against the against the against the grain.
This is the blueprint. I lay it out like a map for you, no cap for you. Better take notes, this facts for you, real rap for you. Catch me in action, seatbelt fasten. Can you imagine? Tell of a dragon, you'll never get it or get anywhere without all of the passion. Put in the work, multiply that, straight from the dirt, straight out the mud. Catching a buzz now, this a high with no come down. Tune in for the rundown, yeah. Ooh, if you want a problem, then come find me. Come find me, come find me.
にはお、台湾脱法4面ボスエビー。今日は台湾のご飯をレビューしていきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。それでは早速1つ目、牛肉麺。これは僕の友達のとっくんが大好きなんですけども、僕も、美味しいとは思うんですけど、一旦 B かなと思います。一旦ね、うまいけども、S とか A ではないかな。って感じですね。はい、次。台湾風煮込み。これなんだろう。あんまこれよくわかんないんだよな。でも、煮込みってついてるのは大体ある程度美味しいんで、B に置いてきます。これも。はい、次、ルーローハン。これはね、これ、S ティアです。これは、ルーローハンは。どこで食っても大体うまいし、値段も安いし、S ティアのご飯です。はい、次、鶏肉のスープ。これも B かな。鶏肉のスープはやっぱね、お店によってね、違いすぎる部分はあるので、一旦これぐらいが平均値かなっていう。これはね、何これ、ちなみに紅白色揚げ。これは甘いものですか？とっくん、これ甘い？結構美味しそう。これ食べたことはないんですけど、期待を込めて A にします。これはじゃあ。台湾唐揚げ。でもこれ悩むんですけど、一旦 A。イカ団子はね、これも、一旦 B かな。うまいけど、なんか超絶うまいみたいな感じじゃないかなと。チャーハン。これはね、これちょっとエースです、これは。最近知ったんですけど、辛みを入れてくださいって言うと、ちょっと辛くしてもらえるんですけど、やっぱね、ちょっと辛みがあるチャーハンの方がめっちゃうまい。やっぱり。最近このシャオラーって言うんですけど、 ちょっと辛みを入れてくださいっていうのを言うようにしたらめちゃくちゃうまくなりました、チャーハンが。これは僕大好きです。牡蠣オムレツ、これ牡蠣オムレツ難しいな。まあでも牡蠣とオムレツ両方うまいんで、まあ両方うまいでしょう。まあでも、まあ、めっちゃうまいかっていうと餃子もこれもこれもなんか場所によるとは思うけど、まあ豚ホルモン入りそうめん、これ食べたことないけど、そうめんがね僕大好きなんで、まあそうめんって入ってたら大体うまいでしょう、これは。でもごめんなさい、これリムーブさせてください。これ B にします。ネギ餅、これむずいな。これも一旦 B。 ジーローハン、これも B これも B。 ちょっと僕もうちょっと油乗ったやつが好きですね。小籠包、これもお店によるんですけど、小籠包は食べたいと思った時やっぱちゃんと美味しい店行くんで、これはエスティアでしょ。臭豆腐、これはね、ごめんなさい。これごめんなさい。ちょっと僕は匂いがちょっと苦手ですね、あんまり。はい。台湾風エッグクレープ、これ僕ちなみにマジで大好き。これエスティア。これ本当にね、美味しいです、これは。エスティアが増えてきちゃった。これなんだろう、これ。これなんか読めないんですけど、見た目が美味しそうなんで A に入れてきます。台湾風ソーセージ。これね、まあ悪くないんですけど、一旦 C に入れてこうかな。ちょっと甘いんですよね。僕的にはもうちょっと塩辛くてもいいかなと思うんで、ソーセージは、C に入れます。台湾式リュウサ、これはね僕大好きです。これ炒め物なんですけど、結構炒め物料理を全部称してなんかリュウサっていうみたいな、熱い炒め物みたいな感じで言うんですけど、これはもう大体外れたことないですね、これは。ここはもう全部うまいです。ウーファね、実はそんな食べたことないんだよね。でも悪くないけど C かな。そんな食ったことないからわかんないけど、竹筒おこわ、これ大好きです。これはめっちゃ好き。でもS には入んないかな。ちょっと S 多いか。でもルーローハン A にしてもいいか。こんなもんでしょう。というわけで、今回の台湾食レビューは以上になります。皆さんまたお会いしましょう。
欢迎来到 LCP 来到了下半场的比赛，率先要登场的队伍，他们是 LCP 全新的王者，以过硬的实力，以超强的载资力统治了联赛。目前看不到有任何队伍可以将其击败，他们就是秘密金鱼 TSW。上路棒，打野 Histo， 中路 D-Ray， 下路 Eddie， 辅助 BA。教练 Warhorse， 而紧接着登场的是全新的挑战者。以前是为了自己而复仇，但现在要为了 PCS 赛区向越南赛区发起挑战。让我们欢迎复仇者联盟 GZ。上路一剑，打野护下，中路 Jimmy N， 下路顺，辅助 Orca， 教练 Skywalk。目前整个联赛已经是被 PCS 赛区的3兄弟给统治，而 PCS 赛区能不能在今天谷底反弹，摆脱557名的名次呢？比赛正式开始。
Welcome back to the LCP, where we find ourselves getting ready for match 2, and the 2v2 is coming up. Hun from the top side of Team Secret Wales and Histo from the jungle of Team Secret Wales as well. These guys will be fighting for the right of first selection here tonight, Carrix.
That they will, and I think Ground Zero would love to get off to a good start by getting that one going as early as they can. because this is an uphill battle for them. It is Team Secret Wales, the top team in our league, undefeated, reigning a little bit supreme. Ground Zero, what have you got cooked? Are we about to see a preview of it on the Howling Abyss?
Yeah, look, it's a tall mountain to climb, that's for sure. But Ground Zero Gaming, if they can bring the right tools, bring the correct equipment, they can absolutely conquer this mountain, in my opinion. They've done it before. They can do it again. But Team Secret Wales, they are in fine form. As we have seen, they are the #1 team here in the LCP Split 2 so far. They were our first stand representatives coming off the end of LCP Split 1. And we do take a quick look at these series bans. These bans are all split long. So once a team has picked the champs and used those champs, they can no longer be used for the rest of the split. And we can see that Varus is banned from both sides. And there's some Anivias, there's some Volleys and Tom Kenches as well. And we see a Draven. I don't know why I saw a Darius icon. A Draven has been banned away, as well as Caitlyn. They don't want those sort of powerful, long-range, high-damage ADs coming through. And I think they're smart choices, Carrix.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. Those are sort of traditionally very good. Caitlyn in particular, we did see what that she can do in just a 2v2 in our second game, I should say, of the last series. Pantheon and Darius also removed. Where are these teams going to go? Jin would be a very interesting one. Not someone we often see in a 2v2 kind of setting.
I mean, it has been picked up, yeah, for Team Secret Wales there. Histo grabbing the Jin. Now, Histo, that's a really interesting choice. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do on that one there. I feel like he's just playing for fun because he is the jungler for Team Secret Wales, and Porn has picked up Tom Kench. But then we see Ground Zero. They insta-locked. They slammed in that Ezreal and Shen there, Carrix. And I got to say, I'm loving Shen. I've been playing him a little bit on ARM Mayhem. My goodness, he is so durable. If you're able to time that sort of QW, he's able to disrupt the game plans when he ease in. Looking forward to seeing what the pros can do with him, mate.
I'm pretty keen as well. He's a champion that has risen in priority, at least in like sort of solo queue settings. Has been pretty dominant. I've been playing a little bit of him on the Rift, but I'm keen to see what someone who's good at the game might be able to do. As in they go. Now, of course, this one, as Logan said before, this is you either get first pick or pick your side of the map. I think if I'm Ground Zero, I'd love to be able to get an early second pick because I'm kind of thinking maybe you run that Lux Caitlyn.
Oh, this is good. Shun shifted forward.
It doesn't get away, though. Able to just dance back with the flash. Now Pun's got to be a little bit careful. Has that big shield, but that won't last forever. He will go down. Now it's Jin in the 1v2. They do need to be a little bit careful around that 4-shot. Barrier is already down. Team Secret Wales do survive for now, but they are in some trouble.
Yeah, that was a really good play there from Ground Zero. I think Pun overestimated the value of the shields on Tom Kench. It was a big shield, a meaty... Oh, good snipe on Nushun there, just a cheeky little bit of damage and a bit of a root there. Clears the wave and is going to recall. So resets across both sides before they come back out. But GZ, they find themselves with that early advantage. They've secured that kill. So now, in order to win first selection, they only need to get one more. And we take a quick look at all the summoners. Shun still has that barrier, has that little extra durability when compared to Histo, who has no summoners left. And yeah, I actually thought that we would see both members of Team Secret Wales go down in that one, Carrick. So well played by Team Secret Wales, well played by Histo to be able to get away, get that reset, and come back out onto, you know, the Howling Abyss and give themselves another chance.
Another chance, but one where they're at a pretty severe disadvantage. Of course, any fight, they can just look for a 1-for-1 if you're Ground Zero. But that Tom Kench is going to become a bit more of a problem. He's very tanky. See if maybe that Shen zone of no auto attacks can play around the passive a little bit as the taunt goes in. Look at the damage from Shun. They're layering it. The Grey health is there. They dodge away from the knockup. Shun's going low. Shun could go down, but Pun has to survive as Orca bearing down, bringing in the sword, and that'll do it. Ground Zero take the win.
I'm going to read into this way too much, Carrick's. GZ on top. They beat Team Secret Wales. GZ lock in first pick, and Team Secret Wales take blue side for themselves. That was a great little 2v2, and I gotta say, it's always fun to see these skirmishes and how they shake out. And you know, what do they say? Disclaimer: this in no way informs how Game 1 will turn out. Oh, I love League.
A little bit. It does a little bit, of course. The 2v2 itself, we often see the underdogs picking up a win there. It's a little bit more... It's a slightly more interactive coin flip, I think is the way we can describe it, which is much more fun than just tossing a coin, of course. I'm still pushing for Herald Racing for Split 3. Everyone who's with me. I think that would be sick. But like, we'd be the first ones to do it.
On Rift Herald, right, though? Like, so could you put chromas on? Like, so could you get different colored, like, Rift Heralds? So if you're Ground Zero, right, would you, like, go for green? If your Team Secret Wales, would it be, like, white with black trim? Like, that'd be sick.
I mean, that would be sick. Because the other option is you do Scion Racing, which is kind of the same thing, but then you could have skins.
Ooh, okay. Oh man, I don't know Scion skins well enough to be like, oh, which Scion skin would you go? Oh, that's a sick skin. You know what? No, there's a Mecha Scion. Oh, true.
Yeah, but it's Lumberjack.
No, you're so right.
Lumberjack's right. He's got his flannel on. He's looking good.
True. He is a lumberjack and he's okay. But like for me, I love the mecha skins, right? Because I've always been into like mechanime, so like Neon Genesis Evangelion, all that sort of stuff. So like the Aegis Frame Galio speaks to my soul, the Mecha Scion speaks to my soul. That would be my skin line. And quite frankly, I think that would win me that Scion race against everybody else. You know what I mean?
Look, the correct skin choice goes a long way to winning anything in League of Legends. I certainly believe you on that front. As we'll have to, speaking of winning in League of Legends, we are not too far away from our draft. And with the draft coming in, what champions are we expecting to get sort of singled out here?
Yeah, so Team Secret Wales, I love to see D-Ray on that rise. Oriana, he is just so strong on those classic mid lane mages, the control mages. So I would fully expect GZ to ban at least one of them so that they can get one for themselves here, but they haven't gone for that. They've targeted the jungler instead. Obviously, Varus, the AD ban, really strong in the hands of Eddie, but a J4 and Nocturne ban used from GZ here, which has been responded to by Team Secret Wales with that Rumble, Ashe, and Bessa. Now, I always like the Rumble ban because it means we're not going to see that Rumble Cassante matchup, which, is such a classic top lane duo. The Ashe ban, obviously that Ashe Seraphine duo is no longer available, but Ambessa, I feel like Ambessa is a very situational ban, right? I feel like you're trying to ban her out to prevent backline dive. So it's almost like a prediction of what they want to do. But here, it's respect to Yizhang. I will never forget LCP Split 1, Yizhang hard carried GZ to victory off the back of his Ambessa. He was everywhere, winning every fight for them. So that's absolutely a respect ban, and they're still paying respect to it. But Yizhang has picked up that Pantheon for his team. So GZ, they have that Pantheon. So I imagine Husha is going to use that one to great effect. However, counter to that global impact, Carrix, Rise, locked in for D-Ray.
Yeah, and I mean, that is a big one. The Pantheon as well picked up for Husha. We've sort of been watching the draft play out. I think both teams fairly happy. They've got those semi-globals locked away. D-Ray going on the rise is really solid. Picked it over the Oriana. I think that's good. His Oriana has been a little bit iffy. His rise has been fantastic. Caitlyn Hover here. I'd love to see Caitlyn Lux slam it. Take it to Eddie and BA. Don't pick the Lux here, obviously. Yeah. You got to pick the Oriana, or it's getting banned out.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we obviously saw it earlier in match 1, and it was just an absolutely dominant bot lane from DFM there. And I would love to see it again, but obviously Caitlyn Bard. Okay, could be interesting. Giving Caitlyn a lot of mobility with the magical journeys that Bard can go on, giving her a lot of setup as well. If she's not caught in that tempered fate, she'll be able to pop those traps down beneath the feet of those who are stacked. So really good lockdown, really good engage there. I do like that pickup. However, Team Secret Wales, they have the Xin Zhao who can break apart engages, and Nautilus, currently a 100% win rate champion that support Nautilus in the bot side. So Team Secret Wales, they are cooking with this draft here, Carrix.
They are so far. I think they're getting a lot of things that they like to see. They also will be able to ban out Jimmy's champion pool. I think it was a really interesting decision not to pick up a mid laner, whether it was the Orianna or not. It doesn't necessarily have to be, but it's certainly not going to be now. Jimmy will get pushed down. He does have a fairly deep champion pool. There are a lot of good mid laners on the patch, so maybe not the worst thing ever. See where they go. Is Orianna? The first one removed.
Yeah, and if you do take a look at like the mid laners that are still available, there's so many. Like Ari's still up, Cassiopeia is still up, Akali is still up, and I mean Team Secret Wales, they only get 2 bans in that mid lane. Obviously Orianna, it makes sense. They might go for like an Azir here or something, but Jimmy isn't the best on Azir, so I feel like it's almost a good thing if Team Secret Wales ban something else out and let him get on that Azir, because Ryze can just straight up out hands Azir in my opinion. They do ban away that Gnar on that top side as well, so Ejung will be protected from having to deal with that Gnar, but we're just waiting. And Cassiopeia, there it is. We have seen Jimmy on that Cassiopeia before, so they know he's kind of got like a level of comfort with it, and they don't want him to have that. So good ban from Team Secret Wales here, Carrix, as it will be interesting to see what GZ want to use their 5th and last ban on.
Yeah, I do think it should be another top laner. Just take that one away. You have the first pick after the ban, so you can try and get Ejung the best of what's left. Give him something. The Gwen is going to be the takeaway. I mean, it's going to be a bit tricky here, I think, as Team Secret Wales, with this pick, do they pick up a top laner, or are they going to save the counter pick for Pwn? I think it would make sense to save the counter pick, just grab an ADC here. You already know what you're up against in the bot lane. Something like, I don't know, maybe a Xayah, a Jhin is actually not terrible here. I'm not normally an advocate for Jhin, but against this lane,
there are definitely some strong proponents against Jhin, as Ezreal picked up for Eddie. Oh, Eddie on Ezreal. You remember him in LCP split 1 with Ezreal? He was an absolute menace. I definitely prefer him on things like Kai'Sa and Yunara, but I definitely think Ezreal makes sense into this Caitlyn. That mobility, preventing, those Q skill shots from landing. I like the pick overall, especially with that Nautilus being able to bring the dredge line and the just guaranteed hook. Yeah, the guaranteed ult, sorry. Sion was hovered, but Anivia has been picked up. Anivia top lane here, Carrix? Oh, okay, no.
That should be Anivia mid.
Oh, yes, true. Because Bard's been picked, yes.
I like how Anivia has gotten to the point where we see her and just mid doesn't even occur. It's top support. No. We'll actually be going to the normal Anivia role for once. Cassante, I think, does make a lot of sense. You are going to be counterpicked. It's hard to counterpick Cassante. He does fine in most matchups. Ejung just gets that one in his hand. That's looking like a pretty damn good team comp from GZ.
Yeah, I mean, you've got that front line of Cassante. He's very difficult to get. Oh, Vayne, though, hovered here for Team Secret Wales. Could be an option for putting the top lane there. That would be pretty good. They're having a chat about it. Are they going to lock this one in? Oh, a last-minute switch to Shen. Okay, so I feel like a Shen pick is a great team pick here. He's just going to play his lane. He's not going to play it to win. He's going to play to win mid, jungle, and like bot side as well. He's going to look for sides rather than winning his own lane. As long as he can keep up with that Cassante, I kind of like that pick. Yeah.
We'll see. Shen wins a lot of lanes. Shen does a lot of damage. If you can get that Q and drag it through a Cassante and land a taunt, you're doing like 30% of his health. I mean, we might see Pun win all 3 lanes.
I mean, yeah, we have seen Broken Blade pilot Shen extremely effectively over in the LEC as well. And I believe at first stand, he popped off, able to solo kill Azir. So I know Cassante isn't in Azir, but it is possible, especially with that taunt, you can drag them under the turret where they might not want to go under there. So if you're smart with the timing and you're able to get them low and drag them under, that could definitely be an option. Obviously a powerful team fighting ultimate as well, being able to TP from essentially anywhere on the Rift Carracks and give a great big shield to the person that you choose, increasing their survivability. I like the pick from Team Secret Wales. I haven't seen Pun on this Shen, so it will be interesting to see how this one comes out in the wash. But we all know he's one of the top 3 jungle top laners. Top and top, putting too many together is just so difficult, but one of the top 3 top laners in the LCP. As we are here on Summoner's Rift for game 1 of tonight's second match, and it is between Team Secret Wales and GZ.
That it is, and I'm excited for this one. I'm always excited to watch the Whales to see if they can put on even more of a show and show what the best of the LCP can do. And if it's GZ, look, if you're just doing pure heartless analysis, GZ are obviously the underdogs here, but there is something about this team. There's some magic in the GZ facility that just tells me that they can kind of win any matchup. They did it last split where they won their final game to buy the SoftBank Hawks a berth into playoffs, and look at how good that run's been going. So maybe today the magic's in the air again.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all it takes is a little bit of magic in the air to take that win. And, you know, you take game 1 and then suddenly you're emboldened, your morale is lifted and you're able to take game 2 as BA sends a hook flying and it just goes wide. GZ, knowing that engage tool is down, aggress forward, just trying to get some poke down while they can. And that electrocute coming through from Orca on that Bard, getting a lot of value. BA still aggressing forward carries.
Yeah, he's going to throw himself in here. It's level 2 to level 2. As good poke from Eddie. Able to chunk Orca low. You do have to play fairly aggressive if you're the melee support.
Oh, his toe.
His toe's actually arrived. Could try and go for something with a really aggressive play. Shun is low. Shun is burning. He goes down. And Eddie says, wave the white flag.
That was a sick engage. If I can, you know, break professional decorum for a second, that was sick. That was a really good rotate from his toe there. Obviously, flash from his toe. BA has committed his flash and heal as well to top up the health bars, but Ijung here is less going down in the face of Pun. You know, I might have made the wrong call here for Shen. I know it's only early game, but I am willing to admit that I am human. And we go back to this replay on this bot side. BA just being a menace, just walks forward, gets the auto, then the hook. He's so flashing forward onto Shun there, able to take that kill. Eddie still trying to poke Orca there under the turret as well. So it's these aggressive plays. It's those early jungle ganks that are starting to get these lanes ahead. Obviously, the kill goes over to Histo, which is a good thing because a strong jungler means more ganks more often and increases the chances of their success, Garrett. As we do take a quick look at those wards, there's not too many. There's one nice GZ ward down in their bot side, just in case Histo wants to make another attempt on that bot side.
Well, I think warding is sort of something just to dwell on for a moment, because I would bet, were I a betting man, which I'm not, that the reason Histo makes that play is they have watched the games and gone, Ground Zero doesn't ward your Raptor camp. Because if they knew that he was on the bot side, if they knew where he had started, that gank is fairly obvious with the way BA was playing. But they clearly just didn't know Histo could be there at that time, and they get caught out. This was just a punishing warding tendencies, and that's something you always love to see teams do.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Secret Whales, they are warding, right? So they spot the Orca roam. D-Ray knows he's safe in that mid lane. Histo responds and is shepherding Orca down and away. BA is forcing Orca north instead of back down to the lane. So it's those kind of tempo offsets, right? Like slowing them down, preventing them from being where they want to be when they want to be there. And it's that heads up play, those really good reads from these honestly superstar players that we get here in the LCP. It's fantastic. As Team Secret Whales, they find themselves, oh, BA, he's moving forward. Great magical journey there. And that's the mobility that Bard brings to Caitlyn, right? Otherwise, Caitlyn very well could have been caught out there and that could have gone to a kill. But we'll never know because Orca on the Bard, able to rescue his Caitlyn, and Husha in the mid lane looking for something, Carrix.
Is having a look, but D-Ray on the run, actually really fancy feet there, just dancing around it, gets out, has to burn his ghost, but you'll happily do that to escape there.
D-Ray absolutely took names and broke ankles dodging that Bard stun there. My goodness. And then timing that ghost as well. So he was able to get on the outer edge of the stun that came through from Anivia rather than be caught in the middle or the wrong side of it. So just really heads up read, able to dodge, able to run faster than expected to not be where Jimmy expected him to be despite the lack of vision there. So I really like that. Very, very well played. And a great collapse from GZ though. They brought 3 members to that mid lane. They were determined to get D-Ray, and off the back of forcing D-Ray away, they get themselves priority on this bot side Drake. So this will probably be the earliest Drake we've seen so far tonight, Carrix, because they are taking it at around the 6-minute mark. And I like that. I like the priority play. I like the jungle objective. They get themselves on the board nice and early. They rotate around and get out safely, Carrix, and that's important.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good play there by GZ. They do get that early mark in the Dragon Column start. Slowly building towards a win condition. Of course, long way to go. See if they can keep it up. Because, yeah, so far, aside from a little misstep where they do lose that first blood, something that a Caitlyn lane really, really doesn't want to do, they bounce back, and we like to see that. As the question does become, where does Histo move on the map next? He's obviously had that early gank, set himself a little bit behind in the direct jungle matchup in terms of farm. He has equalized it by now, obviously, but has a bottom half to clear, and then probably thinks about another gank.
Yeah, currently obviously in that top side, stealing the camps away from Husha. Husha gets there just in time to spot it out. Histo is just going to recall right there in the face of essentially 2 members of GZ. I have to imagine he's going to go for the mid or the bot side. A Cassante is not the easiest thing to gank. Very, very defensive, a lot of survivability. Can just all out you back over a wall and force you into a 1v1, which may not be ideal at this time. So as you so rightfully called, Histo goes back out onto the bot side of his jungle to keep clearing, keep getting that CS and pushing that gold advantage forward. Now, obviously the gold difference not too heavy. It's still only 800 gold. As Seal, the coach for Team Secret Whales, comes through on those coach comms, a bit of a fight breaks out bot side.
Yeah, Husha comes down with the ultimate. BA does get away. The Piltover Peacemaker doesn't land there from Shun. Doesn't go with the ace in the hole either. Probably just wasn't quite low enough. Yeah, BA's healed up with those the health pots from that refillable. And Team Secret Whales riposts that first bit of aggression.
Yeah, they have to be happy with that. Obviously, GZ committed significant resources to that. A couple of ultimates, and unfortunately, no, just the one, sorry, my bad. And walk away with nothing. Team Secret Whales did excellent to evade that. No summon is burnt from Eddie. BA, the target, was able to hook away, so no longer in range. And we take a quick look at Eddie, who's eked out a 10 CS advantage for himself here in these 8 or so minutes of the game. And it's generally a relatively even game across the board here, but I feel like Team Secret Whales are being that much more proactive right now, characters. Histo invades the jungle.
And the problem here is that it's not meant to be even in the early game. You've picked the Caitlyn as this fight kind of peters out. Oh no, never mind. Histo actually in some trouble. Has to blast cone away. Hex flash from BA to peel him off. I don't know if he really wanted that hook to land, but he's able to walk away. But what I was saying is, you don't want it to be even if you're GZ. You have picked the Caitlyn. you need to be trying to get ahead because she's not, you know, a one-item Kaylin is not as strong as a one-item Ezreal, and that kind of continues until maybe 5 or 6 items. So the fact that Shun has fallen behind, did go down early, not what we want to be seeing for GZ. This pickup of the Cull, though, does help equalize that.
Definitely, and Eddie with that Sheen is doing a fair bit of damage at the moment, though. So, like, they have to be careful. They can't really let too many Q pokes from that Ezreal land. Otherwise, they'll find themselves swiftly at a major health disadvantage. And, oh, great wall from Jimmy in to prevent BA's hook coming through. Otherwise, there were 3 members of Team Secret Whales around that mid area. And Histo is just relentlessly coming into GZ's jungle and stealing those camps away. Buys himself that pressure, that priority to start these grubs up as well. Whew. This Xin Zhao in the jungle in the hands of Histo is an absolute menace, Carrix, as he's going to secure these grubs for Team Secret Whales. And BA roaming up a storm. Is that a phrase? Roaming up a storm? Or what would you say? He's generating a storm or something, you know?
I'm not sure. I mean, maybe he's a storm chaser, something like that. He's roaming around looking for the storm. Who knows? We'll have to workshop that one, but BA is definitely having a massive impact. We can agree on that, as he is sort of just everywhere. And that's, again, you want to be seeing Orca doing that. He's on the bar. He can cheat the rotations. And speak of the devil, as Orca arrives, he's on a ward, but just can trade those out as D-Ray just runs at him. He's bluffing his jungler being a little bit closer than he really was, but it works out.
Yeah, and D-Ray's already gone for those Merc Treads as well, which is a really heads-up buy, in my opinion. There's a lot of CC that GZ want to put down, and in the face of Anivia with that sort of AP damage, I think it's a good early buy. It definitely increases his survivability. BA, though, walking down, getting some vision on these wards, placing their own, just doesn't want to let GZ, great little stun there from Orca, on to 2 members of Team Secret Whales, as they are here to contest for the jungle objective, because D-Ray flashing in the mid lane. Husha didn't commit his ult, didn't flash either, so it'd be interesting to see how that one came about there. Yeah, they all still have the summoners. No, D-Ray was forced to ghost
Actually,
and flash.
just a wall.
Yeah, could have been. Always
a bit of a cheeky wall.
Yeah, could have hemmed him in. Husha could have queued and stunned him. However, while that was all happening, Team Secret Whales just get the Drake on the bot side for free because Husha was in the mid with Jimmy. And so I would almost argue that they're okay with that. D-Ray just needs to play extra carefully for the next couple of minutes until his flash is back up.
Yeah, I actually just think both teams are kind of okay with that. In the end, yes, you don't get the kill and you don't get the dragon, but you do get the Rise as summoners. It allows you on the next time you go there, you use that Pantheon ult, you W him, there's no real counterplay, you can get another kill on D-Ray later, and okay, sure, you lose the dragon, but it's just the first dragon, it's not the biggest deal ever. You're not really, this is not a composition that like falls off at 25 minutes where they have to get a dragon soul. You're fine. You have an Anivia, you have a Cassante, you can scale alongside Team Secret Whales fairly happily.
Yeah, 100%. And D-Ray just cleaning up that mid wave. And that's one thing BA is doing a lot of as well. He's in the jungles, he's clearing vision, he's placing vision. And Orca is almost like tailing him. He's almost spotting him out without any vision of his own. Ooh. Oh, Histo tried to connect with Orca there. Orca able to fancy feet dodge that one away. Will be spotted on a ward. So GZ, they know. Oh, Histo goes in.
Goes in anyway. They all turn gold. Pantheon is going to arrive. This is going to turn things on its head as Histo goes in. Just wants to secure Orca. Does Eddie trying to throw some cues. A lovely hook there from BA. Eddie able to seize on that one. They're picking up even more. Shun having to flash away. The barrier will not save him. Eddie's low. He goes over the wall and there's a big angry bird as Eddie will go down, but Histo wants to avenge him. A teleport now being called as well as the Realm Warp. Everyone is arriving. They need to scramble this egg. They will. It is just going to be a wave catch by Ejung, and oh my word, that is a big, big win for the Whales.
Yeah, Pun coming in with the late ultimate as well to save BA on the backside of that fight. He must have been single digits there, characters. Team Secret Whales, I love this. They're on vision. They aggress forward into Orca anyway. Great Tempered Fate to buy time for more members of GZ to arrive, but also more members of Team Secret Whales. D-Ray did fantastically here to hold his Realm Warp, and then Jimmy with the wall, able to poke and chip away. BA makes good his escape on the back end because Pun shielded in, but now there's 4 members of GZ here still ready and willing to fight. Yes, unfortunately, one of them does go down in the face of Jimmy, who plays this about as well as you could hope for. And that TP from Ijung, as you say, just forced to catch the wave as Anivia melts in the face of the pressure from 3 members of Team Secret Whales, which is a really good synergization there of those two teams, right? So obviously, GZ, they knew the Team Secret Whales were coming in. They were warding so heavily, and Orca did everything that he possibly could to try and buy time for GZ. Some members rotated down, but Ijung didn't TP early enough. Now, I'd have to look at the timers. He potentially didn't have his Carracks.
Another fight potentially breaks out, but just doesn't really go anywhere. Magical Journey is good.
Yeah, Magical Journey able to put in a lot of work, able to get away from a lot of sticky situations. When 3 members of Team Secret Whales just hovering around, they know that they've kind of got like that skirmishing advantage. If BA's hook had have landed Carracks, that could have been a very different story. But, Pun and Ijong.
Yeah, just another little slap fight on the bot side as the all-out was used. Pun does manage to get away. Hizdo secures the Rift Herald, and everything is going Team Secret Whales way for the moment.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, it is their moment because it is going their way as they nearly have a 2K gold lead at the 16-minute mark. Ooh.
They're going to go again, but they hold back so much damage. That Q from the Shen, the W even, that zone of no auto attacks. I'm sure it's got a better name than that, but that's what I call it. It does block so much damage when it's a Pantheon and a Cassante.
Yeah, the zone of damage nullification. That's the new name for that. Oh my gosh, Carracks are always fighting.
Orca does get knocked up, but still gets into his tunnel. The True Shot Barrage doesn't land. Wind becomes lightning, dodged away as well. Hizdo not quite able to find it, but it's priority secured. It's Dragon on the map. It's Team Secret Whales getting another objective.
Wind becomes lightning, becomes whiff, but because of that priority, they are able to rotate down and secure their second Drake of the game, the 3rd overall, putting themselves in, I dare say, a pretty decent position here, Carracks. They've got the Cloud, they've got the Hextech. Oh, topside though.
Yeah, it's another attempt onto Pun. He just trying to turn it around. Can he get a 1-for-1? He can!
That's disgusting. That's disgusting, Carracks.
Damage. I told you.
He just... I get, like, the Caitlyn ult committed as well. So, like, ultimately a 4v1, and he still gets one back. Oh, yeah, it was a support. Yeah, but he shouldn't have got any in a 4v1, you know?
You think not, as a Herald crashes into the mid lane. Oh, an attempt here by Ijung, trying to get something done as Hizdo gets yanked back, but he's able to just find his team. The Fart ult only lands on BA, who kind of stepped into it, as he now needs to find his way out. No, he'll find his way in, throws the hook, goes deep, immediately flashing out. Eddie is just shelling them from the side as BA finally falls. A little bit of an overstep from the Nautilus.
Yeah, just the support for that whole fight, though, and I think that sort of environment worked well for GZ there. They were kind of funneled in between 2 walls, a nice little channel, and they were able to get a lot more of their damage down onto Team Secret Whales, so not a favourable fight for them. So to walk away with only losing their Nautilus, have to be happy with that one. Bun here, though, goes forward to place some vision down, and Husha dives on top of him. Orca following up, and then this beautiful, beautiful E into Orca, as that last auto attack just before the Caitlyn headshot lands and takes him out. Just spectacularly played. And then obviously so many members of GZ were on that top side, so Team Secret Whales felt confident that they could go for this mid play. However, GZ, they TP in, they run in, they get here as quickly as they possibly can, and punish Team Secret Wales. I want to say element of overconfidence there. BA obviously being the only one caught out by that Tempered Fate, so not a great one from Bard, but he does go down because he went back in and was forced to flash away. This goes down. It is currently 6-3 in favor of Team Secret Wales, a 2.5k gold lead. There's GZ. They're getting proactive here, Carrix. They're moving around as a big wrecking ball, and you love to see it.
We do love to see it as Pun once again just clearing out waves. He's everywhere at the moment, as you want your Shen to be. Down in the individual matchup, but up in terms of sort of what he's provided for his team so far, at least in my opinion, as Team Secret Wales. 2,500 gold ahead. They're one dragon up. The next one is a little bit away. Let's just do a little check-in on D-Ray's Rod of Ages. 5 minutes away. Not the earliest, not the slowest either. Just 5 minutes away from Blue Man being fully online.
And that is going to be a very, very important 5 minutes here, because if Rise does get that actualizer as well, the damage, again, Tempered Fate Carrix.
Yeah, the Tempered Fate goes out, but I don't know if they really want it, as the immediate turnaround is there. The Pantheon does forward, but it's only onto BA. They're having to kite back. Histo gets so much damage, value from the Crescent Guard, and they're just cleaning them up. Ejung joins the fight. He takes out BA, but he does not mind. It's just the Nautilus. Ejung now in the middle of 3, just getting kited out, getting knocked around, taken down, and Team Secret Wales are showing that they are top class.
Yeah, Ejung came in late on the back end of that fight, and Team Secret Wales, they looked to press their advantage. They killed 3 and only lost their support, so you love to see those results, and they're going to go for this Baron. I mean, GZ, they don't even have vision on this. They don't even know it's happening. So Team Secret Wales take this Baron for free off the back of that really strong fight in that mid lane, as GZ Skywalk comes in for his second coach comms of the game already. Then here's that mid lane play again. Orca gets that Tempered Fate. It's onto Histo, which is still a high value target, but it doesn't feel like it did anything to him. He's still flash forward engaged here and gets right in the middle of GZ, takes one out. Ejung on the backside. Team Secret Wales, though, able to turn around and shut this Cassante down. Kind of crazy, the damage that Cassante's in the midst of the mid laner, the AD, and the jungler, the 3 highest damage dealers of Team Secret Wales, and he melts in the face of them because he only has like 1.5 items there, Carrix. He might be near immortal, but near is the keyword. BA caught again.
Yeah, is caught again, but it doesn't matter. He's just going to throw a hook as soon as it wears off. This time he will go down. BA a little bit over-aggressive this game, I think is fair to say, as they're going to move in onto D-Ray, onto the Dragon. The numbers advantage is in favor of GC, but I don't think Team Secret Wales is going to take this one laying down. D-Ray could be in a lot of trouble, has to ghost and flash away from the wall. With that committed, though, I feel like... do they go for this? No, they don't. They're just going to give up the Dragon and get the push in the mid.
Yeah, and top. Pun was left alone on that top side with Baron empowered minions. He has put in some work. He just took a full top side tier 2 turret. He's forcing GZ to respond to him. They're at 6k gold lead right now. You know what? They have got to be happy with letting that one singular Drake go for all of the pressure and push they just had. Husha ults in though.
Yeah, moves in. Husha takes a lot of damage. Eddie is just nailing these Mystic shots. Not a lot to do as a hook will land in. Shun's in trouble. Shun explodes. They deny the magical journey. No journey for you, Mr. Bard, as they clean up too. And GZ looks like there's no resistance.
I'm sorry, BA just made up for everything in this game. Yes, he's been caught out a couple of times, but that Hex Flash hook onto Shun locks him down, guarantees Team Secret Wales, just removes the damage dealer of... Oh my God, here it is again. Look at that. Eddie just lands everything onto Shun. Shun dead in that one CC chain here. BA, redemption, and it came so quickly, Carrix. I absolutely love it. Husha, though, going for these scuttle crabs. And right now, there's no vision control because, like, they're constantly fighting, and they just don't get the chance to run out onto the rift and get the wards down. There's a couple of GZ wards in their bot side jungle. There's a couple being placed by Team Secret Whales in the sort of top side of GZ right now. And Poon is just left to like split push in the top side all on his own. He demands answers, at least one, sometimes two members of GZ at the moment, Carrick's, and he's becoming a bit of a problem that Ijang's looking to deal with.
Looking to deal with and dealing with two very different things this time, though, as Poon is able to just get away from that one. D-Ray pushing in this bot lane. And feels like the writing is very much on the wall for how this game has gone, as a teleport from behind. This could be a last-ditch effort. There is a Stand United to join the play. The turret has already gone down. In they go. His turn moving forward. The egg is already there. Can they fry it? Certainly can. A lovely breakfast. E-Junk comes in, goes all out, desperately trying to take down D-Ray, but just doesn't have the damage. They are melting away. Someone blocked the ace in the hole. They do it. It's a triple kill picked up for the Shen, and his toe on the front side picks one up for Eddie. It's an ace, and it's a game one, methinks.
It was a clean ace, and Husha ultied in and melted before he had any impact, unfortunately. And it looks like they're going to try and take the win right here, right now, Carrick's.
That they are. One Nexus Tower falls. The second will follow, and 25 minutes is all Team Secret Whales can spare to play with new Ground Zero as they lock themselves up game one and show why they're on top.
Team Secret Whales, our number one seed in Split 1 and currently in Split 2 here in the LCP, take tonight's first game of the best of 3 match between Team Secret Whales and Ground Zero Gaming. Well done, well played. But there was a couple of great moments from GZ there as well. They definitely had some spirit, they definitely had some spark. So if they're able to sort of put more of those moments together and catch Team Secret Whales unawares, get some sort of picks, I really think they could definitely win like a 4v5. Maybe if they have an extended 5v5, they could take it to them as well. But GZ from the PCS, unfortunately, they do lose this game against Team Secret Whales VCS. As we do take a look at these damage numbers, Carrick's, and whew, boy, oh my goodness, Eddie on Ezreal.
Mystic shots were mystic shotting in that game. He was landing them like an absolute sniper.
Yeah, BA absolutely locking them down as well. And I know I said, oh, Poon, you know, on that Shen can't really do much, but towards the end there, he was getting doubles. He got serious kills. He was doing amazing work, using that E-taunt slide to escape or engage in fights. He was using his ults to try and protect his team. He was everywhere. I think that was a fantastic pick. Unfortunately, Ijang, I think he did well on the Cassante. It just didn't have the rest of the team dynamic as well behind him. He kept getting sort of left till last, and then there's not much Cassante can do into the face of 3+ members of Team Secret Whales here, Carrick's. As those Tempered Fates, they just weren't landing like they needed to.
Yeah, and I do question the Bard pick. I think, look, Bard is a generalist support. He goes in every composition, but I think if you're going to pick this Caitlyn, if your read is we need to hard win bot lane, pick that Lux, pick the Karma as well. I actually can't remember if Karma was banned off the top of my head, but pick something really aggressive to go with the Caitlyn. And of course, it doesn't help that they got caught out by that his toe level 3 gank, and kind of that puts paid to the lane very early on. But in the end, I just don't think Orca had nearly the same impact as BA, and I don't even think BA had a particularly good game. He was going way too aggressive in most of these fights.
Yeah, I think I saw BA at like 0, 3, and 6 at one stage. Now, obviously, having 6 assists and 0 kills as a support is not the end of the world, but it just felt like 2 of his 3 deaths weren't even in team fights. It was he just got caught out, which gave like the advantage over to Ground Zero. But thankfully, it's Team Secret Whales. It wasn't too much of a disadvantage to not have BA with them, and they were still able to sort of tidily win these fights. And here's one of those moments that the Tempered Fate does land onto BA, and he is caught out. GZ are able to shut him down, but it was this early aggression from BA as well that really rewarded Team Secret Whales and got them that, as Eddie flashes the surrender flag in the face of GZ. I missed that the first time around, Carrick's.
Yeah, look, his emote game is on point. There's no question about that. As this team fight was pretty emblematic of everything that was going on this game. It was BA landing max range hooks. It was Eddie dealing enormous amounts of damage, and it was the entire game being played on Ground Zero's side of the map. It really did not look close.
Yeah, unfortunately. And I think Hizdo's aggression was a big part of Team Secret Whale's success. He was everywhere on this Xin Zhao. He was frontlining. He was dealing so much damage. His Crescent Guards soaked and absorbed, prevented, so much damage too. Pun, obviously being as tanky as he was, he should not have got a kill here. Like, let's be real, 4v1 essentially, and he still gets one back. That is just a testament to... I want to say Pun's skill, right, on that champion, and potentially an element of underestimation from GZ too. Just that Team Secret Whales' team fighting was exceptional in this particular game here, Carrix, and Ijung did his best. He got some good angles, he got some good flanks, but again, like I said at the start, and I'll say here, 4v1, there's not much you can do as a Cassante.
No, there isn't. Unfortunately, needs to have the team there, and that has been emblematic of Ijung. This is sort of what we were talking about before the game, is that individually, Ijung is having an incredible split. He's playing well in this game. He just doesn't have the infrastructure around him at the moment. He doesn't quite have the team, but it does give me hope. Potentially game 2, potentially a game 3, if Ijung can get this one going.
Yeah, look, I know we both predicted kind of like a 2-0 here, but with the moments, the bright sparks, when GZ connect the dots, it does feel like they could take a game, and I would love to see it, because who doesn't love 3 games of League of Legends when 3 games of League of Legends are on the table? There's an opportunity. But yeah, Carrix, I just... it makes me wonder what GZ can do, what they can put together to contest with the best.
Look, we're going to have to find out. Look, thankfully, they've got plenty of time to cook. The coaches have the biggest of brains. But Team Secret Whales, they're a tough nut to crack.
That's it, and we will crack that nut straight after we come back from this break, and we'll dive into game 2, because here, Carrix, in the LCP, we're made for this.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures, lurking, watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons.
And we're back to the LCP, Carricks, where we find ourselves in Game 2 of tonight's Match 2 between Team Secret Wales and Ground Zero Gaming.
And Game 1 was the Team Secret Wales masterclass that we've gotten so used to. They looked fantastic everywhere. They looked unstoppable, as they so often do, Logan. How does Ground Zero get back into this one and potentially push us to a Game 3?
By picking blue side, of course. So GZ have gone with blue side, which gives them first pick because Team Secret Wales have actually opted for that second pick. So they've had their bananas. They've gone back to that team room where they've sort of regathered their efforts. They've had some coaching. They've had some spirited morale boosting conversation, doubtlessly, and have decided, you know what? This is our game. Game 2, we're going to take it to Team Secret Wales and we are going to win. That's how they're going to do it, Carricks. That's it. It's the power of friendship, motivation, and skilled League of Legends gamers here in the LCP. But realistically speaking, I think Husha on Pantheon, I think the Pantheon was a good pick. He was able to get to fights very, very quickly. I just think the team fighting out of Team Secret Wales was oppressively better, which really reduced the impact of Husha. There was a late game fight where he arrived in the middle of the fight, smack bang perfect in the middle of Team Secret Wales, and he was dead before he could press a button, is how effectively they fought around him. So I really feel like we want something, obviously not Zinzao, obviously not Rumble, maybe a Neferi angle again? We could see a Neferi coming through.
Neferi's really good.
Yeah, hard to stop a Neferi as well. And we're in the draft, though, where we don't have to even talk about it anymore. We can see the results. Varus banned, J4 banned, Akali banned, Rumble also banned, and so is Ashe. There's so much to talk about with these bans already, Carricks.
That there is. They're already kind of just eliminating a lot of what would make sense. The Akali being banned out as well. Again, Oriano is still available, wasn't played last game, could very easily be a first pick here. I think it would be good to get Jimmy in a strong champion. D-Ray doesn't have the obvious counter pick. Yeah, I think this is fairly obvious here. Question now, what does D-Ray play into this? Can't just equal it with the Ryze. Could go in Azir, but not necessarily the type of champion I think about when I think about D-Ray.
Or he could play for the team and go for that Galio pick in the mid lane as well. Just go, you know what, I don't have like a great sort of one-to-one matchup answer into you. So what I'll do is I'll play for the team. I'll play for those team fights. We saw that in match 1. Galio put to great use, able to rock up, give big shields, do the knock-up, mass AoE knock-up. So that could be a potential solution here, but Team Secret Wales, they're from the VCS. They have locked in that staple jungler, the Nocturne. So they are going to dive here, Carricks, and they get themselves that Karma as well.
Yeah, I think the Karma is really interesting, but we've sort of been talking about it over the last few weeks. BA is not much of an Enchanter player. Even in strong Enchanter metas, he tends to go more towards Engage and just tries to beat them that way, but he can't turn down Karma. Very, very powerful champion on this patch, answered by the Corki. Thinking about what else is up. I mean, yeah, Nami makes some sense. You could see Lulu. I actually don't hate Milio even outside of the pairing with Lucian. I just think it's a good champion. So you have to see where Ground Zero want to go.
Yes, I always love like a good Lulu Yunara, but we're not going to see that here tonight, as we do see that Karma locked in already for Team Secret Wales and Corki, yes, and the Nami bot side. Now, I feel like this is a underrated bot side duo, the Corki Nami. Obviously, Nami brings that sort of Aqua Prison to be able to get that stun, get that lockdown, which enables a much, much easier Frost Bomb coming out of that Corki. Is able to get that poke, that chip a little bit more. The sustain with the heal and Jhin angle coming through here, Carricks. You happy with the Jhin here in this one?
I can never assess a Jhin until I see a full team comp, because Jhin can be a really, really fantastic utility ADC. Just landing long-range Ws, putting the ult over team fights, just creating a threat zone. That's where I love to see Jhin. But if I'm seeing a tank top laner and a low damage mid, I'm not happy with the Jhin. So I got to see the last 2 picks before I can judge it. I don't think Team Secret Wales will do that to me.
Yeah. It's all about the pizza slice, right? You got to make a very, very delicious pizza slice for it to end up being good. Because if it's missing some of those ingredients and it's lackluster, well, you're not going to go back for that pizza, are you? And that is not what Team Secret Wales is doing here tonight. They don't specialize in lackluster pizza. They do put the pineapple on top. They put the, the tasty embellishments. Are you a pizza on pineapple on pizza guy?
I'm not a pineapple on pizza guy, but hang on, I don't care if someone else is. It's a pizza. If you like it, I'm not going to be weird about it. It's just not for me. I don't like sweet things on pizza.
That's it. It's not for everyone, but delicious pizza will get the job done. As we see, Malphite. I
had a hell of a pizza today.
That's delicious. I love like super overloaded pepperoni. But speaking of spicy things, something that was spicy but is now only mild is that Malphite. We were talking about that in match 1, Carrix, that it's really fallen off. But GZ have a read that they think Malphite would have been a good pick here into the draft for Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of an interesting ban. I don't think Malphite would have made a huge amount of sense. It kind of would have played into the whole don't pick things not to pick with Jhin. Is a very low damage tank. But, GZ have a different read than I do, and they're almost certainly a lot smarter than I am. Aurora Bandit, I do like that a lot. D-Ray has been playing a lot of this Aurora sort of to mixed success, but he has been prioritizing it very hard. Taking that one out of the pool potentially does push him onto this Azir, and this is just not a champion I really associate D-Ray with.
No, and we did see the Silas Hover. Ooh, we do associate him
Ari,
a bit more
like
with that Ari, though. That's a much better pick, in my opinion, in the hands of D-Ray at the very least. But we did see the Silas Hover, so maybe a consideration for putting that top side, especially if Nas locked in. Like, did they just watch match 1 and go, you know what, let's just mash the drafts and picks here? As they do lock in Ari for D-Ray, and yeah.
Yeah, they looked at it and went, you guys got something. That's pretty clever. Of course, the Silas didn't work out in Series 1, but a very different base. Honestly, this actually is a crazy Silas angle. You've got a Shockwave, you've got a Wukong ult, you've got a Gnar. I kind of, please lock the Yasuo. Yasuo is a massive Gnar counter, but you have to, it's like Broken Blade pulls it out all the time because he's actually sick at Yasuo. Because that's the hardest part, is you actually do have to be sick at Yasuo. But if you are, he eats Gnar. I think it's just going to be the Jace, but you never know. He could go back to Yasuo.
Ooh, Yorick.
Okay.
Just pulled that one out of the deep, dark depths of the pocket there. Just Pun was rotating through all these other top laners and be like, oh, Vayne, oh, Yasuo, oh, this, and then bang, Yorick. So going for that sort of split push champ in that top side there. Very durable, a lot of sustain here. And yeah, what do we think of these comps? So where's the dive though, right? So Nocturne is going to be diving alone with this Team Secret Wales comp here, character. I don't know how I feel about that one.
I don't know how I feel about it either. I think the one thing is that he's only kind of alone in that he does have a Jhin that can open up the pizza slice on the dive. So they sort of happen at the same time. They've also got a Karma that can, give him a big shield, can make things happen. I'm not the biggest fan. We're gonna have to see. I'm not the biggest Yorick expert by no means. By any means, I should say. Shout out to my boy Crincy to be the biggest Yorick expert in the world. I don't understand Yorick against Gnar, because the thing about Yorick is he's great against immobile champions where you put them in the baby cage and there's nothing they can do. Gnar can hop.
Yeah, exactly. He's able to bounce away out of that sort of cage there. And I mean, obviously a coordinated team, they know if they just auto that cage 1 or 2 times, down it goes. But enough about hypothesizing and conjecture and what could happen. We are on Summoner's Rift for game 2 of tonight's best of 3 match between Team Secret Wales and Ground Zero Gaming. Team Secret Wales find themselves on match point. If they win this one, they win tonight's matchup. But if GZ are able to take this one, they keep themselves in contention here as Mecha Kingdom's Wukong skin coming through for Husha. Ooh, look at that After Hours Blossom for Ari, though. That is such a pretty skin.
Yeah, it's a very nice one. As Histo having a bit of an aggressive level 1 here. Husha forced away, can't fight the Nocturne level 1, has to surrender a lot of territory. Histo's just lurking. He hasn't even started the Raptors. Okay, now he starts it. This is a bit of an interesting one. Histo might try and have another swing at Husha at the red buff.
Yeah, they will definitely meet there. Very, very similar sort of clearances here. This is one of the most interesting jungle starts we've seen, as they are both going to meet at the red buff here. I mean, I gotta feel like Histo's got to get out of there because GZ can collapse on him much, much faster. He's going to get punished for this invade for sure. D-Ray's rotated.
Yeah, he's going to get punished. He's just going down. D-Ray's here, but now D-Ray is in trouble. Just in a 1v2. Has to run away. Histo? What are we doing?
Look, ooh.
Ooh, we have a flash on the bot side. The 4th shot comes out. Shun has to flash away as the reload was nearly there. This is an interesting first couple minutes here.
Yeah, I love this. We're going back to the replay, and this is that jungler dance that we were talking about where Histo was deep and met Husha on that red buff, but it was so deep because Ground Zero were able to rotate first and get that sort of damage down before D-Ray was able to even get close here. Flashes burnt. And GZ just turn on D-Ray and punish him for rotating around. So first blood over to Jimmian, and that is not what you want to accelerate the Orianna in that mid lane. So D-Ray really coming off worse for that trade, even though Histo is the one to go down. And GZ, they find themselves at a gold advantage. Oh, okay.
Okay. Shun's dead. BA gets himself a kill.
Cool. That was great.
Yeah.
Eddie and
that'll do.
BA, they knew what they were doing, right? Because obviously they chipped Shun down earlier when we did cut to them. They rooted Shun up, and then Shun was forced to flash because if Jin was able to get one more shot off, it would have done the job. And so Shun was really, really low, and then Eddie and BA just walked him under turret when they pushed the wave in and just finished the job. So really good sort of timing, really good knowledge of the summoners being burned. And we do take a quick look at them. Eddie still has his flash. Orca, however, the Nami with the Sunken Shadows skin there, still has their flash as well. So I'd much rather my AD have their flash than the summoner. We do see Shun has returned to the Rift, and look at these pings going down in the mid. I feel like Team Secret Wales, they've identified that their win con is bullying Husha because they just keep trying to get into this jungle.
Yeah, they are constantly aggressing. When they've got BA there, they can do it. Eddie's like completely safe at range, as is Shun, honestly. Both of these ADCs very self-sufficient. But it is, apparently they have identified the Wukong as the weak link here. Good clone there, just to dodge away from the charm. Histo falling for it for a second there as they're going to keep moving in. The fear is in, the bind is on Husha. Husha should be going down. BA very healthy. This time it's worked out as D-Ray lands the charm over the wall. The flashes will come in. Shun arrives, has to immediately Valkyrie out, but Eddie doesn't want to let him go. Doesn't quite land the Deadly Flourish. Needs to get one more shot. Can't do it. What happened?
Garrix, that's what I'm asking. What is happening? We're at 4 minutes and 4 kills right now. I really thought GZ were going to be able to repel Team Secret Wales, but BA, I said it in game 1, but BA was just breaking ankles right there. You watch these stuns from Orca go out, these aqua prisons, and he just dodges it, right? Dodges the stun there. D-Ray gets the charm, admittedly onto the clone, so that's unfortunate. But then pokes Jimmy out and away. Like, Jimmy doesn't have access. 3 members from Team Secret Whales just close in on Husha, and the charm over the sort of wall there from D-Ray, able to lock Orca down. They're just rotating faster. They're moving quicker. Eddie flashing forward, knowing Shun still doesn't have his flash from that earlier bot side fight. So Team Secret Whales, they come up 3-1, 1.5k gold advantage. That's now 1k gold advantage, and 5.5 minutes. The first Drake, it's on the Rift, and BA fearlessly walking forward again.
Yeah, and they just go straight in onto Jimmy, and the charm will land, set up by the binding from BA. There's just no answer here for the roam of BA. Jimmy and going lower and lower. D-Ray has one more dash, gets it. That'll get him even more. A lovely bubble, though, will prevent the escape. Orca salvages the play.
Yeah, the confidence of BA and D-Ray there working together, though, to like root up and keep Jimmy locked in, and the fight continues. BA just is menacing. This is why you ban Karma carrots.
Exactly. Karma comes to get ya, as his toe now is here. Another bind, but now the low mana should finally force BA out of this. Does get put in a bubble once again. Orca making it happen. The shutdown is here. Orca, okay.
Good punish, really, really good punish there, because BA had flashed earlier to escape, but BA has netted 2 of those kills for himself as well. The problem, though, is that Team Secret Whales are out-handsing with a player disadvantage, right? Here it's a 2v2, but then they draw more members of GZ in to answer these 2, and it becomes like a 4v2 by the end of this. GZ had to commit so many resources to try and counter what BA and D-Ray were doing in the mid lane, which gave Team Secret Whales so much advantage across the rest of the Rift. You know, Pun was just trading into Ijung, but Eddie and Hizdo just left to their own devices. They were able to farm up, get some gold. The gold lead is only 500 at the moment, so it's good response from GZ to force that collapse, but Team Secret Whales, it's almost like they're moving.
Orca, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think the gold lead is over 1,000 gold if Orca doesn't land those 2 bubbles.
100%. Yeah, look at
so,
that.
Like, Orca,
Husha topping the gold.
Yeah. Yeah, Husha exactly was able to benefit from that. Got a couple shutdowns, fought back in those plays off the back of some heroics from Orca. The unfortunate thing is that with the reset timing and where the priority is, it's Hizdo that'll pick up this dragon. There's no real pressure towards... Ooh, the pizza slice is here. I think it's just going to be a poke one, as Shun takes a lot of damage. Yeah. And that should put paid to any attempt at a contest.
Yeah, that was absolutely a priority pizza slice. That was a non-lethal, and I think we all knew it, but he landed every single shot. And if he keeps on doing that for the rest of the game, GZ are in real trouble here.
Pun and Ijung having a bit of a fight as he gives him the last rites. Has to be very careful around this Meganar. Of course, the ult's already been used. Just going to fight back and forth. Yorick without the Maiden. Not as fearsome as we sometimes do see. As look at this, 4 members of GZ all on the top side of the river. This should be a pretty free grub take for them.
And that's what we love here. We love free resources in League of Legends, Carrix. I mean, if I'm rotating around as a jungler, and I don't even play jungle, but if I'm rotating around as jungler and I get free resources, happy days. Ooh, Team Secret Whales, they've spotted it out. They are just going to try and go for this. Oh,
Paranoia comes in. Husha does secure that last grub, but Hizdo wants to make him pay for it with his life. Is under the tower they go, but they can't dive when Ijung is there. Husha will get away with the heist. 2 grubs to 1.
Yeah, nicely done. Obviously sees Team Secret Whales coming and escapes with his life, which is fantastic. 2 grubs in your life, you take that any day of the week. D-Ray, though, applying the pressure here in the mid lane. And we take a quick look at the gold diffy. And you see mid, bot, and support all have more gold than their counterparts for Team Secret Whales. But GZ, their top and jungle have more gold than their counterparts. And Husha especially, it's important to point out, is nearly 20 CS down on Nocturne and still has a gold lead here, Carrix, which is, as you say, you would expect a Nocturne to have a lot more CS advantage. BA is just a menace. He's roaming, he's getting fights. He's doing excellent poke. He's really showcasing the power of this Karma.
Yeah, and again, just every time there might... Oh, hell you go. Dire's dead. Okay, Jimmy in. All right. Fair enough, he's speaking. As open up the curtains, Eddie can't quite find it. Orca will survive. We'll have to see how that chat in the mid lane came about, because it clearly came to blows.
Yeah, diplomatic negotiations didn't end so
They broke
diplomatically here. Yeah, exactly. As Orca is so low right now. Orca doing everything they can to stay around under this overwhelming pressure that BA and Eddie are applying. And with the wave, here we go. A replay in the mid lane. Jimmy in command.
Okay.
No, just walk.
So he says hello, but he doesn't like the tone of his voice. So he brings him back and yeah, left, right, good night.
That was really, really well done by Jimmy in there, under the turret as well.
Ooh, in we go. Paranoia down to the bot side. Shun does manage to get just far enough away to break the tether. They're actually very deep now as there's a Cyclone on the backside. Hushi does get found up, does not have the safety of the clone. Eddie picks him up. And just as we praise Jimmy and the rest of Team Secret Wales gets revenge. Now Jimmy and himself in some trouble. The charm doesn't land. Has to flash away from the Karma WBA once again, forcing more resources out.
Yeah, BA, I know we said BA normally plays like engaged supports and not typically enchanter supports, but my goodness, does he look like he was born to play this Karma here tonight, Carrix. He is shaping every single fight. He was getting that vision for D-Ray to be able to come over that wall, and it was only Jimmy in sidestepping that charm that I really feel kept him alive here. As 4 members of Team Secret Wales were down here. Yes, Orca was able to get that ult out, but all it did was slow the advance. It didn't stop it, and they're able to secure 2 kills and then force GZ to retreat. But Carrix, we go back to live, and it's almost like they're just constantly fighting. It's 10 kills at 12 minutes, which is a decent pace. The next Drake is up in 45 seconds. I have to imagine Team Secret Wales is going to put priority on trying to secure this one for themselves. As, yeah, BA walking forward, clearing wards with that Oracle lens, getting their own wards down. Where is Orca, though? Orca's stuck in lane, it feels like sometimes.
And this is just the difference between the Karma and the Nami. Where, like, it's funny, we talk about, BA doesn't really play enchanters. I'm beginning to see why Karma works, because he's just not playing it like it's an enchanter. He's playing it like an engaged support where he just walks at you and is treating that W basically like almost like a Nautilus hook, except it's point and click, which is pretty good if you ask me. He just walks at you. Orca just doesn't quite have that same power because his only CC is that Aqua Prison, which is pretty unreliable. He's been really good with it, but you can't make plans around, just hit the raw bubble.
Yeah, and I mean, the damage that BA can bring to the fights as well with that Q poke is not to be, ignored. And it's very, very difficult to avoid. So it almost feels like it's just got more reliable tools in the kit. But if we take a second to have a look at the gold diff, 2.4k on Eddie alone for Team Secret Wales. That Jin has some gold. He's completed his first item. We've also got D-Ray with the Malevolence on that Ari. We just see Jimmy complete his, but his toe, it's on a ward, but there is a control ward over it. Secures that second Drake of the game for Team Secret Wales and extends that gold lead out to nearly 3,000. Pun, though, on the top side, alone against 2. They just want the crystalline growth and a play.
Yeah, just getting a little bit of a chop down. They have managed to take out Yorick's Maiden, so Pun is significantly less effective for a little while at least. But who is definitely effective is Eddie. Just moving around this mid lane, needs to be a bit careful. The Spidey sensors are tingling. Knows that GZ could be here, so waits for the team, but in they go immediately. They blow his toe up. They're on top of BA, has to flash away. The damage back is good. D-Ray looking for more. The shots rain in. The pizza slice is not pointed quite the right way, though. So we'll just be that 1-for-1.
Yeah, junglers traded in that engage. It was a fantastic initiation. Oh, pun low there. It was a fantastic initiation from Ground Zero Gaming. They definitely got the jump on Team Secret Whales, but Team Secret Whales' response was excellent. They go in no vision. The stun does miss, but obviously Husha on that cyclone from the Wukong lands and gets the job done here. They're able to root up Husha and just take him out. And unfortunately, the follow-up, decent, but not enough. It just drove GZ away. They'll be happy with that, a 1-for-1. And it does chip away at Team Secret Whales' gold lead. It was nearly at 3K, but getting that shutdown nets themselves about 700 golds worth of difference. As Team Secret Whales, though, they will not be bullied away. They are right back to their ways, Carrick. They're getting that vision control down. They're trying to contest for the upcoming Rift Herald, which is on the Rift. The next Drake in 3 minutes' time. And where's BA? I want to see BA just bullying right now. He is roaming top.
He's moving his way up there, just gives Ejung a piece of his mind, but so far it has been Ejung actually just winning out this matchup. As I said, I didn't really understand the Yorick pick into Nah. It hasn't worked out in the direct lane matchup. Of course, Yorick wants to scale, wants to get some items and be a bit of a split put menace, can potentially keep Ejung locked in a side lane. But so far, Ejung giving him the business, and that's what we want to see. I hyped him up, so I need him to perform.
And that's it. But speaking of performance, we see his toe already starting up this Rift Herald. Confident it's not even on vision because BA is everywhere. You can take a quick look at the vision score there, though. Orca surprisingly significantly had... Ooh.
Hang on. Pun being engaged on does put Husha in the cage, tells him, calm down, and walks away. A lot of damage on the tower, but it's traded for the Rift Herald and damage on the mid tower. Team Secret Whales just seem to be everywhere.
Oh!
Uh-oh. Valkyrie behind the support. Get down, Mr. President, as Orca does manage to block the shots. As now Pun is avenging the damage to his tower. He wasn't happy about that one. He's going to give Husha a bit of a whack with the shovel. Yeah, don't fight Yorick when he's got his maiden up. He's a scary guy as in they go. Straight under the second tier tower. They take Orca out and Team Secret Whales. Do you guys have somewhere to be?
I think Team Secret Whales have had enough of this game. The way that just worked out, Carricks.
Hang on. Eddie takes a lot of damage from Jimmy in here, kites into the back of the Raptor pit, flashes away on a sliver of health and even lands the deadly flourish. The true showman, but his toe just takes the tower, you silly Billy.
Too many shots from the tower.
Oh, we gotta go again, young Logan. You don't get to talk this game, apparently, as Ejung is being engaged on. BA gets himself a kill. Whew.
Did D-Ray just let BA have that kill?
Yeah,
like,
that was yeah, absolutely.
Attacking.
That was really funny.
I love that D-Ray's like, you know what? You earned that. You can have that kill. Like, oh my goodness. But what a sequence of events. I don't know how Obs is going to like run that back because there was about 4 fights. It was so fast. That's it. So they walk under the tier 1 and they, deep under the tier 2 to snipe Orca on the retreat here. You know, D-Ray's taken some turret shots. Eddie sticks around a little bit too long, which forces his toe to come back, and GZ see a weak Eddie and they bring the members back, right? Here, great flourish, roots up Jimmy, but unfortunately his toe, I feel almost a little overly confident there, goes deep under that tier 2 and gets sidestepped. So just punished, I want to say, for a little overconfidence there, Carricks, but still overall Team Secret, ooh, Carricks.
Yeah, once again, the slice opens up. The shots rain in, dealing a fair bit of damage to Shun and Husha. Dragon getting a little bit lower. Can we get a steal as D-Ray goes for the wall? Does land the charm. The lights are turned out. Oh my word, this is going to be a close one. It's a huge Nah, it's a secure, it's a big shockwave, but Eddie drives through the team to go assassinating. As Puni's a little bit low, another root will land. BA charging forward, Ejung the next to fall. Eddie is putting on a show. It's a lovely bubble to hold him back for now. BA gives him some speed, but I think the rest of Ground Zero should be able to get away.
I really want to go back to this replay, and I look forward to this one because Ijung got into the back line and he altered onto 4 members of Team Secret Wales. It was such an insanely high value ult coming out of that Mega Gnar. And Team Secret Wales, they lost 3 members, right? It was just a crazy fight, and they still were able to turn it around and take it. GZ, they get the Drake. They've got to be happy with that. But Team Secret Wales, they're still at a 4K gold lead and 2 Drakes up in 20 minutes. Okay, great. Here we go. So Team Secret Wales, they're moving in. They're not even on vision. The pizza slice goes out, as we say. First shot, third shot, fourth shot hits. And they've corralled GZ down to this sort of bot side area here. D-Ray gets over the wall nicely. The Nami ult breaks up that fight and allows GZ an entryway. But Ijung in that backside finds an ult onto 4. Husha able to cyclone in the midst of them as well. But Team Secret Wales still force GZ back and in on the retreat, even with only sort of 2 healthy members, which is just crazy to me, Carrix. As GZ, they're now working to clear out all of these wards that Team Secret Wales have deep in that jungle, and they have to stop these waves crashing, because Team Secret Wales, they've got so much priority in so many places, and look at the damage. Jimmy nearly 17k.
It's a lot of damage coming out, and this is what this comp is meant to do for GZ, right? It's meant to be layering the Gnar going in with a Wukong with a Shockwave. I don't necessarily blame them not having the counter plan for, well, what if the enemy ADC just gets in the Rift Herald? Maybe that hasn't come up in scrims. I don't necessarily blame them because Eddie just drove through the team and decided to just gun down Shun on the back line. But Will doesn't have a Rift Herald to ride again, Logan. This time, Eddie potentially a little bit more vulnerable if they can layer those ultimates.
Yeah, he's definitely getting a lot of traps down there, though, trying to make it as hard as possible for GZ to approach, but they are wise to that. Oh, as a little rooted up comes through for Husha. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, the damage is there. They immediately dive in onto Shun. The pizza slice once more means death. Ijung is going to try and fight Eddie off on the other side, but he's not going to be able to do enough on the front side of the fight. It's Husha on the run. D-Ray dashing over the wall. Can he land a charm? No, it's flashed away. The rest of GZ survived, but 2 down means it's Baron time for the Whales.
I would argue Ijung did a good job there. He found his way onto Eddie and forced BA to come back to protect Eddie as well. So he diverted those resources from Team Secret Wales, which bought GZ space and time to escape. So I still do like what Ijung did there. But right now, Team Secret Wales, they have the priority, they have the pressure. It's 5v4. Shun did just revive, but he's not going to make it back in time.
Yeah, the Baron has gone down, but the fight is kicking off 1-for-1 at the moment. Husha desperately trying to make something happen. Jimmy is here on the side. His toe extremely low. Bubble doesn't land from Orca as Eddie is just 1v1ing. Look at the size of the shield as his health bar just doubles. Eddie still on the run, throws out a deadly flourish, trying to find more and more damage. In comes the paranoia. The cruise missile finds its way in as another shield lands. Eddie is bringing them down. It's BA, it's Eddie. It's the duo we love to watch. They're sped up, they're moving forward. Shun, you better have a Valkyrie or the bullets are coming. And once again, Eddie shows what you can wave.
Eddie goes godlike, 8-0, and it all starts here. The flourish onto Husha, the paranoia goes out, the pizza slice, and Shun's the ultimate from his, oh my goodness, Shun is just taken out of the fight straight away. There goes most of the damage from GZ. Ijung finds his way onto Eddie in the backline, which diverts 3 members, which slows the advance of Team Secret Wales. So it buys them that time, it buys them that space. Then Team Secret Wales turn their attention to this Baron. They know they're 5v4 right now. Ijung does fantastically. He finds his way into the pit on top of D-Ray, but Eddie is just left with too much time, too much space to be able to apply his damage across everybody from GZ. He's basically two-shotting anyone that walks up, and the shields from BA, he's left untouched. Like you said, he's doubling Eddie's health bar time and time again in this beautiful, aggressive flash forward, leaving Shun in a 2v1 that he cannot outrun. This Karma, Carrick's, ban it forever and a day.
Bang. Yeah, Karma's really strong. We shouldn't be letting it through drafts. I've been saying this. As look at the damage coming out. Oh, D-Ray is a little bit caught out, but he's very slippery. The baby cage keeps Husha honest as well, as once again the curtains have been called. One last shot. Can he find a target? No, they're all lining up to block for him, and he can't bend the bullet. Eddie not able to find it there. Teleport comes in. D-Ray rejoining the play. The Whales want to make this happen. There's the paranoia. Turns out the light goes deep. Histo has to dance away. Does get a nice little shield from the Karma to make sure he's safe. So far, GZ able to fend them off, but oh no! Shun gets hit by a charm, gets locked up. The tower falls.
That felt really, really weird. What was Shun doing going back on his own into the team of Team Secret Whales there? He got charmed, he got deadly flourished, he got annihilated at the back end of that fight there, Carrick's. Team Secret Whales are on an absolute tear. We're at 31 kills in 26 minutes. That's more than a kill per minute here in this game 2 of tonight's match between GZ and Team Secret Whales. They find themselves at nearly 10k up as we see this fight break out again. Husha gets a great angle onto D-Ray. D-Ray is nearly taken out in before you could even blink. And then get down, Mr. President. Look at them all. They're all lined up. They're kind of spread out. They're protecting Husha. And then Histo hits the paranoia, thinking he's found an angle here, right? Because Team Secret Whales, they're using this Baron buff. They're advancing. A great, unfortunately, it wasn't a well-predicted sort of aqua prison there, so it doesn't stop his toes engage. And they're on the retreat, but Shun is advancing forward solo. Hit by the charm, hit by the flourish, caught out. Yeah, it just goes down. Overextension from Shun there. Miscalculation, unfortunately. And Team Secret Whales, they capitalize on that mistake, and you can't make mistakes in the face of the LCP's best team, Carrick's.
No, you cannot. You give Team Secret Whales an inch, they will take mile after mile after mile, and they're currently taking a 10,000 gold lead. They're taking the base as they're looking to wrap this one up. They're looking to move up to 4-0, uncontested at the top of the LCP. GZ, if you've got a secret strat, it's time to pull it out.
Yeah, that's it. The deep hidden strat that they've been practicing in scrims that no one knows about. Now is the time to reveal it. I mean, how do you respond to this though, right? There's a slight gold lead on Husha over Histo. He's got more kills, same deaths, much less assists, so much of a muchness there in that jungle. He is finding angles, he is finding engages, and he nearly wiped D-Ray out immediately. But Team Secret Whales, they're more resilient than that. They can still fight you in a 4v5 situation as well as they push in on this bot side and they go, you know what, we've hit our limit. Let's walk it back. Objectives are coming up. The Baron, 45 seconds. The 4th Drake, because they are sitting on soul point. This could be their soul if they take it in 1 minute and 20. And they're going to spend all that gold. Look at Jin. That is a 5-item Jin, Carrick's. Eddie hurts.
Yep. Yeah, that might be an understatement, honestly. Eddie is doing horrible things to them. Really lore-accurate Jin on the Rift tonight, as he has been putting on a show. Jeez,
yeah,
having to run away as a teleport from Pun.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite the show. He's 9-0. He's 5 items. Shun, only 3 and a bit items right now. So unfortunately, AD to AD, I just don't think Shun can answer Eddie right now. So they're going to have to find another way to do that. But Team Secret Whales, they've got that Guardian Angel under his toe. They've got the Vision. They've started up the Baron, and it is melting quickly. GZ, though, they have to respond, Carrick's.
That they do, but once again, the curtains open up. Not the greatest angle of it, as he's pumping that damage in. Just takes Husha down to half. Shun is extremely low, taken down by Pun. As D-Ray dives in, the Jimmy and having to flash away. Pun is just putting up the cage, denying any entrance. It's only one kill, but it's enough to get them Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to poke them out, and as you said, and it was quite noticeable, that pizza slice, not the best, but he was still able to put all 4 shots into GZ before they got out of it. So that kind of damage spread across the team. If anything, it almost helped ensure that it drove them away, that it didn't allow them into that Baron. So they win the team fight, they get Shun nice and early, and then they take that Baron. They've recalled and they're already back out on the roof. D-Ray with that deep TP has been spotted out by GZ. Will they be able to sort of capitalize on this Ahri on its own? It doesn't look like it. Team Secret Whales going for this Drake. It is soul for them, Carricks. This will be a big fight.
It certainly will be as they try and go in, but it's too late. The dragon is already secured. Ejung needs to go mega, but he's just using it to jump out of the pit. Once again, GZ do manage to get away with most of their lives, but they're losing the objective. Oh no! A charm into a flourish. Jimmy is in so much trouble. In goes the Paranoia onto Orca. I think Hizto took those early game saves a little bit personally, as legendary Eddie moving in at the speed of sound, scuttling his way through the base, just taking names, ruining lives, and Team Secret Wales wrap this one up. It's going to be 2-0 as they take down Ground Zero.
Yeah, Ejung won't go down without a fight, though. He's able to get one back onto D-Ray. He's forcing them to fight him as Team Secret Wales. They will take game 2 here tonight, Carricks, in the face of Ground Zero Gaming. A 14,500 gold lead. They collected the soul. This was a dominant performance, with BA even getting another kill towards the back there, ending 4-1-15. Oh my goodness, it's going to be so hard to call player of the match for this one here, Carricks, because so many members of Team Secret Wales performed so well and consistently across both of these games.
That they did. Team Secret Wales showing why they are so highly rated here in the LCP, why they look completely unstoppable. I love that. Oh, that sign was great. I love the LCP audience. I love it. The community around this region, and I love the Team Secret Wales.
Yeah, look, there's nothing not to love, I think, about the LCP. We have the greatest fans, we have some of the greatest teams, and I definitely think we're a very, very exciting region to watch. I think there's a lot of really good stuff that you can learn about these players as well, and obviously that's D-Ray, the mid laner of Team Secret Wales. This is the same team that went to first stand because they were our #1 seed in Split 1, and they are showing that they are our #1 here in Split 2 as well, stamping their dominance with 4 wins and just cementing their place on that top position. So looking very, very likely, I know we're halfway through the split and there's a lot more that can happen, but very, very likely to go to MSI at the end of Split 2 here, characters. Look at the damage Eddie brought.
So, in draft, I said, well, you know, the one thing I don't like about Jin is he's a bit of a utility ADC. If you've got to pick high damage in other roles, and to be fair, they did pick high damage in other roles, but also Eddie dealt 40,000 damage. This is the Jin that people think they're drafting when they pick a hyper carry Jin. Unfortunately, only one team has Eddie.
And that's Team Secret Wales.
Exactly.
But like, so not only was Eddie a menace on this Jhin, but I really think BA enabled that Jhin, right? I don't think the Jhin would have done anywhere near as well without that karma, at least in the early stages of the game. And by the time it got to the mid game, Eddie was so fed off the back of the success of them in lane that he was damn near unstoppable. And there it is, Eddie, player of the match. Look at those damage numbers. He was a menace on the Ezreal. He was a monster on that Jhin. And the stats do not lie. 33% average across both games there. I mean, he just carried with that damage.
That he did. I think player of the match might be a fair bit of a foregone conclusion. Look at this play. Just kites up, gets Jimmy and baited in, gets away on no health whatsoever, even lands a flourish on the way out. That's Dave, we can cut the clip. Didn't end up going through too well, but that wasn't Eddie's fault.
Yeah, there's an unfortunate end to the back end of that clip with his toe going down, a little bit of over aggression there, and I think that sidestep too coming from Jimmy and really saved him. But it's the story of I know Eddie got player of the match and he absolutely deserves it, but my goodness, did BA step up on that Karma. That is not a support that he's known for or usually plays, and I don't know, it screams to me that they've been practicing, he's been putting in the work in solo queue, and it just paid dividends here tonight, Carrick. And it just feels Team Secret Wales was so much more coordinated, right? Team Secret Wales had more members more often in more fights, and the results spoke for themselves. His toe, it wasn't the best Nocturne game we've ever seen, but it was still good enough, right? The paranoias were still good to shut off the lights, to break apart GZ, to bring Team Secret Wales together. Sometimes his dives didn't quite work out. He wasn't like a monster like Owner can be on that thing, but it was still good enough to protect and peel as well. Like they had great utility in multiple ways, despite this rough start, Carricks.
It was a bit of a silly start. His toe just playing way too aggressive. I'm just not sure why he thinks he wins here, but just doesn't. Dire, it's a level 2 Ari. There's only so much he can really do. But that was really the only blip on the road. This actually was as well, as Jimmy did find a really nice solo kill onto Dire. But after that, it was sort of just Team Secret Wales running the show. BA as well, we must give him a big shout out. Don't let Eddie drown out the praise, because he was just walking at people at Karma and showing why this champion needs to be banned.
Yeah, and being able to sort of guarantee that root, that snare, enabled D-Ray as well to land some fantastic charms. They were layering their CC spectacularly. And whilst Eddie had 1 or 2 awkward pizza slice moments, he still managed to land so many of those shots, really get that damage down. And yeah, look, those Nami ults, they got value. They split the fight up, they slowed it down, but it just felt like GZ, this was their best chance here, right? It just didn't feel like GZ had the answers. Here, it felt like their best chance, and it was off the back of Ejung. He found his way into the back line of Team Secret Wales, and Na altered 4 members, and yet they still couldn't get the job done, even with the numbers advantage, even winning the Drake. And that just speaks to the skill level that Team Secret Wales has here in the LCP character. Look at that. That shield took Eddie from 50% to 100% health. That's wild.
Yeah, Karma is a hell of a champion at the moment, and did it again about 6 seconds later. Eddie, pretty much unkillable in these ones with the assistance of BA. You can't get away from them either. The speed boost able to come in, just put Shun in the ground, and they were just doing it over and over again. Honestly, all the members of Team Secret Wales in this game too played their role. The person with the quietest performance, and I say quietest, not bad, because he didn't have to do anything, was Pun on the Yorick. Didn't really have a lot to do, but here's the games that we played out today. It was a good effort from DFM. They did take 1 game off of GAM, but GAM continued the run.
Yeah, GAM secure themselves 3 match victories in a row, and unfortunately DFM are left licking their wounds, still chasing that first match win here in the LCP Split 2. But Team Secret Wales 4-0. They have not lost a match yet. They have lost 1 game, but they haven't lost any matches. And GZ have lost 3 and won 1 match. As we take a look at the updated standings here at the end of week 4, day 1 in the LCP. Yeah, look at that. Team Secret Wales solidly on top, 4-0 with a +7 there. And GAM Esports, off the back of their victory tonight, secure 2nd for themselves. So it remains to be seen who sort of takes what games and matches tomorrow night. And yeah, as this split goes on, as these games shake out, we're definitely getting a really good understanding of where these teams sort of line up, and we see Eddie, the first
the
two-time
tie's been
player
broken.
of the match. Yeah, finally.
Let's go.
That's it.
The
Garrix,
tie has been broken. We have a number one, and it's Eddie. And after tonight, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, he definitely deserved that. He definitely put in the work on that Ezreal, on that Jhin. Well-deserved player of the matches, and our first two-time player of the match here in LCP Split 2. But for tomorrow night, we have SHG versus Relove DCG for our first match of Week 4, Day 2, followed up by MVK Esports versus CFO, who find themselves in an unusual position, Carrick, sort of toward the bottom of the ladder there. So there's going to be some pretty interesting games, middle of the pack. I think they can all sort of vie and contest, you know. I think these will be closer matches tomorrow night.
Yeah, I do agree. These are really important matches for sort of ranking where we think our teams are going to end up. Because particularly that second match, MBK and CFO have brought in 2 new players. They need to show where that roster really lies. So make sure you're there tomorrow to find out alongside us.
Yeah, kicking off 7 p.m. Melbourne time tomorrow night. Make sure you are there to catch these 2 awesome matches that we have ready for you, and keep in tune with what the LCP has to offer. But that is enough here from all of us at the LCP. Thank you so much for watching tonight. We hope you enjoyed the matches, and yeah, that's all she wrote. We'll see you tomorrow night, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.